Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Skyesports SEA Championship, presented by A&D and powered by Ampverse. This is the official Riot VCT off-season event and is brought to you by me, CA, and joined by Lucifer on the desk as we now bring to you day one of the phase 2 of the SEA qualifiers. First up, we've got some amazing matches, but before we get into all of that, how are you doing, my man, Lucifer?
I had an early lunch, so I'm right now full pumped and ready for the day. So this is going to be an extravagant day. I mean, it is a Sunday and it is going to be a banger for all the viewers out there. So I'm super pumped. Two brilliant matches and two also kind of accumulate what we had until yesterday, which was the qualifications, and right out of the gate, we started off with the playoffs. So teams literally haven't had a chance to get a breather for themselves, but they know why they're fighting for to become one of the topmost best teams here in the Skyesports SEA Championship, and then head forward to the next stages.
Exactly, and talking about those teams, we've got 4 teams coming into play this specific phase. We're specifically going to be Bleed Esports, Naos Esports, Southbuilt Esports, and Made in Thailand Esports. Now, in terms of matches, we're going to have BO3s as compared to the BO1s that we've been seeing throughout the schedule, which means it gives teams a lot more opportunity to try and bring back momentum and give away an opportunity to just, you might give away a map, you might end up having an off map, you might have a player who's not able to perform up to the mark, or vice versa. You might have a player who pops the heck off and picks you one map, but that one will not be enough anymore. You're going to have to pick up a couple to win the series.
And especially for Naos and Bleed in their qualifications to have a clean run, now there is teams who have a chance to adapt over them and then try to put them down. As you said, it's a best of 3, so it can be scenarios where maybe Bleed and Naos are off to a great start because it's the first map, but then they understand, they get comfortable of their play style and they start taking them on the other maps, irrespective their agent might be different, but they kind of understand their backbone of the play style of how they kind of work around it. So I think that's what I'm excited to see, if finally there has been kind of a kryptonite pulled out for both Bleed and Naos. And I'm not feeling kind of that I want to, but if it happens, it'll be spectacular. Let's jump into the brackets as well and quickly give you a gist on how the entire thing will swing. It is going to be a double elimination, so teams will still have a second chance if they lose their initial match today.
Absolutely, and I think in that regard, teams are going to be glad they have that little bit of breathing room to be able to pull it off. But first up, we've got the match between Bleed Esports and Made in Thailand Esports, and where on one hand you've got a team that is potentially the favorites to win it all in this tournament. On the other hand, you've got Made in Thailand Esports, the last hope for the Thai fans in this tournament. And then our second matchup of the day is going to be the most classic Filipino rivalry of all time. These are teams that have been going at each other over the last year throughout the VCT Philippines Challengers events. It's Naos Esports and Southbuilt Esports. And once again, they're going to go back at each other to try and pick up the winner's bracket position for themselves.
How interesting is it at this point here? Like, in one we have a clash of a different region and titans, and on the other end we have kind of the grand finals of their own region. First, we'll jump into what is at hand. As he already mentioned, today's schedule, today's versus, it's going to be starting off between Bleed and Made in Thailand, the best of 3, and I'm finally looking forward to one thing here in the VCT official off-season event, that first time that we might end up seeing Harbour, because we did talk about it, having a best of 3 does have scenarios where you can kind of make a risky move and see if it pays dividends to you.
I have my fingers crossed, man.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they delivered with that Harbour, because I think that agent has limitless potential, with the issue being that you have to actually put in a lot of effort to make a setup, make a playbook to harness his limitless potential. But it's easier said than done, so we will definitely keep our fingers crossed and hope it comes through. But at the same time, we're going to have to accept that it is unlikely. But let's talk about our first match of the day, Bleed Esports versus Made in Thailand Esports. And you have to say, for both of the teams that have had a flawless run so far, which is Bleed and Naos, Bleed have looked the most dominating with the highest round difference from the group stages, and are just looking like they're ramping up as they play every single map, getting better and better over time. And I don't know what the potential cap of this team is, because it seems like the sky is the limit.
I agree with you. But on the other end, after what Made in Thailand showed to us yesterday, of we were kind of wary when we thought Fans United against them. It's going to be a lot of hellfire rounds coming through. But previously, when we talked about Fans United and their opponents, we mentioned they you have to go against them as fire fights fire, and to see who burns brightly. It was Made in Thailand yesterday. They fought fire with fire right against the aggression coming through. They read it so well, and what a dominating victory to qualify themselves to here playoffs in the Skyesports SEA Championship. So I think this is kind of a matchup which kind of now is going to become a rivalry if Made in Thailand or even Bleed get taken down, because now we've seen how Bleed have developed over time from their first match to the last match that they had, and Made in Thailand on the other end where they had their ups and downs and now looking like they've become a formidable team.
Absolutely. And I think for Made in Thailand, it's just about proving that they have continuously improved as well. Because when you look at this Bleed roster of Darion, JH, you see Crazy Guy and Scary, you see pop-off potential in every single player. And that
Mm-hmm.
pop-off potential we've actually got to witness in the group stages. We got several matches where Darion single-handedly got them downs. We saw JH popping off recently on the map of Icebox. The lesser I speak about, you see, the lesser terrified the teams are going to be.
Yes.
And then you've got the IGL supremacy of Crazy Guy, and then Carry, of course, being that marquee signing for this roster as a whole. But let's have a look at Made in Thailand, because it's not like that team doesn't have the talent or the firepower to match, right,
Mm-hmm.
Lucifer?
Oh yes, I completely agree with you. I'll be coming back to the duelist last because as we were talking about the IGL and the scary players on Bleed, there are players here, especially with Beta, Congarit, and PTC. We have seen when these three players come together, it is just on a different level because I think the potential when these three players is surviving as an individual as well, and how they can kind of use their utilities in a comprehension which kind of brings through a round for their team is brilliant. Now, why I kept Alone Phil separate in when I mentioned these three players was we know Alone Phil's, and he's one such player who you can always rely on from Made in Thailand. He always delivers, irrespective of the agent, irrespective of how the round situation is. You will always see him doing some or the other sort where his team finds value. But last but not the least, it is Kadoom here, CA. And whenever you've seen Kadoom get space for Made in Thailand, it is always Made in Thailand getting the round. So a lot of it will depend on how they enable Kadoom and then they start putting down the rounds.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if Kadum can really step up to the mark and deliver the boom to Bleed
Mm-hmm.
Esports the way he did yesterday against Fancy United. Definitely going to be a player to watch out for. In of course, joint with the PTC, Conga Red, Beta, and Alone Fells. And I think it is going to, at the end of the day, because especially since it's a BO3, come down to that teamwork. But talking about teamwork, let's have a look at what matches these teams don't want to play. And it is going to be the immediate Icebox and Fracture bans from these respective teams. But a surprising Haven pickup from Made in Thailand, challenging Bleed on that double duelist lineup. I'm
Mm-hmm.
curious to see why Made in Thailand have picked up this map and potentially see what sort of plan they bring to the table.
I mean, again, as you mentioned, a double duelist setup is something that Bleed will look forward to bringing, especially where they've banned Icebox, where it's a single duelist, where Darion generally played the chamber and it was a Sova, but here it is Jet and the Rena deadly combo coming through. So, as you said, it is kind of questionable, but again, we have seen that combo. Maybe Made in Thailand have read it through, and just like how they took down Fancy United, maybe
Yeah.
they're well prepared for that aggression because Bleed are starting off an attack. So, Made in Thailand might get the advantage on the switch over, but when we come into Ascent, we've seen Bleed's defense here. So, Made in Thailand, this might be their map where they can lose it, but they have to make sure they pick Haven and then only they can push it to the decider that is Breeze.
Exactly. And for me, it's going to be all about avoiding that breeze, is because we haven't really seen Bleed show their potential on their maps just yet. They've shown their composition as well as several setups in Haven and Ascent, and they like to keep it that way heading into the future, I'm sure. But more
Mhm.
importantly, pick up a clean win. They're going to want to pick up
Yes.
where they left off and not drop a single map in this BO3. But I'm sure if Made in Thailand have their way, they're going to make sure that doesn't happen.
Oh yeah, I mean they are kind of the ones who we thought will be delivering upsets because that roster, when we initially started on day one, we thought, yes, they have everything going for them. But when we saw things turning a little bit south for them, but then pick it up again, does tell us that the Made in Thailand roster are ready for anything that comes in their photo. I'm very excited for what Made in Thailand can bring in against Bleed, because it's going to be an interesting matchup, because we have talked about this, right? Bleed is one aggressive team, but they're not similar to what Fans United do. It's a very good teamed execution in terms of where they crunch players. But on the other end, Made in Thailand are that team which ride on momentum. They play as a team, but if they get that hold of the reins of the bullock or whatever they're riding on the sledge, they'll just bulldoze their way in and get a map.
Absolutely, and I think that's where for Bleed Esports the strength really lies in their ability to be aggressive but keep themselves checked at the same time.
Yes.
Their aggression most definitely has a limit, but more importantly, their aggression occurs when the entire team is on the same page, and that is
Hmm.
something that is absolutely crucial for me at least, because to have your team on the same page means that you can make the wrong decision here and there but still get the victory, just because your execution is picture perfect when your team is doing it together. And that
Yes.
level of synergy that Bleed have for themselves on the table is going to be that X factor going into this match. But for Made in Thailand, it's all about Phoenix rising from the ashes. They
Hmm.
started off on a losing note against Naos Esports in a match that I think they were surprised in terms of the composition by. But
Yeah.
since then, they've only been resurgent and coming out strong. There's no better way to continue that run of resurgence than take down one of the favorites of the tournament in Bleed.
Exactly. I mean, they're also keeping the fans still alive, looking forward to them getting victories, rooting for them. But
Yes,
also on
sir.
the other page is that one thing that we thought Made in Thailand is one team whose read everybody knows in the Skyesports SEA Championship. And after losing the first match, for them to kind of improvise and kind of throw every team in a disarray has proved us that Made in Thailand are ready for anything that is thrown in front of them. Whether it's going to be a team, whether it's going to be a very deadly round coming through, they are prepared for it. But I'm still worried for one thing from Bleed's end, not the entire team or the, I would say, the squad or how they play in aggression. It's Juicy and his goddamn Sheriff CA. Yesterday on Icebox, that was nerve
uh,
wracking.
Man, that sheriff is not just nerve wracking. It's the kind of sheriff that really leaves some trauma in your mind. You know,
Hmm.
it's the kind of sheriff that leaves you with nightmares checking under your bed. Like, hey, is Juicy still lurking down there?
Yeah.
Do I have to worry about his sheriff coming out of nowhere? And that's the level of the skill this player brings to the table, and that's the level of the skill he's going to look to encapsulate in the first map itself. Because on
Hmm.
Haven, we're gonna get to see him on that hungry, thirsty pick in that arena, hunting continuously every single player from Made in Thailand down. And it's gonna be very curious to see how that functions out. Because on
Hmm.
one hand, you've got the aggressive double duelist lineup that Bleed like to play, and on the other hand, you've got the double initiator Silver Sky lineup that Made in Thailand like to play, much more heavily reliant on information. So both teams with quite contrasting play styles, at least comp dependent. We'll have to see how they come together to nullify each other's strengths.
I was just looking forward to their stats as well as the previous times that they've played. It has been Bleed who have come out victorious, but I was
Yep.
just looking at the maps that has been played. I mean, Haven is a map of choice where we have seen Made in Thailand work out really well. But on the other end, there is Ascent as well, where Made in Thailand had taken them down once in the previous tournament that they fought.
Yeah.
But again, after that, they did take a loss, but it was pushed to overtime. So that is the history that they've had. So I'm looking forward to what they do today here. So there are history in the couple of matches that they previously played, but still Bleed coming on top is still an upset for them. So one of the fan favorites from both the other regions, they're looking forward to supporting their fans as I also give them a victory. And to start off on such an interesting map, Haven, which we've seen in question numerous times of where it will swing because of the three sides and the various attack strategies you can pull. Like you can try and dump utilities in one end, but in the meantime leave the spike planter. But if you sell the spike planter, I'm sorry, the fake really well, the spike planter can get an easy plan, and then he can play that post plant positioning for his team with maybe the ultimate. So it's very
Mhm.
crucial on how this planning is done from both the ends. But we've seen both the teams like portray aggression when it is needed on defense. So will
Yeah.
that Made in Thailand aggression be the first one, or Bleed just run about everywhere? As you said, as a team in the same pace that they try to push forth and get picks. Will they get advantage on it and rounds? Maybe the question I have right now for Haven.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for Bleed Esports, it's going to be really about leaving a mark from Haven and
Mm-hmm.
establishing that Made in Thailand might have potentially made an error in picking up the map. And for Made in Thailand, it's the exact opposite. It's about taking the challenge right to Bleed Esports and telling them, hey, we acknowledge that this might be one of your stronger maps, but so it is. It is the same for us, but
Mm-hmm.
moreover, we made a plan for you. We've analyzed you, we've seen your walls, we understand how you play, and we're here to shut you down. And I think that little statement is going to have a profound effect throughout this series as a whole, as both of
Mm-hmm.
these teams really try to check each other and bring each other down a notch. We'll have to see who gets off to that flying winning start in the first map though, and it's sure to be crucial, especially with the way these teams are lined up. But we won't have to wonder any longer, Lucifer.
Yeah.
We've got the lobby ready. Let's head on over straight to the agent selection.
It's going to be interesting. Is it going to still be the double duelist? Maybe be adapted. They say, you've seen us, it doesn't matter, we'll still bring out the same composition coming in. Made in Thailand as well, there's nothing for us that we have not seen or which is going to be catching us off guard. I think PTC is the one. We've seen him on the Killjoy here on Haven, but I think that Chamber switch up coming in today might help them out as well, because we know Chamber can go a little more aggressive than what Killjoy can do.
Yeah, I love this. He gets a lot more fighting agency on that chamber, which enables him to really stand up to this lineup. Given that Bleed is still playing that double duelist, it's all about really curbing their aggression by getting aggressive, right? And we saw this from Ja on South Built as well. The way he was able to use that chamber proactively, get
Mm-hmm.
into the face of his opponents, and find that opening frag. So I'm excited to see how this works out for PTC, because one thing is for certain: this player is cracked.
Oh yes, I mean we were always seeing him playing on the Sentinel, mostly around the Killjoy, even when it went to Ascent. And you did mention multiple times that maybe I thought PTC would be the one looking forward to playing the Sky and kind of switching up with Congarret. This is going to be interesting, but how do they play out? How do they synergize? And how do they pull rounds out of it? Is going to be crucial. And now that he's on the chamber, I feel like yes, as you mentioned, now they can have aggression in various different positions. But quickly jumping in the players cap before we head into the match itself, we will look at whether Bleed are having smiles or prepared or what is their intention. Looks like there are smiles across their faces, but
Man,
scary. He's getting warmed up.
what I really want to know is what Darian is having to eat today. It seems to be a recurring theme where he's able to pick up his lunch during the game, as well as picking up the food that is the opposition. So I wonder if the food is going to be popped out in the first map or the second map. Either way, I'm sure he's going to eat them for breakfast in the actual map itself. Bleed Esports starting off on the attacking side as we get ourselves kicked off in this best of three series between Bleed Esports and Made in Thailand.
Garage hold a heavy one, so if they walk in, it might be a trap. But they're hitting B. Kongarid is just there for a contact and info. He sees Juicy and he backs off, gives the call to a J-Link, pulls off his Trailblazer, but they've given the entire set, so they're playing on a retake for this B hit.
Five-man retake towards this side, but Bleed Esports are in no hurry to commit to B just yet. They want to hunt, they want the contact of the player, but continuously Made in Thailand backing off. You got the lurk coming in as well as the flank. The lurk from the Astra, the flank from the Snova, but it's Bleed Esports once again getting aggressive
One
down
enemy
into the
remaining.
garage to take down the initial frag. Crazy Guy and Juicy each pick up one, and that's C-Link and C secured for Bleed, leaving Alone Phil stranded in this B side with nowhere to go and the Spike not in a comfortable position to defuse.
The decision was so good from Made in Thailand to just give them space and then play on the retake, but Bleed knew if that is the case, they might be just crunched at B, which has corners where they can fight with, but if we push them, they'll not be ready for the fight, and that's the reason they took that aggression right in the faces of Made in Thailand. And you saw players who in Garage itself were taken down even before they had a chance to kind of make a move, try to push out from Garage, look forward to taking a pick. So Bleed very well kind of adapted over there, seeing how Made in Thailand wanted to play passive, just look forward to info, and now Bleed have bought themselves to an advantage here to buy up weapons and put Made in Thailand on an eco. So this anti-eco should be again Leeds getting them a 2-0, but maybe we are up for a thrifty is something that we want, because we've also watched the Vandal come out from Bleed player.
Blocking sight.
Eco now from Esports. They're once again gonna rinse and repeat what worked for them, which is that period, acknowledging that made in Thailand, like leaving it free, but Darion sprays and absolutely misses every single one of his shots, handing a free Spectre to Conquer Red. 4v5 on the map, and while Bleed has still got a significant weaponry advantage, that lone Spectre might cause a ton of damage and absolute havoc to Bleed's economy.
Should be around. They do
Caution
have a
here.
Spectre recovered, but can they find any value out of it? They go looking forward to a backstab, but Scary checks and takes down PTC. Now Kongared is up close to check on the Astra, but in the meantime there's also a defender spawn push coming towards the side. Flash and then a swing from JH. He misses. Kadum is only good for one, but Juicy, this is what we said. He assists, he plays. In the meantime, Scary also keeps a check on the backstab, takes down another player. Again, it is all let alone on alone fills. Just with a classic. If he takes down a weapon here, I'll be more than happy. That's some amount of economy damage done to Bleed's end. Doesn't happen.
Definitely not happening in that relatively mid-range fight when Juicy's got a Vandal on his hands. And Bleed, they will be content with having lost a couple weapons there, of course, because they get to keep their Vandals and Phantoms in play. Now on the bonus, they have that Vandal on Juicy, a Phantom on Darion, and a couple Spectres carried over to ensure that they've got a strong bonus over here. And knowing Bleed, acknowledging the way they've played across the group stage, I think what is very likely is we once again see that extremely fast hit that we've seen in the first two rounds for this particular round. Instead, it's actually not that way. They're waiting for aggression. Perhaps a 10-second delayed execute here, but all on the back of Scary allowed Lurk looking to catch one off, but the stun beautifully dodged by Kadum. He picks up a double. Make that a triple.
Made in Thailand looking for getting their first round, making sure that this full buy works out in their favor. Alone Fills slowly backing off, but there's Scary still pushing up. The crossover works, but Scary's not stopping. He's extending. I think Alone Fill should have it, but no, Squary quick on that trigger. But PTC, oh, he doesn't swing at the right time and lets Scary back off. In the meantime, Kongared, who thought of pushing up, gaining more space towards A lobby, after losing a player, he just wants to regroup, because from a 4v2, it has become a 3v2, and they know there is still a possibility of losing a lot more.
Despite the initial heroics of Kadum, Made in Thailand in a somewhat precarious position, but with the man advantage and full buy in their hands, it's just a matter of them
30 seconds
converting this round in an appropriate manner to pick up the win. Now you see Bleed Esports with the drone clearing off a shot. They're going to look to
Scanning ahead.
get themselves onto this A side, reconning off VTC so they can get an easy flank.
Spike planted.
Made in Thailand happy to let them do so and utilize their man advantage in a 3v2 retake, but
Last player
Scary has
standing.
got his gravity well. This is going to be a difficult one, and that's exactly the case. PTC finds the initial one. Scary with a trade though. Gravity well to deny the CT entrance. Scary looking to play on site, but the spam falls through for Conqueror, and that will be the buy round picked off for Made in Thailand.
I mean, it could have been an easier one and also kind of more
Don't even stop.
economy efficient. But Bleed were able to do a dent before Made in Thailand were able to pick up a round. So good play coming in from Bleed, I would say, especially with Scary, along with Crazy Guy just left alone. But we know if they would have had little more time to do stuff and Made in Thailand did not have the numbers, maybe Bleed could have gotten the round and would have been at a 3-0. But nonetheless, look at what Made in Thailand have to right now scrap up and try to run with. There's a judge coming in. Kadum, because he has the Blade Storm, he'll be trying to play with it, and Alone Fills has to just scramble with the Spectre by in this 4th round.
One on board now, and despite the round win, it's actually Made in Thailand with somewhat broken buys. I noticed a judge in there. While Bleed, having played their bonus and got the blunt, have plenty of credits in the bank to be able to pick up the full buy this round. Now, once again, slow tempo at the start of the round, but immediately you can see after that 10 to 15 second mark, they're looking to heavy execute onto site, and it's Darion leading the charge. C side completely clear though as Kadum and Made in
Spike
Thailand once
planted.
again looking to play on that retake. Look look at Crazy Guy's positioning here, Lucifer. That lurk could be crucial for this round.
Yeah, timed perfect, it can find a lot in terms of value. But he sees no action outside garage, so he has to regroup with his teammate. He is thinking. No, he's going back. But in the meantime, Darion takes down Kadoom. The Blade Storm stopped at its start. The retake is still not looking great here for Made in Thailand. They're still trying to get closer, but Darion putting them down there at the defender spawn. It's along with Juicy and JH, and with it, it's only PTC. Now Darion on the hunt, has a judge, should be able to take down Darion, but look at his jiggle pick. Still, PTC punishes Darion, but right now, they're not letting him have anything. With the blast coming in, it can be a possibility that he can pick up the Vandal, but in the meantime, scary because he could not run away. He does lose a weapon. Made in Thailand, not a great round, but somewhat okay is what they'll be saying.
They are able to save a Vandal, so definitely a silver lining to that loss, but at that point you can see that eco is broken, so PTC is going to continue on with the Vandal he saved. Kadoom able to afford a Vandal given that he was playing off his Blade Storm in the last round, but the rest of the team now on the Sheriffs and Stinger, so broken by for Made in Thailand in this round, and Bleed looking to get hella aggressive, expecting a peek down B. They punish PTC instantly and take down one of two Vandals for Made in Thailand, who are now scrambling to recover that, and they will be able to do so, albeit now with a man disadvantage at boot. They're gonna once again have to retake A site in a 4v5 position.
Hitting A side. There is Kadoom still for contact, but he gets stuck in the gravity well. Nobody going in for a peek to take him down, but Beta through the defender spawn goes down, and Scary finally from shot takes down Kadoom. Oh, Lone Fills as well goes as he puts out a shock dart, and that's a flawless for Bleed.
Lone Fills trying to shock dart the spike planter, get shocked by the spam himself and taken down easy peasy. Just like that, Bleed now with a commanding lead in this matchup, and a reminder to all of our viewers out there that this map is the choice of Made in Thailand. So already Bleed off to a very strong start in the series, but Made in Thailand now looking to bounce back with their buy round coming into play. Setup somewhat being changed as they now are shifting to that 2-1-2 setup, getting that Sky to get early information towards the B area, while PTC plays on the rotation towards A. Now you can see Bleed, they played very fast in terms of the hits that they've been able to execute even when the tempo is slow in the early round, and this is causing Made in Thailand to rotate off early and re-aggress in the mid round. They get a 1-for-1, which they are going to be relatively happy with, but not for long with that Rolling Thunder coming in to get full side control.
Situation here, Kongarit still causing problems before get the spike down and the side, and he's already backed off. Still a chance here, but look at Juicy. He doesn't want to let anything go, and he's popped the Empress. He's looking forward to heads, but they let go of spike to be planted. They don't want Juicy's Empress going online and all rampage. PTC sees initial contact towards defender spawn and hell, and they'll let him be. But the paranoia hits, and now they're looking for to hit. Along with the Seekers out, PTC fights Juicy first. They're looking for to hitting more, but oh, the aftershock does damage, but the gap JH makes it work. They have to swing on the other end. Scary was out, but nonetheless, Alone Fills comes from the top, and he gets Scary out. Now it's all gone. Even though JH is surviving, the spike has already been defused from Alone Fills.
Really surprised JH didn't try to go for that knife that we saw Scary pull off the last time we saw Bleed play on the Haven, right through that Astro Wall, especially when he could see the spike being diffused on his own side. The knife was a possibility, but I think his concern was more that if he tried to go for that, they would push into him from the other side and he would die irrespective. So elected to just wait it out, play the game of chicken, but unfortunately Made in Thailand, or rather fortunately for Made in Thailand, were able to keep discipline and pick up a crucial buy round victory for themselves. Now Bleed with the Blade Storm on Darion, once again looking to pick up the tempo as they go back to the side that has yielded the most success for them. B side completely open left from Made in Thailand as they look to once again play on the retake, but this time with the Hunter's Fury available, an opportunity to deny the plant.
Previously as well, they made the plant and got the round, but this time look at that, as they're getting the plant in, Darion did push up, but Beta managed to take him down. But why did the plan get delayed? It is because of the Hunter's Fury. But look at Scary along with JH. Thankfully, Beta has spotted both the players who pushed in Garage, and now there is already a crossfire being held. PDC, he triples over there, and it's all going down. It's all up to Crazy Guy to pull something off insane. He sees the first, try to spray everybody coming from the defender spawn, but he's only good for one. Made in Thailand, closing the gap. 3-4.
Thailand now starting to pick up their own run of momentum. PTC hovering over that top for a moment. I would really like to see it come into play. I think it can be crucial given the fact that in many a round where Bleach starts off slow in their tempo, they walk in, like we saw that C hit where they double swing that C long area, or even the last round A hit where they look for the free peek over there. Similarly here, stunning for a shot, looking to catch someone off guard, but they've left A long completely open with not even a recon to go booth, and Mikadu makes them pay. Immediately gets that first pick with PTC coming in to back up the side as well. Bleed, they're stuck and they're splintered from each other. Nowhere to trade for each other. It's Bleed falling down, crumbling under this Made in Thailand backup.
3v2 situation. Juicy and Darion, the monster's still alive. And Juicy is looking to push defender spawn. They have a read and crossfire setup for him. They have to take him down that way. Darion also looking forward to pushing up with him. So they're going for a double swing here there, and one of it works. But they immediately exchange the blows. Juicy still knows where Kongar is. He wants to bring it to 1v1, but the time he wanted to run towards the side, Kongar puts him down, and that's the scoreline equalized.
4-4 on board now as Bleed's economy in dire straits. You can see though the timeout called by Leaf, surprisingly so, despite that this momentum picked up for Made in Thailand. And I have to say, I wonder if this only helps out Bleed, because Bleed now get a moment to reset, talk to Legia, and wonder how they could do things differently, because they were the ones losing the back-to-back rounds as compared to Made in Thailand, who had the momentum for themselves. So Leaf must have one hell of a call to slow down the momentum of his team.
Let's hope now Bleed kind of try to find way in, because we talked about this. Made in Thailand, they ride the momentum. So this timeout also being called at this point will put a stop to it, because it's been continuous rounds for Made in Thailand, and Bleed are losing economy and rounds together. So they have to find a way back and stop that momentum and figure out why they're losing rounds. From my perspective, it was mainly because the plant is getting delayed at all times, and just because of that, they're trying to find some value in terms of finding the player and eliminate whoever is trying to cause that trouble. And while that doing that overextension, Made in Thailand are just capitalizing on a lot more in terms of value and time. Timeout done, and the round also starts. Let's see what Bleed have prepared.
Really interesting setup from Made in Thailand though. They set up the trap towards that A side, leaving Kosova alone, stacking up now B and C, getting the toward their force for PTC towards that B side. He picks up that first blood, and he is not aware that Beta's there for the extra presence, the scary presence, the secret agent coming into play. He picks up a double, and Bleed, they're made to pay.
That's got to hurt. Look at Beta. We have seen a lot of the times whenever we see an off-guard player, irrespective whoever it is, we try to spray them down immediately. Beta waited for the right opportunity. He knew that was a sneaky plan that they were getting into. Beta waited, got not only one, the player who wanted to trade him out, JH is also now down. It's again back to Scary as well as Crazy Guy to pull something off, but this time they don't have the spike, so Scary knows he has to find a way in to at least recover the spike. 40 seconds on the clock. He's trying to sneak his way in. Crazy Guy just looking, being a lookout at this point, not doing anything else.
And I have to say, now I love this timeout from Leaf because of the setup change, the way he's really read into what has been successful. Hold on to the second. The round is not over, and Crazy Guy might yet just live up to it. Beta will not allow it, and that's the lead picked up for Made in Thailand, with Kongre delivering the final blow. And Made in Thailand now on a beautiful run of form and momentum. 5-4 on board. But once again, let's go back to the setup that we talked about with PTC on that tour they forced in the last round. They noticed that the most success Bleed has had is towards that B hit or starting off towards B and ending through a garage to C split. So they stack up both that C garage area as well as B and put Bleed in a precarious position where Bleed are now going to look to adapt to that by going towards the C side, trying to hunt down alone fills and lone Sova.
They tried go for an initial aggression, but looking at a lot of players towards A main, they kind of let go of the contact. But because they were not quick enough, look at Made in Thailand making re-aggression towards A and taking back that space. Aldron to check A lobby again, but he doesn't get a side, but Naos players are still holding it out. Karum goes forward to checking Suez, but on the other end, look at Kongarid and Beta. They're just holding. They know, like, we've not seen action happening. It should not be us letting go of the positions that we have and the sites. But in the meantime, Lead have slowed pace down and then going for a quick hit. They run already with his tailwind ready. But PTC, as soon as he got flash, he left it. But Kadoom, the ping, as he was trying to back off, gives away his position. And on top of that, Bleed just double down and take another player out. And that gives them the entire side. And this time, there was no delay from Made in Thailand. So now this retake looking very difficult in the 3v5.
Made in Thailand electing to stack up on site early after that initial presence shown by Bleed, get caught off guard by the heavy utility coming through with the respawn and fall line timed together perfectly.
Not ready yet.
Bleed Esports now, with disadvantage, have secured this round for themselves and will once again equalize the scoreline as both of these teams are neck to neck. Bleed on one hand, the favorites to maybe even win the entire tournament, and Made in Thailand carrying hope for every single Thai fan out there to continue their run across this tournament. And now each of these teams giving their very best as they stay neck to neck against each other, breathing
Right there.
down their very throats and trying to deny each other the momentum. Veto finds a casual exit frag onto JH, who is looking to hunt him down. But Lead, they won't be too unhappy with that because they have picked up the round and they do have still very much have the money to be able to pull off the buys.
I'm still surprised here, CA. I'm not too sure why the call of not buying an operator.
From Made in Thailand?
Yeah. It's like they have so much value and they have Kadoom. He's already popping off, so I think they can find value. But again, look at this. They're looking for a quick hit, but this time they want to meet aggression with aggression. But they see that smoke, and because of which Kadoom had to run away. But look at this roll thunder to stop them, and the shot will be checked. A free kill on alone fills. They're checking for where Kadoom is. PTC might have survived this, but it's just exchange. Oh, Kadoom doubles down, but Scary finds a way to put him down. But Made in Thailand still in a deficit. They have to fight in a 2v3 situation, and Juicy is getting this right. Kongaret just falls, and now it's all up to Beta as he also fails. Another round from Bleed.
Last round.
Look at the switch in tempo in both those rounds. One was so slow, they waited and waited and waited. And this one, they didn't wait at all. They just pushed.
Yeah, it's about the initial contact, I think, from Bleed Esports. As soon as they get that contact, you know they have to go in all guns blazing. But in the rounds where you could see Made in Thailand playing with Alone Phil's solo tours at A side, there was no contact. He was happy to back off into side, and that's when they're happy to take their time because they don't necessarily get information feed without that contact
Get out
as
of
to the
my way.
presence of the players. As soon as they see the jet dashing away, they realize there's more than one player on the side and they can get value on that rolling thunder. Similarly, once again, the recall spots one out and
enemy
Derion
remaining.
goes to look to hunt him
Spike
down.
down
But this time
A.
PTC says, take long all you want. I'm going to come up and get shot with you. Finds a huge 3k to shut down Bleeds, push in, leaving Derion on his lonesome. A man with a dream with daggers in his hand. Can he pull off this clutch?
How did it just turn around like this? Darian will also be thinking the same. He's on the hunt for the man who took down his entire team. He's a hungry wolf at this point. Those blades are looking forward to slicing and dicing some heads. He has the spike. Now he hears the trademark on the other side of the wall. But look at how Kongaret and Beta are set up. They're like, we are looking forward to a trade, not letting go of this round. They wanted to be an even Steven 6-6 half, where we know attack can work out in their favor. Made in Thailand can make it work now. Dayon slowly creeping in. He might just rightly walk into PTC. Okay. But actually he doesn't. Wait, he did spot. He's finding for the right timing. Oh no, PTC misses. Both
30
of them
seconds
swing.
left.
See, this is just nerve-wracking, but PTC has given the call, as you've seen Congarit as well as be set up. And yes, it's a 4 for PTC to close the round. It's a 6-6. And made in Thailand, what a
Switching
comeback.
sides.
PTC have to be that silent hunter, ensure that he's able to pick up the kill on Darion while his team is near for the trade in case things go wrong and Darion turns around and finds a crucial headshot. But that none of that happens. Inside, PTC picking up a simple enough frag right there to turn it into a crucial 4K, and once again reading into Bleed's push, right, where Bleed pushed in so fast into that A long just as they did the round before. The A shot push came in much later, allowing PTC to push in through the smoke that Bleed like to do and punish all of Bleed for not covering both of those angles.
Yeah.
6-6 on board now, Lucifer. These teams evenly against each other. Bleed going on to the defensive half without a sentinel ill play is definitely going to be a difficult one to watch.
A very difficult one. I'm still in a disarray of what happened in that last round. I thought it's just Bleed who's going to be storm-blazing the A side and getting it under control. Darion, after that initial contact, how snappy he was. I think the thing was just him not, again, like double checking A long. There was a lone fill and PTC also, as you mentioned, who swung out from short and took that entire team down. But right now, he'll be sure that nothing of that sorts happen. And one thing I'm worried for Made in Thailand is it Bleeds defense, that aggressive defense. If it plays out right, then it will be very difficult for Made in Thailand. Even though, as you mentioned, there is no sentinel on Bleed's end, that aggression, if it is met really well and they find a lot in terms of value, that momentum from Made in Thailand can just jump over to Bleed. So Bleed need to look forward to getting that momentum out of the hands. Look at this heavy setup towards B. This time they are looking forward to thinking if it's a B hit, but on the other end, Crazy Guy is left alone to guard A. And now, knowing that there's a lot of players pushing A, look at the backstab coming through CA. 4 players, and I feel like Made in Thailand might not be ready for this.
Yeah, I don't think so either, because Congress is already going to feel the burn, having been left behind while he set up the trailblazer for his team. It's actually blazed down by Bleed instead. Made it Thailand look to fight them at the flank, though he gets shot down early, leaving PTC in a 1v2, and it's Juicy to shut him down. Bleed making a clear indication of how they want to place the defensive half. Telling Made in Thailand that if they're not fast enough on their hits, they're gonna have some real trouble coming in from their back.
I agree. Bleed, what a setup coming in from there, and you saw Made in Thailand were not at all ready. They weren't even ready to respond, to do and figure out what's the best move over there. They just wanted to kind of find a way to trade and fight it out, and it eventually all failed. Kadoom thought, we've planted the spike. I think we should go for a force maybe, but the entire team goes for a call like, let's not give them the high road and give them rounds just because we don't have economy.
Scanning ahead.
Eco for Blade Esports, playing it much more passively this time, not looking to go for the aggressive push, knowing that if they get caught out, it's free weapon picked up for Made in Thailand. Made in Thailand responding accordingly, now picking up the pace with their own hit. They get shut down, but pick up a couple kills along the way. Kadoom and PTC with 1 each, with leaving now Kadoom on site with a weapon in hand. The lone fails will be able to pick up the plant, but how much more damage can Kadoom do? That's the real question.
The Nova pursues, but Alone Fills gets taken on. It's all up to Kadoom in this 1v3 situation. Crazy Guy takes him down. Unfortunate, but a round which seemed a little bit possible here in the favor of Made in Thailand. A great try coming in from them, but Lead still bringing it back.
A decent chunk of damage done by Made in Thailand in that round. Taking off 2 kills will put Bleed in a position where they have to make a decision of whether to force or to go for the bonus. And they actually decide to go for the buy on Scary, at least with that Vandal coming through. So he's not going to have money in the next round if they lose this bonus. But what it does mean is that for them, this isn't necessarily a full bonus. You can see it's effectively a buy with a couple Guardians and 3 Vandals in place. So Bleed looking to pick up the momentum right here, right now. Not really looking to sacrifice this round as the bonus whatsoever. They go for the aggressive push though, and Made in Thailand waiting for exactly that to make them pay.
Both the duelists have been taken down. Crazy Guy has repositioned Sewers, but right now it's a failed attempt trying to capitalize. He finds one. Oh, down two! Just with that Guardian, and that might have given the momentum shift. And look how quickly JH is repositioned at A. The flash might actually put him in a disarray, but they're still not checking. And another Guardian starts snapping on heads. Kongarin puts him down, but it brings down to 1v1 for Scary. He's looking forward to Kongarin. Yes, he takes him down. That's got to hurt for Made in Thailand after picking that momentum, getting the lead in terms of the numbers, and then going for a fight towards Sewer where they were not prepared, did not think there would be some kind of an aggression from Bleed, especially after a failed attempt.
Yeah, exactly. And despite that initial pickings that Made in Thailand were able to pick up the read that they had, that Bleed would go for the aggressive push. They got that first 2k, but like you said, not expecting
Get out of my way.
Bleed to double down on that aggression. They get caught out, and it's Bleed to pick up the buy round for Made in Thailand. Now with a broken buy, hoping they storm to pull off some miracles. Kadum does exactly that, finds a huge first blood, but in a state where they're not able to recover the weapon, so instead looking to translate that momentum onto a different side and they're pushing to lead. But Juicy's waiting, hungry and thirsty. He picks up one with the backup from JH. It will be yet another round from Bleed picked up as they now get double digits on board and take a commanding lead in this matchup.
This is what Bleed are able to do. If you kind of are not ready for a fight in any direction from their end, that at any moment can come in, they're just going to be surprising you at all times. And this round, it was a try, that's all that we could say. I mean, Kadum did find one, but you saw the Hunter's Fury that kept players running left and right from Made in Thailand, and they did not have a situation to get a proper fight in because that Hunter's Fury coming in from Crazy Guy kept them constantly running left or right, and out of which Crazy Guy still does find value, and then JH with a swing as well doubles down and finds value. So right now this timeout being called from Leaf, previously also it was done to get that momentum rolled completely well, and that's the reason a 6-6 scoreline was seen. But right now it's a situation where they're on a deficit, so there needs to be 4 rounds that Leaf needs to make sure that the team has a chance to pull off. Otherwise, with just 2 rounds, Bleed can get their match point in the first map of the BO3.
Exactly. And the timeout for Leaf now. If you remember the last time it was called at 4-4, it was quite a successful one with the momentum for Made in Thailand continuing before Bleed were able to pull it back. We'll have to see if he can find that success once again here, Leaf, for his team, because they need it also now more so than ever. Bleed in a commanding position, not just with the round lead, but with the buys, the operator coming online on Derion, and that rolling thunder available if they ever need to retake a site. The Tour de Force pulled off for PTC. He's going to be left to mark that A aggression. And slowly but surely, Made in Thailand take control of the mid area outside of B, looking for the B hit now, but Bleed already ready with double stack. No more.
Oh, Crazy Guy was just spamming, and Kadum walks into the crosshair. The rolling thunder to counter in case they wanted to get the plant and get the site does not give them any value, and now also on a disadvantage. Beta in the meantime along with his team want to creep in, but Darion with the op. The one op which we didn't see on the defense from Made in Thailand, it is here from Bleed's end to cause problems. The Aldron thankfully pushes him back, but he's not gone long too far, and he takes down PTC. Here's jumping down looking for the second one, but he fails that shot, and now he's trying to run away. Shot alone fills, comes through, and Beta finds Crazy again. Now all of a sudden it's become a 3v3 situation. Bleed, look at it, the not letting them take space very quickly. Oh, Trailblazer hits JH along with the paranoia. The only thing that he can do is back off. Scary helped him out in that scenario, and now it is a plant.
Cosmic Divide coming through to allow the crossing for Bleed Esports. With Juicy taken down, they have no form of entry. They have to go funnel in VCT, and they're doing exactly that. JH trying to isolate the 1v1 against Alone Fills, does that. Playing around this Cosmic Divide to perfection, leaving now JH in a 1v1 against Beta.
What?
corrects Crosshair perfectly, finds that clutch, and once again, this player never fails to deliver when Greed needs him the most. Effectively, the foundation, the rock behind this team, JH, time to time again, finds clutches like this. It's astounding. It's outstanding. It's insane.
Insane. For him to first go around the right side where his two teammates were fighting on the left of the default and lose there, but for him to then find value and then come back to where Scary was just taken down, and also knowing Beta's position, goes for a reload and then hits, as you said, corrects his crosshair and connects the headshot where Beta was trying to spray and made him silent, and now just giving away rounds. Two more here for Bleed to just close it all off. Not even a single round till now, CA, that MiTH have found in the second half. This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, most definitely is now 11-6 on the board. Drone. Once again looking to switch up their defaults. I think giving into the read for a C hit, given the fact that Made in Thailand have those Sky Seekers online, but Made in Thailand have turned the tables. They're looking for that A hit instead on the back of those Sky Seekers, and Crazy Guy on his lonesome to try and hold this hit off. Will be able to get the quick rotation from Juicy and the backup. I just look to play on the retake entirely with most of his team towards the opposite side of the map, and that's exactly what he does. Sees the Seekers coming through, and he's going to back right up, enable a 5v5 retake. But what they don't know, VCT has snuck in all the way from this B side, and he's going to be able to cause a ton of havoc.
It's going to be very crucial. Empress out from Juicy along with the aftershock. Oh, Juicy not checking default. Kongan punishes him, but JH and Crazy Guy take players down along with Scary coming in. Unfortunate for BTC, doesn't find anything. It's all up to Beta and Alonefils to do the job. Alonefils trying to play on the ultimate, but there is no much gap. Shockdart's coming in to delay the defuse coming in, but his position is right now. One swing comes in and Alonefils delivers. The recon going out. There's not much time for Scary to play around with, and that's the reason Alonefils buys time. And that is going to be a round finally that Made in Thailand will be able to get themselves.
With me. That's like the dream for any sober on a post plant when the recon hits the player that you're in that 1v1 post plant with Scary. You're not able to take it down since it's on his body. And Alonefils picks up the round, but it was all on the back of Beta, holding down that A shot, pushed beautifully, finding that 2k and bringing Made in Thailand back into that round after PTC's lurk failed horribly. Scary expecting it, shot him down. He's like, hey, I do that too. You can't do to me what I do to you.
Getting a very crucial round Made in Thailand, and now they've spotted Scary. He just might be the first prey, but look at how quick Bleed are able to reposition, and Darion finds PTC this time, not letting him get in so sneakily and tuck himself, but now also has recovered a weapon, and they are worried about it. Look at Kadoom along with Alonefils. They're slowly trying to push up, but Darion might just surprise them, and he's already bought Juicy as well towards Garage, and Juicy, if he snaps a player out, it just might become a match point round here for Bleed.
Though able to pull one back and Beta with another, waiting for the aggression from Bleed, and once again Made in Thailand are able to punish Bleed Esports for their aggression, but the trouble for them usually lies in their ability to convert the round after, because Bleed don't stop. They continuously look to be aggressive to hold down site, and Made in Thailand this time, aware of possible presence, make sure to cover every angle and shot them down. Scary's out of the smoke push, punished as well, leaving Juicy with the Phantom on his lonesome in a 1v4 retake. Now, any other player, I'm not sure if they could pull it off, but Juicy very much has that potential. Just needs one kill to be able to reset, use that distance for more information. But with nobody peeking on that Lear, he's just not getting
and swing from Kadoom as the smoke was getting put down. Gets the round here for Made in Thailand. I agree with you on the fact if it was any other player, it would have been a done deal. The round, there's no possibility. But with Juicy, along with his two ops still left for a dismiss or an overheal, he could have made it possible. But on the scorecard you can see Juicy not having a great time. They're able to put him down. Whereas when Juicy has had a time of his life, they've always closed it out in a very fantastic manner as of now, Bleed. Back on the op, Darion. Can he find value in this round is something that's going to be very crucial. Recon gives away Congarit's position and look at Juicy trying to push up. The flash will also give an idea and Juicy is right now tagged. So there's no way Juicy will risk his life to push up any more further. But in the meantime, they're going for a quick rotation. Find Scary, the only player on C. And they're going to go for a quick hit. So all dependent on JH if he can pull something of value, but the Trailblazer pushes him back.
Spike planted.
He's now committing to a fast retake. They find Kadum caught off guard, but Made in Thailand happy to back off towards C-Long. Play on the Hunter's Fury on the first one. So Bleed, they go for the tap, try to bait out that ultimate, and they do exactly that. PTC on the peak of which is taken down. The push coming in from Crazy Guy as well as he finds a bouquet, takes matters into his own hands to ensure that his team is able to pick up the defuse and secure map point.
It was so fast from Bleed. I mean, to get their post plant right and also get that round was very tough. As you said, yes, they were playing for the Hunter's Fury, but the time was just too early. And Bleed knew, let's just go for the tap. The Hunter's Fury most probably will come out because they wouldn't have gotten a proper post plant positioning. If they would have somebody sent out towards Garage, maybe they could have pulled out a lot more because they also did not have any information to do next because of Kadum going down on site. Now with that done, Bleed are on match point here, at least on the first map of the BO3. Made in Thailand, they did bring a couple of rounds in between in the streak of Bleed on their defense. Can they bring 4 more back continuously is going to be a question. Oh!
Bleed are not going to give them the opportunity to even try to be able to pull off a comeback. Getting aggressive in their face. Darion and Juicy with the push have already found the lone duelist of Made in Thailand, making entry oh so difficult. Made in Thailand left with very few options on the table, and the one they're electing for is the one that Bleed has seen many a times, waiting for Bleed to push in further, waiting for Bleed to make a mistake, but so far Bleed have not delivered. Instead, Bleed hunting for information. It's Crazy Guy on the hunt, tags one player. His opposition Sova, but is not able to pick up the kill. And now Made in Thailand are hoping that PTC will find some value for Juicy with a jiggle, just slaps him down. Will get traded off though, but Bleed able to maintain a huge advantage.
PTC trying to control the numbers, but he's taken a pretty bad hit. Survives with only 11. There's JH and Scary trying to play together. They're going to check Garage. Oh wait! Scary did and gets punished for it, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2 situation. There is a chance to get the spike down, but the retake is still looking highly possible for Bleed, especially looking at their health. Alone Fills gets the plan down, has 2 shock darts to play with, but the fall line is going to be huge. It doesn't connect, but at least gives JH to walk in along with Darion. Now it's all up to PTC, who's only at 11, but JH puts him down. That's going to be Bleed walking away in the first map here on Haven in the best of 3 against Made in Thailand.
And more importantly, walking away with the map that Made in Thailand had picked for themselves.
Yes.
Map 1 Haven, the choice of Made in Thailand taken away. You can see JH just flexing his back. He's like, bro, this team is too hard to carry, man.
I agree, especially of what he did.
13-8 though, Bleed Esports off to a commanding start in this VO3 as they pick up map 1 victory and will now look to continue this form going into the map of their own choice on Ascent. Made in Thailand, they're going to have to pull out all stops because yes, while it is a double elimination series, you always want that safety net, that cushion to remain.
Yes.
You want to be able to go towards the winner's bracket and you want to maintain your run of form.
When you get closer to the playoff stage, to the playoff qualification spot, that's when you kind of want to use your safety net, as you said,
Yeah.
CA. If you use it very early on, then there is always a knife dangling towards your throats, looking for to just slicing you out of the tournament. So nobody wants it so early, right? And I think that's something that Made in Thailand are looking forward to kind of try to hold on to, but Bleed do not want to give them a chance at all. You saw how the second half was, and that's the reason I was worried. Even though Made in Thailand did bring the round back in the first half, how well they brought the momentum back to their favor, close to a 6-6 even Stevens half. You saw Bleed's defense. That's what I was worried about. it's not all done. There is maybe two more matches, two more maps here if Made in Thailand still pull it back, but that'll be all after a short break. So don't go anywhere. Made in Thailand might just come alive after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse, official VCT Off season event. A brilliant start to the day between Bleed and Made in Thailand that we have had, but it's not going to be easy for Made in Thailand from here on. And we CA that it should be Made in Thailand getting the first map. It has not been the case, especially with Bleed's defense coming in, and I'm even more worried of Made in Thailand and facing of Bleed on Ascent. We know their defense, right? That's where they started their Ascent defense, and we were like, wow.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw that defensive hold, the strength of Bleed really on that particular side on the map of Haven as well, right? Despite the
Hmm.
fact that they're playing double duelists, no sentinel comms,
Yeah.
it was on the defense where they looked much stronger than Made in Thailand. So yeah, I think it's starting to become a trend where we can notice Bleed Esports are just much more comfortable on the defensive half
Hmm.
and not as comfortable on the attack. And that attack part is what Made in Thailand really needs to look to leverage the way we saw LVR do as well. But hey, let's have a look at the scoreboard from our first map and take a look at who is going to pick up that MVP spot. And not surprising whatsoever, it is Crazy Guy with multiple focus picked up. He really popped off in that map.
Oh, yes. I mean, we initially thought Crazy Guy will be kind of backed off. Maybe he couldn't have done a lot. Because initially it was Darion and Juicy kind of commanding the momentum. But later on, when things were being bought from Made in Thailand in their favor, it was Crazy Guy who bought it back in his favor. And the round itself, where Crazy Guy and JH played very well, the Hunter's Fury round. So I think for credits for him to take the MVP, but we did see PTC play so well on the chamber today. That 4K coming in, the way he made sure that when last person surviving was Darion, even though he could have gone a 1v1 at Garage, he relayed the communication to his teammate telling that he's already entered C, just come over here so that in case I am unable to kill him, you should look forward to trading out because they don't want to give even the slightest opportunity. Kadum also had his time CA, but I think him not getting the operator on the defensive half, I felt a little bit left out. But on the other end, Alone Fills was impactful in the rounds which was needed, but entirely you can see he has been a little bit lagged out in this matchup at least.
It was not just Kadum, right? I feel like PTC also had the thought, at least for a second. We saw him hovering that operator
Hmm.
and the opportunity to pick it up with him playing that chamber role. And you have to wonder maybe the operator could have been the X factor to help them get a stronger first half through. But irrespective, it is what it is, and that's how it did go down. And Bleed Esports were able to pick up the win. Going into this next map, I'm curious to see if PTC continues to play the Shimbo on Ascent as well, or if this is just a change for the map of Haven.
Let's see. I'm excited. I mean, I feel like PTC needs to get a lot more in terms of the agents like this where he can kind of have an individual advantage as well. Let's jump into the map video for all our viewers who might have joined just right as now. The first map was Haven, a 13-8 victory for Bleed. Now, Made in Thailand are looking forward to keeping their run here on the winners bracket, but it will be either on Ascent or Breeze if they take Ascent in their name. Not going to be easy, but might as well do it. They've seen Bleed play out on Haven as well. They had seen them on Ascent as well. They were prepared for their own defense, but when it came into attack and Bleed got their defense, it was a whole different ball game. So right now, Main Thailand starting off on defense, then again Bleed going to defense. They hope they're ready. If they're not, it's going to be very tough. Yeah, and maybe the scoreline might actually be even more better for Bleed this time.
Oh, definitely. And I think, given the fact that Made in Thailand have pulled off a win on Breeze earlier in this tournament as well, they will be fancying their odds going into their map. But to even think about that, they need to pick up the win here on Ascent first of all. So, starting on that defensive side, Made in
Hmm.
Thailand need a perfect first half because, like we were talking about, it is that attack for Bleed that leaves a little wanting. It is that attack for Bleed that has the vulnerabilities, the chinks in
Yeah.
their armor. Because when they go towards the defense, they just fort the heck up. It becomes a stronghold, a fortress which you cannot penetrate whatsoever. They are strong in every single manner, and they deny every single team from being able to push forward. I think that combined with the fact that we get to see now JH switch into a more specific agent KO, which gives them a lot more individual
Yeah.
agency. Like I was trying to say, where JH is not necessarily reliant on supporting his team. He can still support his team, don't get me wrong. He's really good at it. But you see moments from him where he looks like aggressive. Moments on their defensive setup, for example, when he's comboing with Scary towards that A side, and they have these tons of combos with that gravity well. We see the fragment come through comboing. We saw it once getting a multi-kill. And I think for me, JH is once again the standout player because I personally am a big fan of a flex player that can do it all. Can frag out, can get the assist, can really stand up for his team in clutches when necessary. And we see that in other players in the tournament as well, like Kakarot.
Oh yes. I mean, I was about to say that if you wouldn't have. I mean, when we see these initiators having their own role and responsibility popping off, also assisting the team is just brilliant to see. So let's see what JH will be picking. As already CA mentioned, we'll be jumping to the agent selection and looking forward to a KO come out from his end. But is the double duelist still active from Bleed? Is what I'm looking forward to, or is it going to be only Juicy? It is still there, and this time he's going in for a Phoenix.
Okay. Okay.
They're pulling all the cards out here, CA.
Wowzers. Juicy, inspired by Jin after watching him on this map, and says, "Hey, you know what? I don't want to play the Jet anymore. Let Darion have that pick. I'm gonna go for that Phoenix as they pick up the double duelist." Bleed picking up where they left off, looking to continue their run of form and push in hard and strong against Made in Thailand, continuing that double duelist lineup. It's going to be an exciting one for sure, and we'll have to see how much their attack is affected by this, because once again, lack of a sentinel on Ascent leaves quite a few gaps open, vulnerabilities for the opposition to exploit. Now, the real question is, can Made in Thailand exploit?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, just how quickly Bleed grabs space on their defense. I hope Made in Thailand find that, get that read, and they'll be able to station more players on where actually Bleed are trying to hit, and might give them that advantage. And also, in case they're thinking of a rotation, you can catch them earlier if you have already taken space for yourself. But Bleed's playstyle in terms of the agent selection, not only with the double duelists, I'm astonished, but also with the initiators. We generally see when they pick up initiators, it mostly becomes a little bit more flashy. But this time with KO, again, information one, if they're up close. On the other end, with Crazy Guy, also the fade coming in. So they have the best of both worlds here. Set up for aggression as well as information. So it's going to be very interesting to watch. As well, then Scary still playing on the Astra. He can do so much for the team, not just put down the smoke, but that Nova pulse and the gravity well can annoy so much that Made in Thailand at points would have to either sit and fight on site looking at where the stars are, or give up the site itself. So let's see if Made in Thailand will find a counter to where and how Bleed will be setting up for their attack, as we jump into the player camera, and also how the mood is right now on both the boot camp ends.
I think for Bleed, it is bound to be mostly cheerful. Actually, surprisingly so, it's not. All the players have their serious face on. This is the moment, after which Juicy says, "I want to play Phoenix." And the players are like, "We don't want to say no to you, but
Yeah.
yeah."
Okay, the call there will be like, okay, Juicy, you pick it, guys. Everybody else just be ready to back him up. Okay, don't let it go just
serious
because we
mode
have
on,
Phoenix.
please.
Yeah.
Either Juicy is just going to literally stand up to what Phoenix continuously says, which is take a seat, I got this, or we're going to have to go the ultra ranked Phoenix mode where we have to play 4v5. Let's figure it out real quick, and it seems like this is going to be hard W for Bleed Esports using that double duelist lineup to its very strength. They move in the beyond the side, and they have B-side control, right? So Made in Thailand looking for a fast retake, end up right in the hands of
Enemy remaining.
Not waiting for it, but look at this. It's all gone very. Oh, PTC this time had a frenzy and unfortunately lost. Previously as well, it was the same case when he was in a 1v2 situation. If it was not for a frenzy, maybe I think he would have found a lot in terms of value. But I think Made in Thailand made a little bit of an early call here to go for like a quick hit even before the spike made its way. You could see none of the players went side. PTC would have had the read, but I think he was smoked off in one of the directions, so he was a little bit worried that maybe somebody had sneaked in. And Made in Thailand made the call of pushing up. Therefore, now we can see Blade will have the advantage of buying up weapons, and this anti-eco round should again be in Bleed's favor. But is it going to be a fast hit this time? is something we have to look for, and it doesn't look like. They've just slowed down, waiting to see if there's any aggression met from Made in Thailand, because they might be on the eco.
But it's a, yeah, exactly. It's a typical Bleed slowdown, right? It's not exactly like they're looking to default or any of that. No, they just wait 10 seconds, wait for aggression. Then we're going to double once again, and that's exactly what they do. It's carry to pick up the first, make that a 2, and now Bleed looking in to push themselves into sight, open up the floodgates, and it's J-Hedge, surprisingly so, again, getting a fragment kill. Like, those are so unlikely, but this guy gets it so frequent.
Yeah. That's not a way to go out, but Jade is like, hey guys, I got one on the fragment. One for the checkbox. And with that, one more player, the last person surviving, goes down, giving them a flawless here for Bleed. So off to a fantastic start that they wanted. It's going to be tough if this is the case, if we are going to be running through just like this. And we have not even seen yet Juicy and Darion pop off. Darion has still not gotten his first kill. So.
And Bleed's attack is looking so fluid right now, given the fact that they're now on their bonus, right? Look at Juicy, he's got 4 out of 6 ult-tops already. He's likely going to look to farm one ult-top here, and then even if he dies in this round, his run it back is guaranteed to come through in the next round, which is going to be the buy round for Bleed Esports. So, once again, looking to continue their push in, a little delayed on the recon break, but they don't care because they just want to go in aggressively. It's crazy guys spamming through to get the first kill. The lone kills answers that with a double. He ensures that he is trouble on the site, and despite the nightfall being utilized, Bleed, they'll have to be the ones who are paranoid and back off the spike dropped in sight. Crazy guy, he's got nowhere to go.
And just tad quicker before the nightfall hit, they all try to hit up B and they got punished. And as you said, the ult-top seemingly should have been Juicy and he would have gotten his ultimate back online, but they let it be taken from Crazy Guy because he just functioned so well. He was so close to his ultimate and wanted to find value on top of it and didn't. Unfortunate for Bleed, but on the other end, Made in Thailand will be happy.
Yeah, I think just a slight miscommunication from there maybe, because if you
and
are
the positioning.
if you are allowing Crazy Guy to pick up that ult-top to get the nightfall immediately in that round, then you would want Darion and Juicy just to slow down a tad, just a little bit, so that the nightfall can come through, the Prowlers can lead the way, and then the duelist can follow up on it. Now once again, Bleed, they are determined to take this B side for themselves, and this time it is Juicy picking up that ult-top, run it back online, and he's like, enough of this, I'm going to take down every single one of them. Tries to do exactly that, but instead it's the backup in Darion, able to find the first blood and push back, but alone kills once again. Is that anchor on site, the hunter denying them the entry.
Oh, look at brilliant repositioning again. Previously he was on top of the box. This time he knew they will try to check him in that corner. There was also a flash drive thrown and he just repositioned around the cloudburst which was being used, and he got another round for the team. Alone Fells, what a brilliant play at B. Back to back to get 2 rounds for his team.
More like jokes over, he's fed.
Yeah.
Really eating up Bleed's execute onto that B site, and Bleed, they're gonna have to change it up. If they go B once again, it's like digging your own grave, surely.
Still thinking about it, the spike is still there, but this time there might be a little switcheroo in the mid action coming through, there being set up, but Kidum with the swing sees Darion, takes him out of the board. That's first blood. Made in Thailand have the numbers, but still they have to be wary about every player from Bleed's end, because one small mistake is a big advantage that Bleed will look forward to capitalizing on.
Now it is Bleed's eco, remember? Crazy Guy on the Ares. For the rest of his team with broken buys, a couple of on board, a Stinger, a Marshall here and there as well. Crazy Guy hears the trap, tries to take it down, and get Kadu on the spray and does exactly that. Displaces him because of the Ares spray, and it's Scary who's able to pick up the frag now. Trade does come through, but the lone feels really starting to pop off in this map, but said that, still very much a 3v4 here. That trap seems to be the bane of Bleed's existence. Despite all the spam, they're just not able to take it out.
They know they cannot run into sight, and if they want to, they have to find a way to break it. It's not working, and they want to make a
Spike
different
down,
approach. But
mid.
this time the op is out from mid in time way early. And look at that, PTC finding value. Sees the flash coming in from the Phoenix, and Congarad is just giving space, knowing that it's just the last two players over there. It should be an easy one coming in. Congarad picks a JH. It's all up to PC right now. Spike lost, connects the shot, but that is not going to be of any value as Team Ace rolls into Made in Thailand and another round where they're able to take a lead away from Bleed.
Another round where they're able to take away the lead, but more importantly, stunts the lead. Deny them the opportunity to continue on that aggressive, fast push. That kind of push, very reminiscent of PRX by the way, but that kind of push, it really emotionally and mentally overwhelms the team. You know, you start feeling, bro, these rounds are getting over in a matter of seconds. We can't even discuss what's going wrong, let alone think about how to adapt. But now that Made in Thailand are able to slow things down, they get that opportunity to think about how Bleed want to play. And you can see Made in Thailand this time looking to get aggressive down towards B main, while PTC holds down A with his operator. Bleed meanwhile just looking to set up a heavy mid to be hit. And they have got the position to do exactly that. The main control gained it as well. The Cosmic Divide now to set up the exit.
Alone fills in a very unintended spot. Arian jumps in, but he saw it on his way, but could not find any value. But look at Phil's double stop. It is a 3v2 situation. Beta and Kogarad still holding side. There was a two-man swing coming through, but of no use. And Made in Thailand still keep their run in victory in these couple rounds, and they have gotten to 4.
Made in Thailand just playing this defense out beautifully. They
Yeah.
hold these perfect crossfires, which becomes very hard for Bleed to break, even with the buffed Phoenix flash. Because, for example, you see even the last round where you had Alone Fells towards that cubby position, you have one player playing second lane and one player towards a switch angle. So even if the cubby player gets flash, you've got the player from second lane on his contact to be able to deny Bleed from pushing in. And all Bleed can do is repeat and rinse more of this because they've got the conversation for that. Scary this time, challenging Kongnet on the mid link peak, finds a huge first blood, a crucial one because now with an advantage, the null command and the running back online, Bleed might have a chance to convert this into a thrifty.
Still not a great buy for them, but look at Kadoom leading this aggression. They did not have to do any of these stuff. They could have just waited like they did in all their previous rounds, and because of this small fall, look at them. They've given up the side, the confidence that Bleed needed to get in and also now get the plan through. Retake seems very difficult. Darian is not looking for the stop. He's dodged the drone. Thankfully, though, doesn't find value for Made in Thailand to still survive. A 3v4 situation, Hunter's Fury going down. The Seas is going to be stopping Beta from pushing ahead. Hunt Fury doesn't find value, but PTC's operator does. But Sky shuts it down immediately as he was coming out of mid.
One now, they're going to look to save Vandal, but Scary denies that as well. Killing Beta on his lonesome with 50 pulled out for Bleed. As they are able to slow down the run of form Made in Thailand had established and able to pull back the economy, more importantly, in their favor now. Given the fact that Made in Thailand won 3 back-to-back rounds in quite a convincing manner, they should have the bank built up to be able to get a buy in the next few rounds, even if they lose, and they have exactly that, especially with PTC now pulling out the Tour de Force to play this particular round. Now Bleed themselves used 2 key ultimates in that round, running back as well as the null command, but immediately they brought the Cosmic Divide with Scary getting a multi-kill in the last round and the Nightfall online. And once again, it is that aggression like you mentioned from PTC towards that mid-link area that gets punished. You don't want to give Bleed this early contact. You want to play deep on side on the crossfires, but it seems like Made in Thailand are instead digging their own grave, going away from what worked for them best and allowing Bleed to chance back into this first half.
I think just those rounds, they got a little bit too confident at this point, and they're thinking that just let's go for duels. And Bleed have at least so just slowed things down. A weird Cosmic Divide coming in to kind of separate.
It's the Cosmic Divide for the B side as they look to set up a fake. But what they don't realize is Conger is still very much present in that site. Happy to let them know, especially now with the 0 point. Guys, there's just one guy here. This Cosmic Divide is a pure fake.
Unfortunately, the cost fight goes all out in vain, and now they have to find a way to enter side. A is completely in guard and check.
Brace your
Three-man hold coming in. The Nightfall is going to be good, but not that great in terms of finding value.
30
Beta
seconds
still
left.
finding one. He can close up the door and let them go in a different direction, and that's what Bleed is entirely doing. They've ran towards the B, where Congarate is still going to be there. From the shadows coming a brilliant TP to stop them. Congarate taking Darion down. Now things getting hard for Bleed to execute. Beta has spotted players as they're running towards second lane, getting in. 11 seconds on the clock. Need to get the spike down. JH puts down Beta. Very crucial for them to get that plant gone. But look at the recon. It makes sure that before they get the spike down, they're going to be losing players, and that's what has been now with this. No time left. It is going to be made in Thailand. Make sure they get the round. But if they did any more, I would say, aggressive pushes, you saw that crossfire where that second lane was also being watched, and also Sky, he was on top of mid. If did that, Made in Thailand would have lost players at the nick of time when they could have won the round, and they don't. They win the round. Made in Thailand getting back into action.
And once again, this round speaks to what the recipe for success for Made in Thailand clearly is against this particular composition from Bleed Esports. You've got to play for time, you've got to play deep on sight on crossfires and contact setups to allow Bleed to come into your hands, come into your crosshair, and then punish them for their continued aggression. Now, Made in Thailand seemingly looking to do exactly that this time, though switching off their setups where you've got PTC backing up Alone Fills on this V side, and Kadoom continuously jump peeking towards that mid area. PTC with his off, misses that first shot though, and will have to back up, and that's B main control gain for Bleed, pulling the rotation towards Kadoom. Look at Bleed, crazy pulling all these rotations while the rest of them go towards it.
Oh, the para is played from Beta, and because of which it buys time for Darion. Buys time for Congarate to fight with someone else. But Beta and Congarate do eventually fail. So we are here with 3v3 situation as the site has been taken over. There is an argument that they can play on with, but they read the aggression from Darion, and Crazy Guy, unfortunately on the lurk, gets punished all the way at B, and now it's all up to JH to save this round after the spike has been planted, but he's getting pushed upon. He's trying to isolate the duel, but BTC is not giving him the advantage. The shoulders are continuously being seen, and JH does not know what to do, and they're waiting for the next guy to come in. Alone Fills as soon as he's here. Look at the way they wanted to push up, but so close, but the jumping shorty hits right on the face, and that's going to be getting Made in Thailand around. Look at how cautious Made in Thailand were there here. They knew it was a 1v2 situation, easy for them to take it, but they wanted to make sure that there are no odds against them.
And we've seen this from PTC before, right? He's a smart, disciplined player, willing to wait for his team to come through. If you remember, even on Haven, where he spotted out Darion going in towards the C site from garage window, but waited for his team to come through before taking the shot. Does the exact same thing, jiggles, buys time, but JH plays that so smartly, man. Realizes that PTC is never going to pick him, so repositions himself towards Gen to catch players off of Heaven. And at the end, it just came down to that short, slight RNG. JH not able to get him down. And the lead, they've got the null command back line with JH2K, and they're going to look to utilize it to get aggressive on the side. But look at this already. 4 members of Made in Thailand present towards the extremities of this site, and Bleed realize they're trying to push it into their faces, and they make it work beautifully. Made in Thailand collapsing and crumbling under Bleed.
Trying to strike, but this is a 4v2 situation right now, highly favoring Bleed here. The only decision that they could make it right is just back off. But Scary, he can try to push up, of which PTC already has the read, but Bleed just pushed everybody to kind of fight, making sure that Made in Thailand, even if they try to fight, take a couple of players down, they do not have any other utilities to use immediately to kind of try and slow things down, and that's the reason that null command was of such a big value here. But in the meantime, Crazy Guy, he's not happy with the players backing off, so he's on the hunt.
Catch this.
And fails though as Congarate, able to pick up that frag. Will slow Bleed down to a certain extent, as they're happy to just take the win in terms of the round. 6-4 in the bag now, and remember, despite all of that initial momentum, Alone Fills for Made in Thailand, for Bleed Esports, even a 7-5 at this point would be good enough, because their defense is damn good. But when you consider the fact that they've got the runner back online in this round, I think Bleed will once again look to do what they have found to be successful for them. Put presence towards one side of the map in terms of one of your initiators, usually Crazy Guy. Pull the
Yeah.
rotations towards that side of the map just to hit the opposite side where you utilize that double duelist combo to overwhelm the defenders.
And you've seen the double duelist combo works so well in terms of like if they've strategized as well. I mean, we saw previously when they used that run it back and knew there should be somebody peeking from market. And yes, the run it back was taken down, but Darion was quick on the trade, making sure the ultimate at least finds one in terms of the first blood, takes a player down in market, which opens up that entire switch area for themselves to take control of and then look forward to getting the round. So I think with that run it back, they'll be making sure either Juicy himself finds value as he's running up on the opponent's face, or Darion making sure he holds an angle where Juicy's run it back is cancelled. Let's hope this timeout on the other end for Made in Thailand call from Lever coach tells them how Bleed are kind of bringing it back, knowing that they need to trade and fight, making sure Made in Thailand are losing players and always Bleed on positive trades.
See though, getting into their face as they stack up this B site on the call from their coach. PTC picks up first blood. Now a 3-man stack deep inside, make it that much harder without Juicy's run back to beat down. Got Darion. Missing all of those blades, taking away him. PTC on his lonesome, holding it down, finds another one with his operator, but the shot he cannot
remaining.
And it's Bleed Esports now with the advantage and an operator in the hands of Darion, effectively putting the nail in the coffin for this round and picking it up for themselves.
I think this is one style that Bleed have understood from Made in Thailand, that when it's a very fast move coming through, they don't kind of read it well and they try to go for trades. Like everybody tries to go in for the revenge, try to look forward to the advantage and kind of give away that individual duel. And that's where Bleed are looking forward to capitalizing. You saw there was still one player left, Beta. There could have been a wait that could have seen, because of which maybe Beta and the other players could have played a duo game over there to try and make this 2v3 work out. But that was not the case. If it worked out CA, there were two players low on Bleed's end, so it could have been a chance. Darion, yes, with the op, is a little bit scary to fight with, but he was low. In case he missed, you could have connected immediately a single bullet and he could have been taken down. That's all ifs and buts that you can talk about, but right now, with around this time, very quick before Juicy swings, making sure the run it back is used. PTC still able to find one on Darion. This time does not let him take any type of angle. Alone Fills puts down the run it back, and now Bleed are running to the other direction, making sure they find a quick rotation, but not the case because Scary has not found any value or info. Oh, timing!
Oh, and the timing, like you mentioned, works out perfectly. He's now still doing this advantage with 3v4, so JH will make quick work of it.
No!
Be able to deny that the flash does not work out as the whiff ensures that JH is able to now secure a 3k. 1v1 though, with Hunter's Fury available for Alone Fist. He's looking to play for that as soon as JH plugs. Upon revealing him, he's able to go for the Hunter's Fury immediately, but JH able to dodge it altogether. Will look to quickly rotate on towards this B side, but he's going through mid, which gives him the opportunity to catch out Alone Fills here.
Oh no.
JH with a beautiful read here. The mind game's coming alive.
Oh!
4k for JH as he bounds in astounding clutch. JH playing with the hearts and minds of Made in Thailand. A huge 4k after dodging that flash from Conger and dodging the Hunter's Fury from Alone Fills and then baiting him in towards that mid peak.
What could have been either an 8-4 or a 7-5. JH brought it to a 6-6. Mind-boggling at this point. This has gotta hurt, CA. This is something that they were not thinking about, that it could have been a scenario, especially with such a lead that Made in Thailand initially made. As you said, wowzers, whatever they kind of try to think about it, it's just going to be hurting their brains that they just made some wrong and uncalculated fights. You saw PTC swinging rafters when Congarad was not ready to fight. He could have waited for the flash and then swung. PTC went down, Congarad was alone. He throws a flash, a brilliant 1v3 he could have gotten down, but he was also nerve-wracked at that point, seeing three players together and just spamming him. Eventually, the flash cleared, and Kongarid was also taken down. So, Made in Thailand made some wrong decisions in a couple of rounds, especially those rounds where they went aggressive, right? I think all those rounds kind of broke the confidence a little bit for Made in Thailand, and now we are seeing Bleed gaining their confidence back.
Like the aggressive positioning for PTC towards B main and A main, but when they went a little too much further, like towards mid lane, we saw one round peaking all the way towards mid top. You could see Bleed were ready to punish them, but those last two rounds, just a slight whiff from Kongared, combined with some beautiful gameplay from JH, getting them now equalized scoreline in this first half, just like we saw in Haven. Made in Thailand will be hoping the second half is not just like we saw in Haven, as that will mean Bleed will be able to secure their spot in the upper bracket finals. Now, talking about the pistol, Made in Thailand is to easily secure a B-side hold. But look at PTC. Bleed are looking to hunt him down. He's managed to get himself all the way into his shot, and he's going to be a pain in their backside. Potential huge lurk, but he needs to make it quick, otherwise Bleed are just going to force deep into this B side and go for the retake.
Just like PTC, Bleed have left their own, crazy guy. But now with a lot of time going away, and especially Bleed making their way into side, they're looking forward to going for the duel, and Juicy still finds as the door goes down. Unfortunate for PTC to find no value, but Kongarid finds a way to shift the numbers to even, and he's not stopping over there, pushing second lane, getting another one, and now they know the position, but it's all up to Scary. Even though he took Kongarid, who put a stop to the second lane, Kadoom comes out with his own 3k and gives Made in Thailand a much crucial pistol round to get back that momentum. PTC was so crucial here, CA.
Yeah,
that time being bought.
Also, the awareness to realize that Bleed was running it down mid, elected not to stay at mid link and just get one instead to play for the late lurk, escaped into that A-shot area, and ensured that his team had the secondary option in that lurk to pull off the round. Made in Thailand with a crucial pistol, starting this round off strong, already ensuring that it's different from Haven in that regard. Bleed, on the other hand, on the scene now, stacking up both extremes, playing for A main and B main. They want to fight it early, but that smoke of a flash from JH yields zero value. Nobody from Made in Thailand caught. Instead, it's a double kill picked up for them. And now with that man advantage, they look to likely push it to C side.
But there's still Darion. And Kadoom has been tagged up. So if he gets hit again, he's going to be going down. The man will be dropped. Darion's position spotted, but still a connection from Darion. Quickly traded out, but look at Juicy. Buying time and looking for to connecting a headshot. He does get actually hitting through the wall, but that's the only thing he'll be allowed to. Crazy guy. He wanted to see if PTC this time as well would be lurking around and waited at mid. Nothing to be seen as Made in Thailand make their way to side, get the spike down, and mostly the round without losing any more players. Kongarid is super low, but look at the way Made in Thailand have made sure that he tucks himself in and doesn't come to a duel.
1v4 now, crazy guy just looking to cause some damage, cause some havoc in the minds of Made in Thailand, but with just a classic, not going to be able to do much. Waiting for the exit frags, but with nobody from Made in Thailand electing to exit towards Heaven or towards A-shot, it should be 4 weapons saved up for Made in Thailand, guaranteeing them a strong bonus going into the next round.
More than happy. They again pull back the lead with the loss, but again gap that they had created previously, and now that they have, there's a difference. That in the first half, it was a better one for Made in Thailand, which made us hope that maybe if they create a bigger gap between themselves, Bleed might have a tough time in their defense. Starting on this attack for Made in Thailand, they've made it possible. And one thing that we were worried about, it might now come actually into reality, but it will depend if Made in Thailand are able to win the round. Then the defense that we were worried about, Made in Thailand just told us that we have figured out Darion, Juicy, as well as entire Bleed's composition, how they want to play.
Why round for Bleed, extremely crucial. To build up the economy, get that operator on Darion, effectively function as a pseudo anchor, pseudo sentinel of sorts, and be able to help them with the gaps they have in their defense currently without that chamber in play. Now made in Thailand, they fall prey to Bleed. The first blood given away does slow things down to a large extent,
them down.
especially with Kadoom taken down. So Bleed in a comfortable position to just play crossfires, knowing that there is no Jet to smoke dash her way in and disrupt them.
Crucial kill that Juicy got over there, and now things have just slowed down. They're looking forward to the smokes regenerating and then looking forward to making a hit. But in the meantime, PTC is also sent to check in case he finds any value to bring it to a 4v4 situation. But with Darion as well as Juicy at B, entering this will be even tougher, along with Crazy Guy setup with his utilities. Sends the haunt again, still knows that there are players here. And now with only 30 seconds, look at how much
30
more time
seconds
that they
left.
want. Hot hands will not let anybody cross up, but they're still counting on B hit. 20 seconds to go. And it's going to be a fast one. Oh. First opening, 4v4.
4v4 on the map, and
Last
Lead
player
trying to play
standing.
defensive angles to
Spike
hold it down, but
down,
Lone
B.
Phil still managed to penetrate his way onto side. He's gonna have just enough time to get the spike planted, and the Hunter's Fury online if he wants to use it proactively to deny them, but the suppression comes out. The 0 point is clutch.
Cannot use anything.
Lone Phil's in an impossible position, playing around these default boxes, hoping to isolate these 1v1s, and he's able to do exactly that. Picks up the first RNG head, but Scary coming up huge will deny that from the side of Made in Thailand, and able to ensure that Bleed pick up the buy round, but that's a heavily damaged buy round, Lucifer.
It was a bonus. On the other end, it was a heavily damaged full buy round, as you mentioned. Made in Thailand made it seem possible. If it was a little bit in terms of the health advantage there for Alone Fills, he was left on 50, whereas a complete 150 on Scary. If it would have been maybe even on 100, I feel like maybe Alone Fills could have come on top of it. So, therefore, it was a close battle. But look at Leaf always coming in clutch with these timeouts, and always after these timeouts, we have seen Made in Thailand find value. Now, again, it's still in Made in Thailand's hand in terms of the round differential. There's just one round away. They're the ones who are going to be getting the full buy, and Bleed, just as we said, they are going to be the ones facing the economy deficit because there was only one person to have the weapon as he was getting the defuse.
Absolutely, and now for Bleed Esports, moment to really breathe and talk about what went wrong in that round, because what looked like a solid round with Kadoom going down early turned into a close affair with Alone Fills popping off. But instead, once again, we haven't seen the timeouts from Legia so far across this entire series. He has the trust in his team, and it has been a timeout from Leaf instead here, helping Made in Thailand ensure that this next round, the buy round for Made in Thailand, goes ever so smoothly.
Super crucial here for both the ends right now. Crazy Guy, he's not the one on the Guardian, but it's going to be Juicy. Irrespective of the weapon, he just snaps and connects a lot in terms of those headshots. So, Made in Thailand need to be wary about weird weapons on Bleed's hands. And that's the reason it looks like Made in Thailand want to play this slow, looking forward to any aggression. PTC was just checking mid, but then he backs up from top mid, and this gives Darion along with Juicy to get complete control of mid, and they've cut things off right now. And checking B main, they see there's nothing at B main, so it should most probably be a hit, and Crazy Guy can rotate. But in the meantime, look at the push through catwalk that's coming in. Scary did spot out Kong Garrett's head, but Kong Garrett was unable to see. And now this is going to be a quick hit coming in. They've already rotated all the way around. Unfortunately, the trademark is all the way at B, and this gives them the wrong idea that maybe their backs are clear. But to check that, Vita has already gone up. They are worried about it.
Oh. 5v5 on this post plant. Now Bleed going to retake, but the 3-man flank is where it all comes down to. It's Scary. Puts down the first player and already has information that the second is towards Wines. But the shock dart to drive some information. The drone coming out as well. 4 players held down by Alone Fills, but not for too long. The fragment displaces him, and it's Zerion to take him down. 3v5 now. Crazy Guy ensures that the crunch comes down, but the Doom doubles down with the collateral. PTC with yet another, and suddenly a 4v2 converted into a 1v2. Which came from his lonesome. Made in Thailand put a rabbit out of their hat and get a huge round for themselves.
Wowee. all of a sudden I thought it would have been gone, especially with the sneak coming up from Crazy Guy from Rafters to eliminate Kongarid at Jenny. I thought it's a done deal, but thankfully they did deal with that. And then the players at A main, and also kudos to both Beta as well as Alone Fills to buy time, do slight damage, which was very necessary as they could just gun down players who were standing at A main, and which gave Made in Thailand the advantage. And look at Bleed. Nothing to play here. Will be on an eco. Yes, economy damage on Made in Thailand as well, but if they get another round here, it should most probably their economy coming back. But look at Darion trying to push up. Oh, a good back off and a support coming in. Alone Fills does put him down.
And 7 on board, and Bleed have already lost the man in this next round. That clutch for Made in Thailand in the last feels like a rising tide that's going to lift up their spirits, lift up the boats, that's going to guide them towards success in this map, hoping to take them all the way towards the island of Breeze. But it's easier said than done. There's still a long way to go, and Bleed is not the sort of team that's going to back down. Bleed is not the sort of the team that's going to give up. So Made in Thailand, they're going to have to stay resilient. They're going to have to be perseverant and keep pushing on. Trying to do exactly that. Now clear off Vines and will set up that A execute. Scary. Setting up a smoke for himself so he can play around it with his stinger. Enable his close range spikes. Will he get the value? He most certainly will, but it's just one.
But on the side, it is a 2v4 situation. Kadum is super low. Juicy is thinking that there should be somebody who should have climbed up. But with Crazy Guy, he might be able to find info, but that's the max that he'll be able to do. A flash to swing, but Kadum is making sure he buys as much time as he can for his team, rather than kind of giving away this fight or losing any weapon. Stuck at Rafters, unable to do anything. But Juicy thinking about a jump to a Jenny, nothing working out. He does have his money back, but not getting down. As soon as the smoke they were pushing, Kongarid will be able to take down Juicy on the trade, but that's all he will be allowed. That's double digits here for Made in Thailand, and it is looking great for them.
Ten-7 picked up for Made in Thailand, and this next round is absolutely crucial. The buy round for Bleed Esports here after their eco in the next round, and if they drop the bag on this one, if they fumble the ball, it will mean that Made in Thailand effectively get a free match point, with Bleed being forced to go on the eco in the next round. Made in Thailand gonna switch up their default, prioritize A main control so they can pick up the Ultob on Kongarid, most likely get that null command online ASAP, while marking the pushes on the other side. And with Juicy and Darion stacked up towards his B, you can be certain for sure that eventually they'll have that itch, they'll want to push. Can they be disciplined? Can they hold it on? We'll have to see.
The star setup coming in from Scary at A-main, I really like it, which makes it seem like contesting it is going to be too tough, and in case they want to try and push, there'll be either a Nova Pulse or a Gravity Well, and even the Nebula coming itself, denying them vision, control, and even fight. And therefore, things have switched up, and they've rightly walked into the trap that Juicy and Darion have put up. If there is no utility play coming in, it might be a dry pick, and they might fail. And that's what happens. Darion gets the first, Kadum is down, a white swing comes in, but there's Juicy who's trying to help, but Beta puts down Darion, a trade for a trade. Right now, it is a 4v4, but Made in Thailand have some problems because they don't have great health to play with. Hunter's Fury comes out. Can he find any value? It's an early Hunter's Fury, to say the least. But Crazy Guy from the second position, second lane, finding value along with Juicy and JH helping him out. It's all up to Alone Fills not having the spike as well. Finally, Bleed finding a round.
And a crucial round to boot, Lucifer, because remember, once again, this was the buy round. Bleed stay disciplined. They allow Made in Thailand to flow into their hands. They don't push in aggressively, and it comes up huge. They're able to secure the buy round for themselves, and Alone Fills, he's just gonna have to save.
Finally, Bleed finding a round, as you mentioned, very crucial for them, because if they would have lost that, they don't have the economy for the next one. But look at how Made in Thailand are also going to be kind of trying to play in the next round. They also lost a lot of weapons in all the rounds that they've won in the past, and that's the reason their economy is not that great. And therefore you can see people are thinking of a couple of hero vandals, most of them figuring a way to save. Alone Fills finally they let that hero handle B because he saved rather than anybody else committing a buy, and it is going to be an eco mostly played from Made in Thailand. On the other end, Bleed with 4 ultimates here. They should be looking forward to closing another round in their name.
Get out of my way.
Play.
Run it back. Available for Bleed as well as the Null Command. They've got all the ultimates they need to pull off a successful retake if necessary. Already got aggressive towards that B site. Okay, Bleed, they have all the information in the world that they need, and now Derion on the flank is going to make sure that Bleed can crunch down on this A-hold by Made in Thailand. Made in Thailand stuck between a rock and a hard place with the running back coming through from Juicy. They lose a couple members, and now they're gonna have to deal with the flank from Derion. Bleed turning up the dials, increasing the temperature as they crack down on Made in Thailand. Look to bring back the scoreline to even Stevens.
Derion has 2 targets, but look at Kongarid.
Spike
Walks
down
knife
mid.
out. Doesn't even check the lobby. Kadum has the blitz. Snaps immediately to Darion's head, but look at it. The other direction, there's already the push coming in.
enemy remaining.
Kadum trying to survive, but JH puts him down. It's all up to PTC right now, with Crazy Guy also pushing B
30
main.
seconds left.
They've let him grab the spike, but he will be surprised from Crazy Guy. But oh wait, he actually is reading this. But as soon as he's getting spotted, Juicy is going for a swing, spots him as well with 36 left. He's still fighting, not at all giving up. But the door closed on him on B. Crazy Guy just waiting at stairs, will be putting him down, and another surprise for him. But this time, he'll not be able to answer. It is going to be Crazy Guy bringing another round for Bleed.
10-9 now for Bleed as they're picking up the pace. Cracking down on Made in Thailand. As well as their economy, Lucifer. I think Made in Thailand can afford one more buy before they're forced into an eco situation, which effectively means if they lose this upcoming buy round, then it becomes 10-10 and effectively 10-11 without that eco for Made in Thailand. And it's especially concerning because Leaf does not have any more timeouts left, so this is going to come down to the team. They're going to have to make sure they reset, stabilize themselves, and try to push through for the win here. Keep their hopes alive in this BO3, but it's easier said than done. Made in Thailand are looking to pick up the pace though, having taken mid control, now can look to set themselves up for a mid to be hit, but just waiting for Bleed's aggression still.
I'm still worried here for Made in Thailand itself. The gap that they initially made, and now with Derion having an op, the defense is just looking better and better as the rounds progress. Bleed might just able to get another round here. There are 2 ultimates on both the ends. Crazy Guy, look at him. If he hears any kind of commotion towards B main, will send a prowler, and that will enable the other players to quickly check mid as the door has been broken. In the meantime, Made in Thailand, with all the chaos that they made, they're looking forward to finding a way to rotate, but not before they get any information. They did not get any info, and that's the reason they're deciding to hit B. Nightfall goes early, finds only 1 player, but immediately look at this. A brilliant utilization of the Null Command, but the Cosmic Divide
left.
from the other end, from Scary, blocks their entry, but still Kadum made his way in. Juicy is able to take him down, but look at Crazy Guy still hiding. Unfortunate, not knowing where the player was. He was trying to just spam him and therefore gave away his position. Back to a 3v3 situation. Scary and Derion is still alive, along with the KO to set them up for success. Oh no, JH falls. The counter wall ban.
Made in Thailand now in
Player
the 3v2
standing.
post plant, and the spam from Veto in that smoke pays off as he's able to land Derion. Scary Guy left on his lonesome, and it looks like Made in Thailand have very much stabilized themselves. They're going to be able to pick up this crucial buy round in their favor with Scary Guy, Scary here, having to go for the save. Picks up 1 exit frag, but it's all it's going to be with the other 2 players going in for the safe exit out of sight from B main. Kongarid has to lose his weapon though, and while that will hurt the eco build up for Made in Thailand, I don't think it will affect the fact that they will be able to get full buy in the next round.
Sadly though, it looks like Scary, even though he survived, he was unable to pick up the operator.
Yep.
Oh, now that again brings a little bit maybe an advantage here for Made in Thailand. Not having the op on Darion, which could have been a huge dent for Made in Thailand in any action that they took, especially with the aggressive hold that Darion loves. But look at this. This time they're stationing for an A hit coming through, which is being read. Quick Stars plays at the A lobby, making sure that they don't have a chance to enter. But the dodge on the knife is brilliant, which they want to make it seem like, okay, there's no action happening towards A. But Bleed are not falling for it so easily.
No.
Patience game here, CA.
Exactly, the game of chicken here. As both of these teams wait for each other to fall into their hands with no key ultimates available as well. It's going to come down to that one crucial moment where it all goes down, and it's all going down now. Scary spotted out by the recon, but he's crucially behind the stone box where he cannot get spammed, buying a ton of time, but that's all it will be for Scary, as he's not able to get any frags. And while JH responds with a couple of his own, it's Made in Thailand picking up the advantage once again. As Bleach stuck in a 2v3 lead take will now give away map point to Made in Thailand. And I think we might just be ready to set our boats to breeze. Lucifer, Made in Thailand look like they're in a great run of form to secure this map in their half and have got the economic advantage to do exactly that.
Oh yes, a huge economic advantage here against Bleed. I mean, they have to just play smart here and very cautiously, making sure they just don't lose out in a hungry duel or a revenge to just find a trade and equalize the numbers. So, otherwise, I feel like it should be Made in Thailand closing this map off. What a way to find this read. And as we did worry about Juicy with the Phoenix, it has become a worry for the team. You can see he has done how much he could have done, but we have not seen that Juicy completely flourish. It was the same case in Haven, but because he was Arena, the team was able to help. Now, with the round started, you see Kadu, Therion wanted to go a little bit aggressive, was fighting with Beta, but he backed off at the right time when the top mid players were trying to go up and try to eliminate him. So still 5v5 situations from both the ends. Pings coming across that they will be checking every corner, making sure that there is nobody hiding or tucked, and then immediately going for a rush. There is a player hiding in vines, so Scary and JH, this combo will be very crucial. Kadoom, oh, is he going to be good? No, but PTC finds the trade. Recon gives away the position. Darion has repositioned looking for a headshot, but he's connected actually a body, so super low is going to be Kongared if he wants to push up.
4v4 on the map right now is Made in Thailand are quite scattered, but similarly Bleed are too. Amongst all this chaos, Beta has got himself in advanced position towards his mid site. Here's the audio
30 seconds
Juicy
left.
coming out, but Juicy Spidey senses tingling. Knows there's a possibility of someone lurking through this mid area. 4v4 though does mean that the defense being scattered allows for the attackers to regroup and hit them together, ensuring a man advantage on a particular side. But with time running down, all Crazy Guy has to do is buy exactly that.
Spike
He's able to
down,
get
B.
one, but that's all it's going to be. And a kill traded in for the site over here
planted.
will only favor
Last player
Made in
standing.
Thailand. Conqueror will find another, and now in a 1v3, Juicy with an impossible task. We're going to map 3, ladies and gentlemen, as Made in Thailand will secure Ascent.
What a play coming in where we were worried about Made in Thailand losing it all here. They push it to Breeze. It is right now going to be a land of unknown where we have to figure out what do Bleed have. Whereas Made in Thailand, they seem to be ready for Breeze. A 39 scoreline, just one up. It could have been a similar scoreline that we saw in Heaven, but just the other way around. But the team from Thailand still keeping the hopes going for their fans, making sure that they're not out. Yes, as we said, it's not out of the game. It's out of the winners bracket and then to the loser bracket, and Made in Thailand don't want that happening. Such a good run here. I mean, see, I'm still kind of unable to take it in that Bleed got a loss when they were on the defense.
Exactly, right. That's the crucial part. Despite the even Steven scoreline towards the first half, is the defensive half where Made in Thailand is really able to turn the dials on to Bleed and really make them sweat. Bleed now showing signs of vulnerability, and Made in Thailand truly living up to Batman's words, making sure that Bleed do indeed bleed, taking them down where they are supposed to be at their strongest. But you have to wonder, Lucifer, is that strength become a weakness when you take away Darion from the chamber, and or rather take away Juicy from the jet, put him on the Phoenix, and take away Darion from the chamber and have him play the jet? Because on defense, without that sentinel, it gets quite dicey. But all of this is a set of questions that we're gonna have plenty of time to answer after a small break, where we're gonna see map 3 on the other side. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD and powered by Ampverse. It's me, CA, joined by Lucifer, as we're once again back to bring you map 3 of this best of 3 series between Made in Thailand and Bleed Esports. Bleed Esports are able to pick up map 1, the map choice of Made in Thailand, and then it was a reverse going on around as Made in Thailand picked up map 2, the choice of Bleed Esports. Now we go on towards the final map of Breeze, but before we get started about that, let's have a look at the scoreboard and have a chat about map 2 itself, Lucifer.
Oh, yes. It all went down here where we thought maybe Bleed were the ones to close it out, but we were talking right before we came out of the break, right? It was very crucial here for Made in Thailand to get this victory, is because Darion and Juicy were not given chances a lot to kind of just flourish with kills, just run around the map. I think that's the main reason that we can see Bleed on a disadvantage and losing a map. But on the other end, where we did feel Alone feels a little left out on first Haven, look at him here. On Ascent, he's the MVP with 21 kills, 8 assists, and a 1.4 KD ratio. He has pushed himself way further than where Kadum is.
Exactly, and I think for the side of Bleed Esports here, you can clearly see Juicy not with the greatest of the games, right? 11, 19, and 3 was just not able to flourish on that Phoenix after the initial surprise factor wore out. And I think for Made in Thailand, Alone Phil standing up, for certain that was a huge reason they were able to pick up the map win. But for me, really, Congaret stands out because where, despite certain rounds where he fumbled the ball and was not able to pick up certain kills, you can see he persevered. 18, 16, 14, really showing up with that strength of the KO on the flex, where he is able to not just support his team but also deliver in terms of his firepower. Altogether, Made in Thailand rallying strong, Lucifer, to pick up this map on the second half, no less, which we expected to be strong for Bleed Esports. Now head into Breeze with the expectation that they will be able to continue this form.
I hope so. But let's just quickly take a look at the map veto as well. We've already talked about it before the break, after the break, and now it's finally time to see the last map for this matchup between Made in Thailand and Bleed Esports. Breeze. Made in Thailand have played here, won as well. Bleed on the other end, they've not played in this tournament at least. So it's going to be something very interesting of how this is going to play out here. See, I'm looking forward to Made in Thailand after pulling off a victory on Ascent where we thought it should be Bleeds. Now that they're again going to be starting on defense, reading how Bleed like to play their defense, breaking it open, and making sure not giving Juicy and Darion the initial duels, they've always won the rounds.
Yeah, exactly. And given the score lines as well that we're seeing, right? 13-8 in favor of Bleed, 13-9 in favor of Made in Thailand. It tells you how important momentum is to both of these teams, where getting that crucial buy round when you're 10-10 or 10-8 down can mean all the success in that particular map. Going into Breeze is going to be just as important, because while Bleed have not necessarily shown what they are capable of pulling off in Breeze, Made in Thailand have. Now, this is a double-edged sword, where on one hand, Bleed have data to look through on how Made in Thailand like to play Breeze, but on the other hand, the experience of playing Breeze in that high-stakes, high-pressure moment very much present for Made in Thailand, where the Breeze that they did play in this tournament was their second map in the group stage, where it came down to an overtime, very close matchup, which if they had lost, it would have meant that they would never have reached the playoffs in the first place. So I'd say Made in Thailand much more capable of rising up to the stakes in terms of pressure with this map, at least. Now the onus is on Bleed to show us what they've got.
Yeah, it's all up to Bleed right now. I mean, they weren't ready for a defeat, but Made in Thailand came very well prepared. So there is an advantage that, as you mentioned, Bleed might be walking up with after seeing Made in Thailand perform on Breeze. They have that data to work with. Are they going to capitalize on that data? But again, the match that Made in Thailand played against Breeze was not an easy one for them to get the victory against Sharper. It went till overtime. So Bleed have that data as well. But one more thing with that data they have to be worried is, if Made in Thailand are able to kind of let it go to overtime and still win it out, they still have that energy still in them, and the fighting going on, they'll not let it go easily. They'll make sure that you also give a brilliant like counter, and in case something goes wrong, a mistake which is happens better compared to the opponent team, they just leave that, I mean lose it out in that case. Otherwise it should be Made in Thailand having a chance here to close it out because of the confidence that they've already played. Bleed on the other end, not too sure what they will surprise us with. The surprise is with the Phoenix lineup combo coming in, and with that info on Fade, as well as we talked about having the KO, the double info and aggressive setups that they could do, it still wasn't enough. I feel like Scary was unable to do a lot around his team because they were so much intended to kind of go aggressive that he couldn't calm down that aggression for his team. So I think that'll also come down into how it'll play out here for Bleed.
Yeah, and when you look at Bleed's squad, I think it's really one lineup that screams out to me that we're likely going to see from Bleed Esports on this map, with Juicy back on the jet, Darion on the chamber, Scary on his classic signature Viper, Crazy Guy likely picking up the Sova, and JH rounding it off with the KO that we saw from him in the previous map as well. That going against Made in Thailand's lineup does again present quite an interesting canvas, really, because we get to see both of these teams with contrasting setups in the way they like to play this map. And Breeze can be quite rewarding if you're able to figure out certain loopholes in your opponent's playstyle. If you're able to find certain gaps and exploit them again and again, flanks can be extremely valuable in your particular setup. May that be the attack, or may that be the defense in the way you're flanking them, or that lurks you're able to find through halls. But hey, enough theorization. Let's go straight towards the agent select and see exactly what we've got.
I'm just waiting if I'm not surprised. It should be a normal setup coming in, and yes, thankfully it is. They're not going to be pulling off something boggling, and they don't want to go down to the loser bracket, right? But on the other end, Made in Thailand, they've kind of become very well established with this lineup that they have. Kongarid playing on the Sky, Beta this time a controller switched up, but until now he was playing the Omen. PTC still on the chamber, has been very effective and very valuable, and Kadum as well. And Anol Phils, after stepping up after the first map, I feel like Made in Thailand are also very much ready to fight against Bleed, even though they bring up a normal composition.
Exactly, and the composition for Bleed, exactly what I was talking about. I think it's going to come back to their very comfort, where we saw them playing a lot more different off-meta compositions in the map 1 and map 2. Bleed going back to very much a meta composition, but still sticking to their guns. So I think Made in Thailand definitely have their work cut out for them in this map, but their experience from this map, Kongared's comfort on that pick of Sky, and PTC getting to revise his role as the chamber once again, will ensure that Made in Thailand will make map to witness, will make sure that this map, I hope, goes to overtime and we get to see the very best from both of these teams.
How would it all unfold if in the playoffs, the first match of the day itself pushes to overtime, and then you will kind of get the idea of how better the tournament is even going ahead?
It's exactly the perfect way to describe this tournament, right? We've got the best of the best in the Skyesports SEA Championship, and when the best face off against each other, we get that overtime. We get those map threes. We get blockbuster showdowns as teams give it their all against each other. But it's going to be Bleed starting us off on the attacking side, and Scary has already placed the wall and left the team to play on that lurk, marking that B push, while the rest of his team go in for a fast execute. Bleed able to get the site for free, though, as Made in Thailand want to play this on the retake.
Yeah, look at the space that they've given them, and with that space they're still fighting because of the utilities that they've kept alive. Now with one player lost for Bleed, they're figuring out should we get this spike down. They're also waiting for the refill of that toxic screen, but in the meantime, look at the toxic screen from the other end itself. Now they have to cross. Oh, ever so close was Darion to his death if he was hit with anything, but in the meantime, they also catch a lurker that is Scary, and now unfortunately there's no more toxic screen. A little bit beaten up is PTC here, so he needs to put his life on the line and then fight it out, but before he does, he takes down Darion, so his low HP is still not mattering. But Crazy Guy and Jet, they find one each, but Jet's position on immediately he gets put down. The last person is Crazy Guy. 3 players swinging towards his end, and there was nothing that he could run. Kadum from mid tunnels all the way rotating, gets a 3k and gets the round here for Made in Thailand. Look how happy he is right now.
And we've seen what happens when Kadum starts popping off just yesterday when it was
Yes.
qualification time for Made in Thailand. He has the capability to truly make teams go kaboom, make them collapse within themselves and become that explosive player his team needs. Getting that 3K for himself, now getting a Vandal on this anti-eco. Usually you see a Jet player defined by this anti-eco in two ways. If they're a Jet player who loves that operator, they're going to go for a Marshal despite getting a 3K or even a Sheriff, save up for the operator. But Kadum clearly the likes of, and of course, Off, but getting that Vandal to ensure his team is able to pick up a good anti-eco and carry it onto the bonus. But Bleed will very fast rush in, already getting the spike planted, will be looking to back up and play on the post plant and cause as much economical damage as they can.
This will be a tough one here, CA, because both the ends have buys. So hopefully here Made in Thailand find success, otherwise they'll just lose their economy and they would have to give away a round and it'll be 2-1 if this round is lost. Get the push coming in on the other end towards side. There's just exchanges coming in. Kadum along with his team just gets the team number, equalize it, but still look at it, players are falling from bleeds and the Marshal is not working with the toxic screen. It's just brilliant, which is just blocking the vision. Lineup, can it deny that defuse from happening? They're just sticking it right now. Oh, the shock dart! If not for that shock dart coming in, CA, that defuse could have been done.
The shock dart truly does shock Made in Thailand. In that 3v2, they thought they'd had it done for. They thought they'd secured it. But you can see, I don't think the snake bites actually landed. It was the shock dart combining with the Sheriff shots from Scary that got them the round. And you can see Scary just checking his lineup. We're like, wait, was it that leaf or was it that leaf? They all look the same, man. Come on. It has to be one of these things.
But nonetheless, right now, Bleed have gotten the round.
Exactly.
It is for Made in Thailand to figure out, can they bring it back? Can they pull off a thrifty? Blade Storm's out. Also very quick. By getting planted as Alone Fills is reading it all. And a brilliant use of that snake bite and immediate shots coming with that classic. He gets one, but he's spotted out.
5v4.
Aaron backs up.
On this retake now, Lucifer look at Scary's position. He's gonna sneak through halls. There's no trap as well to slow him down. And with JH buying all the time on his world, with just a Spectre, Scary's going to be terrifying on that flank. He finds Beta, and Darion finishes it off on that retake to secure this bonus round for Bleed Esports. 2-1 now, and Made in Thailand's buy should come online. I wonder, did they go for the operator immediately, or rather, have they even saved for that operator yet?
Very crucial. I mean, I hope they pick the operator out, but doesn't look like it. The Bladestorm was used with Kadum. He also did not find value. Alone Fills, unfortunately, if he would have connected a couple of shots on JH, could have had a chance to recover that Spectre and then go on a rampage on a spree of his own. Nonetheless, right now back on a full buy, even Steven's fight from both the ends. Can Made in Thailand control this fast aggression towards here? They're continuously hitting. What just happened? Beta just gets sent home and owned.
Juicy. Really putting his mark after that, dear. And Made in Thailand, they pay the price. The only round where they bothered to contest this A hit, they get punished. Very likely we're going to see after this round Made in Thailand go back to their setup of just playing it on a defensive note, this A side, trying to deny the plant on the basis of utility. But with this now working out as well, they're going to have to just go for the save in this round, Lucifer. They cannot afford to give up many more weapons.
Yeah. Again, being such a big map, keep losing weapons and economy, it will just make life difficult. Kadum on the elbow wall wanted to see if he can drop a couple of weapons, but the read was there from Juicy, making sure nobody runs away, or at least a contest over there. Should be fairly a flawless round here, not losing anything in terms of their weapon. And also getting the complete site. Yes, they have not taken down all the players from MiTH, but at least for them, they have everything to play with. And also a 3-1 to end it all. But okay, just making more value out of it. Kadum looking in the other direction, gets spotted and taken down. That's going to be a 3-1 as MiTH in Thailand will be able to only save 2 weapons and also drop 1 from bleed, making sure it's not complete flawless.
The timeout now being taken quite early, I must say, from Leaf. Wants to ensure that he can cut down on the momentum Bleed has picked up. I'd be surprised if Bleed doesn't just completely switch it up in one of two ways. We could see from Bleed in this next round with the null command available on JH, a halls to A split, where they use JH as an entry almost towards that halls area and overwhelm all of MiTH in Thailand as a result, not letting them play on the utility denial aspect, or just a direct B hit, knowing that MiTH in Thailand is focused towards his A site after the repeated presence shown from Bleed in these last few rounds.
This timeout is going to be very crucial. I mean, yes, they were only able to save 2 weapons, but maybe they go in for a more investment here rather than just calling a save. So Leaf, his timeouts have been very impactful for the team. So I'm looking forward to again a value out of it. But feels like just those 2 Vandals will be playing and the others all will be jumping to Sheriff and a classic in the mix. On the other end, Bleed are getting closer to their ultimates and now that's what I'm worried about. MiTH in Thailand might lose this round, CA, but the next one you can see there's Juicy also close to his ultimate. Darion as well if he picks up a ult top this time. The next round most probably should be his ult round. So there's so many players from Bleed who will activate their ultimates in the next round if they start getting kills. It might just make MiTH's full buy again in the next round even more tougher. Round starts.
And Reed, once again, they don't care if the timeout has told MiTH in Thailand how to deal with this A hit. They will keep aggressing on towards this A side, keep overwhelming MiTH in Thailand and keep slapping them down. This is Reed making a statement where they don't care about what MiTH in Thailand have talked about. They don't care what Leaf has to say. Reed have come here for one thing and one thing only.
Last player
It is
standing.
absolute vengeance for their loss in the second round.
I completely agree on that. They're looking forward to hunting all the players who MiTH in Thailand and putting a stop to them even before they could say anything here on Breeze. And that's going to be a 4-1 coming in. And look at that, there was not even a second thought for them to activate the null command. They're like, we need rounds one after another without MiTH in Thailand finding any value, any round, any momentum that goes away from our hand. And now with that being said, as I said, there are 3 ultimates online for Bleed. Yes, there are 2 for MiTH in Thailand, but it's a full buy here for MiTH in Thailand on a deficit where they have to catch up to the gap. Operator finally being picked up. PTC has it. We've seen PTC functioning really well. Can he do that
You want to
job
play?
here as well?
Let's
Again, it's
play.
a commitment. Tour de force versus an operator. Tour de force placed towards halls, but the op stationed at main.
I'm too far.
PTC on the operator looking to slow down Bleed on this A hit, but there is no dice. They just don't care. Pushing just as fast, just as strong. This time setting up a Viper's pit with the back of the wall taken for themselves to ensure they get the site. And I love this Viper's pit. Whenever you set up a Viper's pit, you want to ensure that you have one extreme place and one wall where you therefore don't have to worry about that angle being able to you. Scary sets this up on the back of the site, making the retake that much more difficult while still giving his teammates the opportunity to play on the fourth front from B main. A main.
Darion, Juicy in the meantime had popped up his blades, but it goes out. He empties it all. Alone Fills finds a trade, but still the Viper is active. They need to find a way to put down that Viper, but Juicy, look at the timing right between the pyramids and he's not stopping. He's swinging for more. He spotted another 4. Alone Fills could be taken down. He's just finding that small gap where he can just pop those heads off. But look at this, MiTH in Thailand have made the decision that we have all gone and lost the control of what's happening at A, and there is no chance of a retake. Darion still pushing his limits, looking for taking a player down, and he rightfully takes Kongaret down. More weapons being dropped, and Alone Fills also loses his, even though he gets a 3. Does not matter because the round goes in Bleed's favor. The punish that Bleed is doing right now for losing Ascent, they're just on a streak and a run. It looks like a sprint race right now for Bleed here on Breeze.
Yeah. And boy, oh boy, Lucifer. In this situation,
Bleed are unrelenting. They're a force that is nigh unstoppable. Once again, they will hit this A side. No respect given to Made in Thailand. No consideration. But this time they slow down the tempo to a large extent. They're waiting to see if Made in Thailand has gotten desperate and will push in. And Made in Thailand elect not to do so. Instead, they're sitting in sites like sitting ducks with nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. Bleed now looking to hunt them down, but taking their sweet time with it. Will slowly set it up after Veto comes out and Made in Thailand with a broken vine, not even too much to stop it.
Did do a little in terms of damage, but he's still not found any value. Very low is going to be Darion. Shock darts being sent out, but I think it's already exhausted now, so there's nothing more in Alone Phil's bag. Shock darts on the other end as well, coming into the crazy guy this time. Darion, if he comes a little bit further, he might be walking into his own grave, but in the meantime, look at this, JH as well as Juicy wanted something more, and now they're going to be paying a price for it. And a swing comes from Kumkadoom, but crazy guy trying to somehow control this fumble and stumble, but that recall, look at it, is going to be huge, giving away Darion's position, just surviving with the fire, and Made in Thailand look like they might just be able to get it back, but Scary, as he opens the hall door, finds one, and now brings it back to a 2v2 situation, trying to fight with the Yaldrum for such a long time, but still is able to take down Alone Phils. In the meantime, it's all up to the last player who's just made his way here. It is going to be none other than PTC, walks right on the snake bite, gives the read to Scary, and a 3k. Oh my god, the timing for him to kind of open the door like a ghost and just start taking players down. For sure, the players of Made in Thailand are scared.
They're bound to be terrified. Now look at the player cams. They're perplexed, really, confused, unsure how to progress at this point because again and again, Bleed just keep going A. Bleed don't care about the rest of the map. They care about the A hit. Sometimes they slow it down, sometimes they split it up, but they're always going A. The Viper split now coming through, but I'm sure Bleed will look to go A this time away with the Halls to A split most likely coming out. They're just gonna ignore that Viper. Let him be bothered by all the utility Crazy Guy will throw at him with the recon, the drone. And Crazy Guy says, I'll handle this guy all by myself. He also A split now coming alive as Bleed once again take this ace.
Alone Phils tries to put a stop, takes one down, but Juicy is better, takes down Kutum, so they don't have any firepower left. Oh, Alone Phils trying to flush. He backs up, doesn't go to the snake bite.
Spike planted.
Recon sent, but immediately destroyed. No info gain. The back of the Trailblazer tried to get Hall's control, but Juicy immediately watching an angle, and Scary as well takes down Alone Phils. Congarrett, the same place that PTC fell, is going to be the death for the last player from Made in Thailand, Congarrett. And with that, a 7-1 dominating stomp coming in here from Bleed Esports. Made in Thailand still unable to figure out anything to do after their pistol success. It's looking very scary now.
Yeah. And at this point, really, for Made in Thailand, it's looking almost impossible. Bleed have explored so many different avenues through this A side. The fast A hits, the slow down into changing the tempo in the middle of the round, the lurks from Scary towards his Halls, and then recently the Halls to Ace.
Revealing area.
And once again, Bleed will rinse and repeat. This time though, see, Made in Thailand have established a crossfire towards the middle of the site, but Bleed, they break it down like it is easy peasy. Like a piece of cake. Bleed find the safe site, but finally the trades coming through for Made in Thailand makes it a 2v2, but Bleed, they've got the option to as well. Lucifer will look for the rotate depending on the information and the space that Scary is able to create.
This is going to be the first time that they finally maybe go for a B plant. Scary climbing into nest where there's already Beta waiting with the Sheriff. Is it going to be a swing? Oh no! And now that gives away the advantage here. The weapon dropped, but look at it. Beta not going for the weapon. He's not eager for it. He's like, I have my Sheriff. I've done a lot in terms of the Sheriff fights. And Juicy is walking right into it. It's all about the swing, and Beta connects. A snappy and a thrifty round being pulled from Made in Thailand. Might just be enough to get that momentum, CA.
Definitely should be enough to give them a hope, a glimmer of hope.
Yeah.
see the light at the end of the tunnel really and remind themselves that, hey, we've been in more difficult situations. We've just got to look at it round by round, keep moving forward. But Bleed, man, they will not stop going in. Look at this. Made in Thailand was like, okay, you guys win. We're just gonna sit in A site. We don't care about B anymore either. Bleed in that perfect position, having conditioned Made in Thailand so well to actually go to that B site, but they don't want to stop. They keep going to this A site again and again. It's almost like this is all Bleed. No.
Again looking forward to hit here, but look at this. The toxic screen played a little bit different from the defenders, which kind of does not give them a great access to side. But still the Vipers will go down. The shot that is good, takes down Darion, but look at this, Alonso's pushing up to them. And nobody has the read. He might be able to take two players down, but he's only good for one, looking for the other. But eventually falls to Scary's hand in the Vipers pit. PTC finds on Crazy, guys, so it's a 2v3 situation. They're trying to recover the KO. They should have fought that. Now this has become a 3v2 situation. It could have been a 2v2, but the toxic... The Vipers toxicity over there with the snake bites coming in is not going to be enough. Everybody starts pushing up, and that's going to be Bleed still getting another round at A. And I think it's like a match for them. Once they thought B, and they just fell to their faces, and that's the reason they're consistently hitting A. How frequent can a team be only hitting A like this and the other team unable to figure out anything? And one more thing I want to say here is I think Kongarid is not just having an opportunity here. He's sitting with 0 kills after 10 rounds, CA.
Yeah, Kongarid just not able to play the game the way Bleed are playing it that fast. I like to see Made in Thailand really start going for a lot more flanks. Let the Sova Viper play on the A side to play heavy util denial to delay the plant as long as possible, while the Jet Sky and the Chamber look for that flank again and again. Or even the Jet Sky, the two-player agents would work out beautifully. But instead, once again, they're going to look to hold on to side.
Spike planted.
This time, though, are going to find the flank through halls. PTC and Kadoo moving in. Will that flank finally pay off? We'll have to see.
Kerry is there to go for a check.
Toxins going up.
There's one player on site as well. Exchange of blows coming through, but look at the positioning. It is Alone Fills to Capilla with JH always on the right side of the pyramid. Doubles down, and he's got the back of side for himself. Kadoom's position is known, but Juicy, he was not able to connect the shot, and now it's up to Scary who's holding shop. PTC going for a swing, but quick on the trigger, connects the flick, and now it's a 1v2 situation. Knows where JH is, but JH playing with all the utilities and the time that is there. A 1v1 right now, but no time here for Kadoom to convert. He gets the kill, but not the round, and another being lost. 9-2 for Bleed.
Last round.
Right
in the
idea
half.
from Made in Thailand, but Bleed just absolute macro perfection. They acknowledge that there's a heavy presence coming in from their back, so they move forward to punish the front. They find that Sova Viper, create enough space inside for themselves to delay the flank in itself, allow Scary to hold on. And even if Scary doesn't land the flick right there, JH on the site by himself has enough space to buy the time. Scary with a beautiful flick.
You want to
effectively
play?
ensuring
Let's play.
there's no way Bleed lose that round. And now the Tour de Force as well as the Hunter's Fury coming online for either teams. Alone Fills finds one with Darion starting us off. It all ends up being a trade in favor of Bleed, though. The aggression from Made in Thailand punished immediately.
Right here.
This is the tempo being changed that we were talking, right? They might go for a fast A hit, slow A hit, they might wait for the aggression, and I think these things that Bleed are trying to do Made in Thailand are unable to understand what to do. Because the
Teleport's
first
ready.
pistol round, they did give them space, blocked them off at sight, and did get the retake. But right as of now, anything that they're trying to plan is not working. PTC might have a chance here. Recon again being sent on the position, went to contest, but Juicy was ready for that contact play, takes down PTC, and now it's a 2v4 situation. Up close is Alone Fills. If his barrel is seen, it's going to be difficult, but before that is seen, a flash was set up, and Juicy takes Alone Fills as well. It's all up to Beta, but he's so
Spike
further
planted.
away, and just only a Spectre on his hands.
1v4 now with Beta on his lonesome. The option to save Not really available. This is the final round of this half, and Bleed will get double digits in this itself. 10-2 on
Switching
board
sides.
as Bleed. They are livid. They are absolutely fuming that they had to show this third map. And Made in Thailand are having to pay the price. The punishment from the anger, the vengeful Bleed really coming into play to get this 10-2 scoreline. But while hope is dire and bleak, it is not yet gone. Made in Thailand still have the small opportunity of pulling off a comeback, but it all needs to start with this pistol. You need Leaf to give some insane words of motivation, Jose Mourinho style, in this halftime pause.
We all remember NKT's gameplay, right? Against Oasis,
Yep.
that comeback. So this is still possible. And as you said, it all depends on the motivational words coming in from Leaf, how much that Made in Thailand can do. But for now, as you said, Bleed Esports have lit this map ablaze. Even though this is breeze surrounded by water, it's too hot for Made in Thailand to tread on. It's just like they're trying to put their foot forward and they're just getting burnt. Anything that they're trying to do. That A hit was so frequent that they couldn't do anything about it. They knew that it is a A hit, but still unable to do anything about it. Now, sides changed. A couple more seconds before we start the round itself. Made in Thailand, they have to find a way to separate the players of Bleed. Bleed have played so much together in the first half that anytime Made in Thailand found anything, there was a quick and an instant trade coming in, even before Made in Thailand could say anything about it. So Bleed have been so well on their trades.
And see, the funny thing is, like, normally I'd happily analyze the heck out of a match, but
Revealing area.
who is there to analyze the team just unrelenting down one particular side? And it looks like Bleed will not stop that aggression in their defense whatsoever. Pushing down
enemy
mid,
remaining.
4-man strong, but this time Made in Thailand, off the back of one single recon, they make them pay. This pistol was crucial, and looks like Made in Thailand might just have it in the bag. But let's not count their chickens too early, because we've seen JH pull off bigger clutches.
I'm still worried. I mean, we talked about Juicy previously in a 1v4 situation.
Spike planted.
Right now, it's a 1v2 and it's just pistol. And we know JH pops head. He spotted Kongarid right now. Kongarid is not having a great game. So there can be a chance that they can take him down. But look at the contact play coming in from Beta. They waited for it. And as soon as the Trailblazer were able to spot the swing, Made in Thailand find the pistol. But again, it's only the pistol here, CA.
It's only the pistol, but you can see the size of relief from Made in Thailand players. Every round that they get is a stack where their hope gets lifted up. Every round that they get is a step towards the light at the end of the tunnel, giving them that much more hope, reminding them that they're very much still in this matchup. It's not over till the fat lady sings, and she's not even come out on the stage just yet.
Yes.
Made in Thailand now on the anti-eco. A couple of Vandals picked up, a couple of Bulldogs inspected on their hand. While Bleed running down 5-man strong this inside, looking for weapons and damage. They will find none.
Last player
They will
standing.
send this Bleed.
Zepplin's dead.
Darren at least finds two, but has a sheriff at last. But in the meantime, they're quickly running all the way to B, get the plan down, and then figuring out what they need to do. But in the meantime, it should give Darion a Spectre to pick up, but with only 15
No,
HP left.
Vandal actually.
Oh,
He throws it away. Nice.
wow.
Spike planted.
GG, Darian.
Smart move from him. He's like, I might pick it up and fight, but eventually go down. Why should I even give them a chance?
Exactly, right? He's just 15 HP. Even if he managed to get one more weapon, he is going to give back the Vandal to them. So, taking it away, throwing it off the map, that's 2,900 credits down the drain.
Made in Thailand, still a good decision not to just go and contest Darion over there. PTC sees him, but
Teleport's
nothing.
ready.
Now with the timer gone, they're just gonna let him be there. There's no way he can stick a defuse or find anybody, and they don't even want to give him a chance. And now Beta will be surprised. Playing so smart, Darion. And he's spotting the Vandal.
Beta scratching his head. He's like, bro.
Sad noises on the side.
Yeah.
Oh man, that just smart play coming in from Darion. I mean, it's that moment where you say, right? You kind of. I feel like it's kind of a teabag moment over there.
Yeah,
You
but
did
it's a
them dirty.
strategical teabag.
Yeah.
But hey, nonetheless, it's made in Thailand who pick up a round. It's that much more important for them as they keep moving on forward. Now, the buy round for Bleed. If Made in Thailand get this round, the comeback is very much online. And Kadoom, on that Halls duel, finds the first kill, the first blood, takes down Crazy Guy. Made in Thailand, they are rallying back. They refuse to give up, and their tenacity showing up what they needed the most.
Marion's position
I've
is going to
got your
have to
trail.
contest him. ADS does not work out. He'll be able to back off with the recon was alive. It's not enough. Juicy finds on an own kill, so they have lost this over right as now. Seeker's going out, giving position. Kadoom. Oh, he's ever going huge. He's looking for a lot more. Spotted Juicy through the walls, connects a couple of shots. Carry is still in the hall. Can Juicy also go down? Will it be a 4K? Is there a chance for Kadoom to pick up an ace? Might be all the questions that we right now have. Another flash coming in from Kongarid. He's setting up his team for success so many times right as now. But look at this. Made in Thailand have made enough noise and damage here for Bleed to retreat and call a save.
Buy round was crucial for Made in Thailand, and Kadoom comes up huge, showing up when his team needs him the most. As Made in Thailand give Bleed a taste of their own medicine. They show them what it's like to be at the back end of a heavy hit, and they make Bleed pay. 2 weapons saved, those should mean that Bleed can look for an aggressive push in the next round, put something off, but the Vandal spotted out, the spray available, but Juicy able to survive in the nick of time. Now, 2 weapons saved, we'll have to see what value Bleed is able to bring off of it.
Irrespective whether the players of Bleed have Vandals or Phantoms, the one weapon that I'm feared for them having is the Guardian. I saw JH like switching between the Marshal and the Guardian, finally decides on the Marshal to save the economy. So I'm a little bit relieved here, at least for Made in Thailand. 5 more rounds for them to go. The setup was good, but they were prepared from Made in Thailand. And Kadoom takes down Darion.
They're now going in for the aggressive pick. Kadoom has found a double, and he certainly is trouble.
Spike down, B.
Scary and Crazy Guy off the back of a huge recon. Shot a couple down, but Kadoom is unrelenting. He's become a man on a mission, taking it upon his shoulders to bring Made in Thailand back into this map, back into this series, and back with a chance to win. A 3K once again. Kadoom truly come alive and starting to look like a menace to Bleed.
Yeah, they're hurting right now, pretty bad. Unable to figure out what they have to do. JH, last man standing, will go down, and this time Kadoom make sure he gets a 4K. In the previous round, they denied with saving the weapons. Still not an ace, but as you said, he's on a mission. He's in charge right now in terms of taking his team and making sure they continue their victory streak after taking down Fancy United from the playoffs and walk further in the winner brackets here in the playoffs as well.
And really, when you look back to that Fancy United matchup as well, it was Kadoom popping off, lifting the spirits of his team and being that rising tide to lift up the boats. I wonder if that happens once again. With Kadoom's rise in form, can the rest of his teams step up to the mark? Can they rally to him? Can they give him that backup that he so needs? And show us a performance like we saw against Fancy to secure the qualification? Can Made in Thailand pull off a comeback of dreams and take down Bleed?
Here.
Oh, that's a question I'd love to see.
And again, Crazy Guy trying to challenge, but Kadoom gives away. But he's still looking forward to a late Halls movement right now. In the meantime, Made in Thailand buying a lot of time before entering A. 0 point. Again, they'll be able to dodge it, so no info being gained, but they know it's still here because of the toxic screen being put down. And look at Juicy waiting for the time, just trying to tap it.
And with Bleed committing the Viper Wall towards his A side, they plan very much to fight for sight, and Kadoom makes them pay. Finds the first Gator chiming in for another, and Bleed, they've run out of options already. You need that Viper Wall on this A site if you're going to play on the retake, but with no Viper Wall, Bleed, they're just going to have to save. And once again, this A site has become
a bloodbath really. The waters around these pyramids turning red with the blood that Bleed spilled in the first half, but now that Made in Thailand are extracting back from Bleed themselves.
Completely
Boy, oh
second that.
boy, what a map this is turning out to be, Lucifer.
Yeah, and in the start we did mention Made in Thailand are that team who will not let it go easy. Even if the opponent is able to push them to overtime, they'll be looking forward to closing the map, and that's what they did previously, and that's what they're looking to do now. From a 10-2 to a 5-round stretch is what Made in Thailand have made possible. And it's not looking like it's stopping at all. And Kadum, look at him. He's 20 kills. Sitting tall on the scorecard right now. But finally the weapon that I'm worried about, it's on the hands of Juicy, the Guardian. Come on, don't play with me. First it was Zayach, now it's Juicy. Okay.
They debated, Lucifer.
Yeah.
I think they're just debating whether to go for the buy in this round or not, and I think the final decision has been, let's not go for the buy. Pick up light shears, the guys who saved as well. We're going to go for the full save in this round, while Made in Thailand decide to go for a fast mid to A. The Hunters Fury to clear off the close angles that they have to worry about near CS, and near Orange gets them all of sight and leaves Beta on the lurk, making it almost impossible now for Bleed on the retake with so many different potential angles to worry about. And then the post plant.
Beta, he knows, oh, he saw the rifle edge. That's gotta hurt now. There is a possibility, a little glimmer that maybe Bleed can make it possible. They are looking forward to it.
I like this. Chiming in when his team needs him, finds one. Crazy guy though immediately with the train. Now 2v4 on the post plant. And without much utility available, it comes down to just alone Phils to pull off a massive clutch. He takes down the diffuser, but Scary will be able to find the trade. And yes, should not have enough time to pull off the diffuse.
Ooh.
52 milliseconds, and it's once again Alone Phils, the player who 4K after 4K pushed forward in Ascent to find them the map, now comes up huge to pull out a round that Bleed had almost pulled through. That Bleed had almost clutched, and you can see them scratching their heads, knowing how close they were to taking back that momentum, but not close enough.
It's not enough, as you said. It was so close. I held on to my seats. I was about to jump off if that clutch happened. Ooh, Alone Phil saves today. Expecting another peek on the half wall. Not doing any damage either way, but PTC with his op takes him down. A very early Hunter's Fury, but finding nothing. Darian in the meantime thought he'll push elbow. Looking forward to catching them off guard. Does not work as well. And now Bleed just trying to make some random fast movement and like find a way through the round. It's not at all working for them.
More than random, I'd say almost desperate.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Bleed really running out of options, and I wonder whether we finally see a timeout call by Legia. Surely this warrants a timeout now from 10-2 to now 10-9. Bleed in a very difficult position once again, being forced to save round after round after round, as Made in Thailand punished them again and again and again.
Scary.
And it really is just coming down to fast hits, just the way Bleed were doing. Right?
Yeah.
Bleed just getting taste of their own medicine, with the exception that, of course, Made in Thailand, they are very much proportionate in their love for the entire map. They're like, no, we will equally distribute our love. We will go A side, we will go B side, we will do mid to A. We have everything ready. Don't worry.
You cannot like comprehend us to only one side. We are going to be making sure that you're worried at all directions. And that's the reason we can see Bleed making those desperate moves, running everywhere, trying to catch one or the other way the players of Made in Thailand off guard. But till now it has not worked out. One more round and from a 10-2 we are going to be seeing an equalizer happening here from Made in Thailand, and Made in Thailand pulling up all sorts of cards that they have, all sorts of movements, all sorts of being ready and expecting the moves from Bleed is working out for them.
Alright, we're gonna see yet another setup change from Bleed here, leaving Scary on the sole anchor towards that B side to stack up A and halls, and their read is absolutely correct. Made in Thailand, with that Viper split available to them, are eyeing this A site. They want to be able to get themselves onto that A site on the exec and look for that post plant on the Viper's pit. But with 3 members on site already and the operator holding down halls, this is looking like a possible beautiful side hold for Bleed. But can Kadoom be the unrelenting force to stop them? We'll have to see. The null command pop, Bleed are ready for the fast retake, but the Viper's pit has come on.
Yeah, it was just second too late for the null command to pop off. But look at them, they're still not committing the spike plan because they know they don't have the utilities to run away or fight this. They'll be dumped with utilities.
We think this is all a fake. They backed off. They've gone for the rotation into B side, worried that the Viper's pit that Scary popped into B side might be flanked themselves. But no, the time that the patience and Made in Thailand show instead should now be able to keep them apart. But they're still tapping the spike, waiting for the retake. Will now finally go for it. And so will Bleed.
30 seconds left.
But super low, Kadoom still finds one. Congarrett capitalizing this time. Beta along with it, not dying here. Leaving only the last 2 players surviving. But look at how far Scary is. Crazy guy is hearing all the noises, but he cannot act upon it because he does not have any other help. He's swinging, checking cement blocks, but look at Beta's position. Oh no, Crazy guy misses the opportunity. PTC, as soon as he sees Crazy guy in front, he takes him down and Beta swings and sees from the backside that mid-doors is where Scary is coming. And it's an equalizer. Made in Thailand. Right now, running in momentum, CA. They're literally
Thailand.
a steam. They're in a bullet train right now. They're steaming ahead.
They're in Thailand right now. Their engine running on all cylinders. They're like a Red Bull car in the current F1 season.
Oh,
Nothing to stop them.
not at all.
And Kadoom very much giving his best impression over Verstappen. Leading his team from the very front. Once again, it's time to switch up the sides. We went A in the last round. We're going to go all the way towards B. But look at this time, Bleed. They're going to switch it up on the back of that 0 point. They've got a double flank coming through. Darion finds one. Juicy with another. And suddenly the flank is online and Bleed has got their man advantage. But they finally translate around in their favor in this half because they've won 0 in the second half.
Spike planted.
Flash goes in, but nobody to swing. They're waiting for the toxic screen to drop and then fight it out. Put in their own toxic screen and look at this. Beta, he'll be taken down. Crazy guy takes PTC and it finally looks like it's going to be the first round as they put down Kadoom as well. Even though Made in Thailand were able to equalize, this is that double push from elbow. They were expecting it, but Bleed this time, they waited, timed it slower and went for it a little bit late, which caught the players of Made in Thailand off guard and they lost 2.
10-11 on board now, and that B side not getting the success from Made in Thailand they wanted, but it's crucially the flank. The 0 point set up from mid doors. Josie and Tarion walk in from elbow and surprise the heck out of Made in Thailand, whose entire focus on that B side, on the hold that the Bleed players were able to pull off.
You want to play?
Pushed
Let's
off by the
play.
flank, but I'm sure Blade in Thailand will very much still be buoyant, will be focused that, hey, we pulled off 8 rounds back to back.
Yeah.
There's nothing that 1 round can do to stop us, but we've got the Tour de Force coming online now for PTC. I believe the operator available for Darion. It's going to come down to this chamber versus chamber battle. The chamber diff to ensure we get match point, series point for Bleed, or we equalize it once again for Made in Thailand.
The setup right now is Scary coming in from Bleed. If at least Darion fails, then JH ready to swing. Along with him, if that also goes south on stairs, it's Crazy Guy. So it's going to be a very tough combat here at A. Both the chambers holding. Who's the one who's going to be going for a first aggro peak?
Standing ahead.
Behind the Trailblazer, looking for an entry. PTC, he timed it perfectly. He knew Darion will swing. Gets that entry and Kadoom is in.
Chamber diff is what I was talking about.
30 seconds left.
And it's PTC able to use his Big Daddy operator to bring it online. Kadoom though gets a little too overeager and aggressive, gives away a free frag to JH, and Juicy chimes in with yet another on beta, leaving it down to now a 3v4 for Made in Thailand. They still got that Tour de Force with a couple bullets left, so PTC
will look to chime in, get the slows. But Red now starting to come online as Made in Thailand truly do liven up. Before he falls down, he pulls off the Seekers, which give a ton of information to Made in Thailand. The recon to try and deny the defuse, but no, it's the shock dart that actually comes
One
through.
enemy remaining.
BTC will get another and the shock dart will fulfill it. 11-11 on board. We are primed for overtime, ladies and gentlemen. These two teams will not relent. These two teams will not stop. Neck and neck against each other, giving it their very, very all. What a phenomenal matchup, man. And this is just our first BO3.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's the
Yeah.
first of the day, and the numerous BO3s that we have packed for the day. Oh my god. It's going to be a long day today, CA. It's not going to be seeing a close end. But look at the
Lucifer.
aggression at Hall. Oh, wait, not Hall. Veto.
Lucifer,
Yeah,
I have some good news for you.
okay.
Leeds got 2 Guardians.
Oh, finally. But let's see. Still
See
a
if it
hit.
can find the value that you were expecting it to be. Because Made in Thailand, if they are able to get the spike planted once again, Alone Fizz was able to clutch it out on the back of the shock darts, but the Hunter has got his fury now. And he's sure to make them pay. They need to defend this side, but Kadoom able to surprise the heck out of them. But Crazy Guy with that Guardian you were talking about gets that huge flick. Beta with the trade though will make sure that Made in Thailand trade positively. A 1-for-1 trade in terms of men, but the advantage in terms of the area that is gained. The side control gain. Beta gets the plot and Congrade backing him up. Made in Thailand from 10-2 down, now ready to pick up match and series point.
How did this all happen? You saw Kadoom going down first, but then Crazy Guy for the second thought, okay, there should be nobody pushing up. Beta was also all of a sudden surprised, and Beta takes 2 players down. With Darion also falling and his Viper Spit enabled, making sure there is no way they think even about a retake with just a 2v4. Made in Thailand confirm it is going to be them reaching match point first, and now Made in Thailand still have the Hunter's Fury.
Yes. Wow.
Operator thankfully saved for bleed, but can they find any value?
Match point.
Resilience shown from this Made in Thailand team. The tenacity to be able to believe at a 10-2 scoreline, we can win. The ability to take it round by round and push forward against all odds. Now putting the pressure on to Bleed with match point where Bleed, they have few weapons, yes, but one player on the Stinger. So most definitely Made in Thailand with the advantage, and they left PTC towards his B side, hoping he can get a pick, while the rest of them mark Halls, mark A, waiting for Bleed to get desperate, waiting for Bleed to give in to their tendency, feed their itch, look for information with an aggressive push, but Bleed won't. Bleed are holding strong, they're waiting on site, but is that enough? Lucifer, we've seen time and time again Made in Thailand's ability to force into that site.
Kadoom playing with Inop has also been known. But I think they just exchanged weapon, gave him back
Yeah.
the Vandal. So.
No, I think he had an extra Vandal ready. It's the last round, so
Oh,
probably
yeah.
spent. Yeah.
Revealing area.
Looking at the toxic screen, it is most probably going to be an A hit. With the null command coming alive, they're making sure that
Oh
they
my
don't rush
God.
in. But look at them, they're just
Get
buying
out of my
time.
way!
Made in Thailand currently playing with Bleed's minds.
They're
They-
playing with everything, CA. The ultimates, minds, as you said.
They're toying
30
with their
seconds
emotions. The null command now over. Made in Thailand looking for the execute. But Kadoom whips all of his daggers. The JH, the two player with the Stinger, getting that initial kill. Crazy Guy chiming in with another. And the Hunter's Fury will not find a single kill. Against all odds, JH and Crazy Guy, they hold down the site. But get a
left.
2v3 on board. Alone Fizz will get the trade and now look for the plant backing up.
One enemy
He's trying to
remaining.
move it for the clutch, but Alone Fizz with a random shot
One
to take
enemy
down
remaining.
Darion. It's Juicy, the man, the myth, the legend
shot.
will not
Attackers
fall
win.
down for Alone Fizz for a comeback win from 10-2 down. They find the win and you can see how damn much it means to them.
Take a bow, made in Thailand. You have gone above and beyond today to get this win. You are absolute freaking legends.
Insane plays coming in. I mean, Alone Fills to go aggressive over there a little bit to try and find something in random spray and getting a kill on a headshot. And then their positioning was just so goddamn good. And also Alone Fills to immediately reposition his crosshair, because we saw, right, how quick Darion was there about to just shoot him. If it was not for the animation, Darion might have just gotten that and pushed that to an overtime. Alone Fills, two big rounds, this last one and a couple of rounds before that, that he pulled off such an amazing play, that shock dart and PTC combo. Ooh. See, I need a breather.
That's one of the best maps I've got the pleasure and the privilege to cast in a long, long time. Thank you, made in Thailand.
Yeah.
What a phenomenal comeback. Oh my lord.
At this point, Made in Thailand have not just won, they've won hearts of their fans and anybody who was maybe rooting against them. They're like, if a team like this is able to do something, you have to write history for them. They're legends.
This is the made in Thailand we were expecting in the first matchup we saw from them. This is the made in Thailand we were expecting throughout this tournament. And when it comes to cut and dry, when it comes to the moment they need to turn up the most, it's every single player. Kadoom leading the resurgence.
Yeah.
Congaret chiming in when it needs the most. Alone Fills being that foundation, the backup for the team. And of course, how could I forget every single one? Just beautifully done from every single player from Made in Thailand. This is a comeback that is going to be in their minds forever. This is a comeback that is going to give them that momentum for the rest of this tournament to now aim directly for the top. Doesn't matter who comes in between them. Doesn't matter what lead is taken. Made in Thailand, they want the championship. They want it all.
Yeah, with this, this was a championship performance, if you want to put across. I'm having the heebie-jeebies. My hands is still, look at this. I cannot keep it straight. I'm pretty sure that's the same thing that happened to Bleed. They could not keep themselves afloat. They could not stabilize themselves. And especially in the couple of rounds, you could see in the way they wanted to fight. Those desperate moves coming through. And to keep your composure from 10-2 to a 13-11 victory says a lot about Made in Thailand as a team, as an individual prowess that they had.
Absolutely.
And it all goes to say that that one individual player who started off ignited the dynamite in them all. The TNT just started taking down players from one after another. Let's jump into the scoreboard. Kadoom blasting everybody off their waters. The scoreboard telling us that it's a 13-11, but I want to see who's going to be the MVP. I think it should be Kadoom
Has to
rightly
be,
leading the
yeah.
charge. 21 kills. He ignited the flame, CA, in that first 5 rounds on a spree of 3Ks, 4Ks that he got, and then it started off with PTC, Beta, and Alone Fills as well, and Congaret, who was not having a good time, right? Him to come and play with his team to help as much as he could with the flashes, seekers, and the heals coming out on live. I think the Trailblazer information as well. Made in Thailand. I'm out of breath, even though I want to kind of try to suffice what they did.
It's really Kadoom, man. Finding that huge run of form for his team. Really making Bleed's form go boom. Bringing them alive, bringing his team, just making them bloom. What an absolute massive performance from this player. That's what you want from your star player. That's what you want from a player who you look to pull off not just these rounds but these maps. And Bleed just falling short. They are going to be extremely disappointed, but thankfully for them, we've got double eliminations.
Yeah.
I would be so sad if this was the end of the journey for one of these teams, but it is not. They get one more chance, one more opportunity to prove themselves.
Yeah, one more chance. And I think Bleed will be looking forward to keeping their composure the next time when they kind of face off Made in Thailand, because Made in Thailand, the sheer guts that they had to keep fighting. You mentioned until the fat lady sings, it is not done, and it was nowhere close to the fat lady to be even introduced. Made in Thailand, man, it is one to go down in history, and this one map. Previously, also we mentioned that Made in Thailand have their composure here on Breeze, and now for any teams to even think about Breeze or against Made in Thailand, it should be an insta ban.
Yeah, and I have to say, like, while Kadum is definitely the MVP of this map, the MVP of this series for me is 110% Alone Fills.
Yeah,
The most consistent performer on this team, time and time delivering when his team needed it the most. Alone Fills, hats off to you, man.
true. I mean, we thought maybe it would have been Beta with the lineups coming in. He was playing so back, but it was red from Bleed, and Alone Fills lifted that responsibility, knowing that he had to do it for his team. Shock touch, and then always making sure whoever he was playing with to like have that communication, right? I'm looking here, you need to pay attention to this position, to have that sheer proper communication, having clear comms. I'm pretty sure that was the case, and that's the reason we see Made in Thailand get on top. On the other end, maybe Bleed in Thailand, I'm sorry, I mixed up the names as well. At this point, that's
Well,
what the
Bleed
thing.
is certainly bleeding in Thailand, I'll tell
Yeah.
you that.
That's the match that we just saw. I mean, one or the other way, Made in Thailand have proved us, as you said, they are looking forward to the championship, and they've proved us that they're a championship team.
Reverse sweep in this best of three after losing their initial map. A huge performance in map two, a strong one to beat down Bleed's defense, and then an insane comeback in the map of Breeze, showing that this map, they may fall, they may come down to their knees, but they will never lie down.
And
Made in Thailand pick up the win, moving on to the winners bracket.
that too, to find success the same way Bleed just kept hitting A, right, to counter them, showing that we'll do one better and show you how we'll be able to pull it off. Oof. I don't know, see, at this point, I'm like, okay, this is the playoffs first match. It was not even winner brackets final or even the grand finals in the playoffs. Uh, I think we should send it off to a break as well, because we have the next match. Okay, we have the brackets to jump into before the break itself. See, I think everybody's worried to who will be playing against Made in Thailand. At point might feel that, see, the team in the winner bracket will be like, let's just go to the loser bracket just to dodge Made in Thailand.
But then you've got Bleed.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Bleed will be coming back with a vengeance. I'm sure their support staff will not be happy. And I have to mention along the lines, I'm very surprised that we didn't see a single timeout from Legia across this
Yeah.
entire matchup.
I was surprised. I mean, when we saw so many from Made in Thailand, and that too from Leaf instantly, right? Even though they were riding the high from Made in Thailand, having the round advantage, Leaf always called the timeout, making sure, okay, Made in Thailand, you guys are playing together, right? You're not taking the momentum and shifting yourself in confidence and going for these individual aim duels. We did happen in Ascent in between, but Leaf always composing them. So Bleed, I think they should look forward to hitting that timeout and putting a stop to Made in Thailand when they're pedal to the metal.
Yeah. Made in Thailand moving on to the winners bracket finals, one step away from securing their spot in the final playoff stage of the SEA Championship, will now set their eyes as they lay back, put their feet up on their desks, indulge themselves in some amazing food, I'm sure, and get ready for the Filipino Val Clasico, basically,
Oh,
between
yeah.
Naos, Esports, and South Built, a rivalry for the ages. Over this entire year, these teams have gone back and forth. They'll have to duke it down one more time in the SEA Championship.
How has it come to be to a place where we did talk about that Bleed have had an upper hand against Made in Thailand in the previous matches, but today Made in Thailand was set out to prove a point. And now, yes, Bleed Esports will have that vengeance and the blood boiling to get back, but we would have to wait for it. Jump into the schedule. As CA mentioned, we are not done for the day. it is going to be the Val Classico on both the ends. The Indian region is going to be happening soon at 5 p.m. That's about to start, but here in the Filipino Val Classico as well. Now, clean run for them, but on the other end, South Belt have had their fumbles but have been the second best team in Group B, and they're looking forward to challenging the Kings.
Yeah, man. And I am holding my breath for what the next matchup is going to be.
Yeah.
Given the fact that we've seen such a close matchup already, I don't know better. So we'll have to just wait and watch. I know all of you have run out of popcorn with the insane entertainment we've got to witness. So we'll give you a small break to go refresh your snacks, but don't you go anywhere, because this entire day on this Sky Esports channel, we've got blockbuster after blockbuster after blockbuster coming. We'll see you after a short break on the other side.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship, presented by AMD and powered by Ampverse. Now, you saw me on the desk for the banger match earlier today. Before the second banger, I had to get my boy online. Welcome, Crips, to the desk. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling refreshed, CA. Although I don't know if you'll be feeling the same because
Oh
after
yeah,
that tiring comeback, my goodness, I'm kind of jealous that I wasn't with you in the
yeah.
previous game
I figured you were
because
gonna say that.
yeah, because so when I was watching the game, it was like 10-2, and then I'm like, huh, cool, this is gonna end early. Went away, started to get ready. I got my clothes, I got ready and everything, and then I'm like just waiting for the game to end, and it just doesn't end. And I'm like, okay, it seems like we're going the distance on this one, and in the most surprising of turns, MiTH beat Bleed, and I honestly thought that was a big upset. I was under the impression that Bleed have this in the bag, but hey, this just makes the tournament so much more interesting. And the only
Exactly.
thing that can top it are two Wild Classicos. The first Wild Classico was obviously the Indian one. It's Global Esports versus Velocity, which my friends Sparrow and Captain Price will be casting on the Hindi stream. Right here, we have a clash of the two Filipino giants, South Built versus Naos Esports.
Exactly. And let's have a look at the brackets really. Um, give a recap to all of our viewers for what went down today. So, what Krips was talking about earlier, if you missed it, I don't know what rock you were living under. Please go back and watch it. Bleed versus Made in Thailand Esports with a phenomenal comeback. Made in Thailand secured their spot in the winner brackets. And like Krips mentioned, we're going to be seeing the Filipino Wild Classico now between Naos Esports and South Built Esports. And tips to answer your question, I think for all of us, this point stands true. But in general, 2-0s and like quick matches tire us out more than these crazy comebacks and overtimes because it almost feels like I've got a pump of adrenaline pushed into me. You know, I feel reinvigorated. I feel full of energy and passion. And I feel like I've seen the best of what the day has to offer, which is why it's going to be a big challenge for Naos and South Bill to live up to the match we already saw.
Exactly. That was a match of epic proportions. I doubt this match can top that, but hey, this is once again a somewhat of an El Clasico of the Philippines. So I'm hoping that even if there's no crazy comebacks or anything as such, I'm sure there will be some of the other amazing storylines which these teams have built for each other over the years, and we will get to be a part of those wonderful storylines.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how these storylines unfold because on one hand you've got Naos who were nigh unstoppable in the group stages. Let's have a look at their roster where every single member was popping off. The key players who need to look out for continuously were Kakarot and Moyer. Blurred, J, and NDG as well, with astounding foundation provided to the entire team, made this roster a force to be reckoned with. But if Kakarot and Moyer have a bad day, I don't see Naos performing to the same level, Crips.
Well, if Kakarot and Moyer are the only people that Naos can rely on, then this team is in trouble because South Built may not
True.
have shining stars as such, but they definitely have a roster of five valuable players who can bring the heat whenever they are required to. Sure, there are people like Papichulo and Pro sometimes who shine beyond measure. Aziz obviously is destined to shine because he's the star player, quote unquote star player of the team who's supposed to make the plays. But let's be honest, this team is not the kind of team that relies on hero performances. They have the ability to step up individually, yes, sure, but I think it's more or less to do with the whole team playing together as one cohesive unit. That's what brings the success that South Build really have up until now. And in a match between Naos and South Build, sure, there's a lot of people that you need to be on the lookout for, but South Build kind of rely on each other more than Nows do, I think, because Aziz, even though he's the star player, he does require Papichulo's setup sometimes. And while Pro is an amazing lurker on his own, he does have to rely on Flippy for the callouts to make the moves and get that timing right. So between the two of these teams, I'm just hoping that we get a cracking good match.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in that regard, I'm excited to see what maps we've got on the table. So let's have a look at the veto. You got the fracture ban from Naos instantly, respecting South Build's presence on that map. The breeze ban from South Build, one of their permas, really. And Naos pick up Ascent immediately. while Southbuild pick up Haven. And now that's a curious pick for me. Ascent, I can understand for Naos. You've seen them really pull out all the stops and go all the way through, even against Fancy United, a 30-round Ascent, which they were able to win. But Haven is a map where Naos looked extremely good and innovative in their own regard. So the reason Southbuild picking it up, it tells me that they've got some plan of sort, Crips.
Oh, definitely. They do have a plan. And to fully understand that plan, we'll have to take a little history lesson over here. Like I said, this is a Val Classico of sorts. These teams have faced each other countless times over the last year. 6 times to be exact. 4 of those times was in the VCT Philippines season 1. Imagine facing each other 4 times in the same season. In season 1 of VCT Philippines, Naos was able to win 3 best of 3s. Meanwhile, Southbuild was able to win only 1. But Southbuild get the last laugh because the match that they were able to win was the grand finals of VCT Philippines season 1 challengers. After that, the score obviously lies in the favor of Naos Esports. The overall 6 games that they have played with each other, Southbuild have won only 2 series up until now. Uh, and the most recent series took place on 1st of October this year. So that's the most recent match that these guys have faced each other in. And in that particular game, there was a best-of-3 where Haven, Breeze, and Bind were picked up. Haven was amazing for Southbuild because the last time they faced each other, Southbuild won Haven with a scoreline of 13-2.
Yeah.
That's a dominant scoreline. 13-2 is a ridiculous amount of score, and I think that's exactly why they've picked up Haven. Sure, recently Nows do look a little more stable, but I still think that Southbuild have the upper edge on this map.
We'll have to see for sure. I think it's also going to be crucial for which team is able to pick up the win in map 1, despite it being Naos' pick, because it really does come down in an El Clasico of this sort in the mental battle between IGLs and the players themselves in terms of the duels, right? So with no further ado, let's head on straight over to the lobby of Ascent and find out if any of these teams have something special in play. Unlikely, but it never hurts to hope, and they're not. Never mind. This is going to be standard lineups for both teams here, Crips.
The standard lineup, yeah, no surprises really, right?
Yep.
The only thing that kind of stands out for me is that Killjoy pick because there was no Killjoy the last time Naos played in Haven. But I guess that's good because the last time they played Haven against Southbuild, they kind of lost in a terrible fashion. So I'm glad that they got rid of the Killjoy. That being said, I'm sorry. I said it the other way around. There was no Killjoy last time, and now they've picked it up. So I hope it kind of works out for them. But on the other side, nothing really stands out for me. It seems like a pretty standard composition. The major differences obviously will be the Killjoy being picked up in place of the Chamber. So Jar definitely has to show us some ridiculous and nutty moves. But other than that, the Astra kind of helps set up quite a lot.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what I'm excited to see is the contrasting Sentinel battle that we've got, where we've seen Jaw on that chamber be also aggressive, right? We've seen him almost utilize it as a pseudo duelist, which is honestly what all of us think chamber is. No lie. But on the other hand, we're saying now is, like you mentioned, with Akasia, Blurred, we've seen him be a beautiful anchor, continuously be that steadfast presence for his team to rely on to hold down a side. So, very contrasting playstyles, and we'll have to see which one is the one that comes out on top.
Bring them down.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Southbuild starting on defense and Naos on the attacking side. With the spike still on high mid, these guys are trying to make some presence towards B main, hoping to either get a pick or hopefully draw patience. But
Spike
in fact,
down
Naos,
mid.
they
One
respond
enemy
in
remains.
kind. Southbuild Esports have pushed the hell out of mid, and the
One
spike is
enemy
already
remaining.
down over here. Kakarot looking to exact revenge. It's kind of weird because he's now trapped in this awkward 1v1 and Pro knows exactly where he is.
He certainly has an inkling of an idea where he is, knows he was last mid, and expects him likely to go over to this A side. But this is where the history between these two teams comes into play. Kakarot trying to play the mind games and go over to the B, but instead has given away the audio cues to Pro, and Pro reads him like a book. Expects him to go for the full rotation towards the B side. Moves over to mid link to hear the audio cues, and you can see he's laughing and smiling like, buddy,
I've played against you enough times to know what you're gonna do.
Whew. But don't you think it's a bit too bold of Southfield Esports to pick up a fight like this? They just went
Yeah.
all out towards mid, like 4 people rushing down, and they all covering each other's ankle. There's 2 people watching high mid, 2 of them fighting B-Link. The flashes were at the ready. Of course, it's a bold approach and it pays off dividends, but it boiled down to a 1v1, so this could have gone south.
Scanning ahead.
Yes, definitely could. But once again, it is Pro. End of round getting it for his team. In Aziz with a casual no-scope. Gets a headshot. Like, no-scopes are common in short-range battles with that Marshall. In a relatively long-range battle, Aziz just showing off right
One
now as
enemy
Southfield
remaining.
R2. Mowing down now piece by piece. It's NDG who gets one last exit before he is taken down. And South will pick up the round win, though. For now, I think they will be relatively content with it. A couple weapons taken away, and Southbuilt, of course, will be happy. They're just able to pick up the round, move forward into the bonus. But most importantly of all, look at Aziz's economy. Save up for that operator.
Well, at least he's saving here, so maybe we'll get to see that action soon. But it's gonna be a little bit of time before we actually get to see it. For now, Aziz is still sharp on the Marshal, and the way he's hitting shots, I think he can still extract some value out of this weapon. Slow and steady approach by Naos this time. They are aware that Southfield once again on lesser weaponry might go for some mid attack again. And that's why they're just taking their sweet time. The crossfire is also on mid, set up in a way where Kakarot and the Killjoy can play off of each other. But now that they realize Southfield aren't making a move, Naos look to make a move of their own.
Starting off with the 1-1-3 default and no contest towards A main gives Naos a clear-cut way to approach this round. They're going to go for the fast A hit, but give it time to allow the over-rotation coming in from Southfield. You see the KO moved away from that A side towards B, and now they take full advantage. Moving into side, they should be able to get a comfortable point, but my eyes are on blurred here, Crips. He's towards that mid area, ready to cut off rotations.
Oh, but that rotation cuts off only one, and the retake is still pretty difficult for Southfield Esports. At least they boiled it down to the 3v4, so the odds aren't fully stacked against them, and with Papichulo recovering a weapon, the odds definitely seem to be coming through slowly. With him getting another kill, they're defending, and here comes Aziz, up close and personal with the spectating. He can spray anyone down, gets the dink as well. NDG has done enough, but can Papichulo shut this down? 100 HP versus 6, he's got this in the bag. Southfield convert this bonus into a win.
All on the back of that one weapon that Blurred gave away in that look. I think in that position, you've got to maintain just a hidden angle and trigger control. Like maybe even go all the way to A-shot cubby. Allow them to come to you so that you delay them as much as possible. Picking up that early frag onto Jaw meant that almost always Southfield are going to go for the flank in a duo manner. He gets caught out by Papichulo, and we've seen this from Papichulo again and again. It doesn't matter what agent he's on. We've seen it when he's on Breach, on Haven. Now with KO on Ascent, he turns up and pulls off a massive 4K to get a 3-0 lead and the bonus win for Southfield. Absolutely decimating Naos' economy.
The dangerous weapon is out of his hands, and of course he delivers. Blood destroyed, taken out of the round away immediately. And he's repositioned towards mid. Unfortunately, that's exactly where Naos are headed again. And he strikes yet again. Naos, they are terrorized by this man. They're looking to approach somewhere else, somewhere where this operator can't sing the song of
enemy
death.
remaining.
But where the operator doesn't, Aziz does.
Kakarot left on his lonesome here, Crips, in a 1v4. Has to pull off his best Papichulo impression. But can he do it? We'll have to see. Because he's been spotted out, and the team knows exactly where he is. With just a stinger in his hand, this is just inevitable. And it is Pro who will cap it off. Makes it a 4-0 lead for Southfield Esports as they get off to a dominating start in the map of Naos' choice.
Well, now certainly got what they wished for. This is the map, but I don't think it went off to the start that they wanted to. They didn't get off on the right
Yeah.
foot. 2 kills and personal with the spectating. He can spray anyone down, gets the dink as well. And here comes Aziz, up close and personal with the spectating. He can spray anyone down, gets the dink as well. 100 HP versus 6, he's got this in the bag. Southfield Southfield Esports, though, they're just bathing in money right now. Not only do they win the round, but they also manage to keep a lot of their players alive. They don't have to reinvest, and this is where the economy starts to snowball. At this point, now not only need to win a round, but they need to win it convincingly, where they don't need to invest too many weapons into the next round, so that they can carry this momentum forward. Otherwise, even if they win the round, they won't have too much going on for themselves in the long run. NTG has a nice angle over there. Could have caught Aziz off guard, but Aziz decides to disengage. He's more than happy to give up the map control as long as he's just wasting time when Naos get nothing in return.
Now look, Naos in a position here where they have to win this buy round against all odds. They have to win it at all costs. They cannot afford a 5-0 lead for rivals, especially. Like any other team, you can think about a comeback, but when your rivals get that 5-0 lead, it starts being a mental block almost in your head. Ja missing a crucial shot that might allow Naos an opportunity, a vulnerability, using the Nightfall to execute onto site. But Ja, he says, I will miss it once, not
One
the second
enemy
time
remaining.
around. Gets it through, and Papichulo with the double, combining with the rest of his team, secures a 5-0 lead for Southfield. Where we saw a really close match in our first match of the day. Crips, are we going to see a dominating stomp for our second?
I hope not. I certainly came in here expecting a well-contested, close match, but it seems like Southfield Esports have come here with vendetta. They have lost to Naos Esports quite a lot in the future, and it seems like they want to even up the numbers. They want to take things back under their control. Naos, though, up until now, what they've basically done is play their defaults, which definitely don't seem to be working. And after this tactical timeout, I'm hoping to see some full-blown executions, something that will change the pace and throw Southfield off, off their guard.
Yeah. Amix with the timeout is going to have to pull out the Hail Marys. He's going to have all the tricks up his sleeve. The aces in his book. Not now is come back even, just stabilize at least. Pick up a round or two here or there. Get themselves to a respectable scoreline in this first half. Even an 8-4 after the 5-0 down start, I'd say that's pretty decent.
It is decent for Southfield Esports, but now with very little money in the bag and just a bunch of sheriffs, I hope they can take some risks. Like I said, they haven't really done anything super aggressive up until now or rushed down Southfield Esports. They haven't taken the fight to them, and I hope that in this eco they're able to try out something new. If it works, then it's good. If it doesn't, then at least you'll realize how do Southfield Esports react to a fast attack like this. Maybe that information can help you in a round where there's higher stakes and better weaponry.
I really like this response from Southfield though after the timeout. Expecting some sort of aggression or a fast move, they elect to go for an aggressive mid default, and they get a 1-for-1. Now able to reset back onto site, shut down Blur's lurk, and again take an advantage for themselves. And look at this discipline, where Flippy pulls back away from A main, Papichulo starts moving ahead onto top mid. They give up a part of the map and take another back, and now they're going to be able to sandwich Naos Esports. With nowhere to go, Papichulo ready to punish them from the back. Now Esports in an impossible spot, working in a rock and hard place, and they were shut down. Kakarot able to trade it
30
out and
seconds
will
left.
be able to get a weapon, but that's likely all she wrote for him.
Vandal up for grabs, up against the operator. You really want to pick up that battle. Even if you do, there's really no chance of you coming out on top. Hey, at least this backstab happened to them in a round where they had no hopes of winning, where they had only a bunch of sheriffs, as compared to another round where they had mustered up a buy. That would have hit them economically even harder. So it's better that they fall prey to a lurk like this in a round where they can afford to have a loss. But at this point, the alarm bells have got to be start ringing for Naos Esports. They need to come up with a response, and they need to do it soon. Moer has simply not shown up in this match at all. He doesn't have a single frag. Same goes for Blood, as he's having a terrible day. But hey, at least he's got his lockdown.
Now selecting to go for this 1-3-1 default, and I must say it's quite surprising so, considering that defaults have been the bane far. With that Killjoy, Lockdown could have elected go faster, but instead taking that mid control, it's Aziz using that Blaze Storm to perfection to pick up first blood. Now the trade does come through for Jay, and in return they have mid control, but Ja waiting in market, waiting for one of them to peek out. Will his patience wear thin and will he overpeak? That's the question.
I think Shah's patience will wear thin over here. 10 more seconds if he wants something. He does peek, but he doesn't find anything. At least he spots out 2 more players.
Oh, look
And
at
with
Kakarot.
that, he's got the confirmation on almost every single player. But once
Spike
again,
down,
they
mid.
fall victim to a flank like
One
this. Papi
enemy
Chulo has
remaining.
been flanking the hell out of them. Once from high mid towards A main, and this time from A main towards high mid. He takes a different route, but inflicts the same damage. And the worst that could have happened to Naos Esports has happened. A backstab like this comes to fruit in a round where Naos Esports cannot afford to lose. They had worked so hard to get those weapons, saved up for so long, and now they've got nothing to work with.
After the flawless 4-0 in the group stages, Naos are suddenly finding themselves at the mercy of South-built Esports. Naos unable to respond, unable to rally back. They've not been in this position before throughout this tournament where they have continuously held strong. Having said that, this team has most definitely shown the tenacity to be able to pull off comebacks, so they need to take it round by round. They need to
Deploying
just
drone.
persevere and push forward, and NDG trying to do exactly that has found the first blood. The Blade Storm active on Moyer here. Can this be the round that helps them get back? Pro says nope, sit down.
Well, look at the response of Naos Esports. Once they realize that they can't do anything towards B main, the best that they can hope for is reach A in time before South build posts up any defenses over there. This A site is currently unguarded, but Naos don't know that, so that's why they're using every utility they have, making sure that they take every step, leave no stone unturned to clear this site out. But when they realize it's empty, they will be like, fine, at least we are able to get the plant. But what about post-plant positions? There's nowhere they can run to, there's nowhere they can hide. There's already a backstab coming in from A main. Pro hasn't found anything with the Hunter's Fury, but then again, I think he just wanted to use his Hunter's Fury to clear out the common positions. At least now that the Hunter's Fury is gone, a lockdown can be placed without being destroyed, and that's exactly what happens.
Naos using every bit of their resources, their limits to try and pull off the win here, but the fragment actually missing the lockdown could be the opportunity that Naos need. Doesn't matter though, the retake is already successful despite Papi Chulo falling down. Blurred his left on his lonesome. Not able to do much about it. It's an 8-0 lead for South Build as Naos are running dry. Everything that can go wrong going wrong for Naos. They just cannot seem to get into their groove.
Exactly. It seems like Murphy's Law has come alive for Naos Esports, and Murphy himself has cursed them. I sometimes wonder if that Hunter's Fury used by Pro was deliberately done early. Maybe he knew that Blurred is going to use the lockdown. Maybe he wanted to bait it out. Because having that lockdown available in a buy round like this is definitely more dangerous than having it in an eco round. And they knew that the backstab would be able to break that lockdown regardless, so they just used it and baited him into committing the lockdown with absolutely no fruits.
That's the main point. Like, they knew Papi Chulo had a great backstab coming in that could have influenced the lockdown one way or another, either through him directly or with his fragment. But back to this round, the Nightfall, none command combined as Moyer looks to get himself on the side. Opens up his frag book as he as well as the first blood for Naos in this round, and potentially even the first round for Naos in this round. A lot of firsts here, Crips. Can they convincingly pull it off though? Seems definitely the case, but even in a 2v4, given that we're seeing an 8-0 scoreline, I am not 100% assured just yet.
Well, at least it won't be a 13-0, so that's something. I wouldn't have slept right tonight if this 13-0 actually came to life. They're using everything they can to delay.
Last player
One way
standing.
is regular smokes as well. Flippy just goes for it. You realize that this round is gone, so they might as well just inflict economic damage, not let them carry forward too many weapons. But see, now I have another deep unsettling fear. If Naos lose this round, after winning the current one, it's going to be worse for their economy than just losing every single round in a row.
Oh, absolutely. Worse for their economy, definitely. Worse for their mental.
Yeah.
knowing that it's just one round that they had to commit 2 huge ultimates that they could win. They need a round. They need multiple rounds on the back of this to be able to push forward. So they're going to stick to what's worked for them. Heavy, fast hits. They're taking the fight directly to South Build. But South Build, they're not ready to give up. Instead, getting aggressive of their own, once again have set up Papichulo on the flank. And talking about flanks, from the shadows, you see NDG having positioned himself into heaven. Could be a crucial position to be able to shut Naos down, and he does exactly that. NDG finding Aziz early, delays his retake forever, and from the shadows, this beast will emerge and be the light that Naos need.
Yes, but this light can be equally easily snuffed out. NDG now looking to throw his life away to delay as much as possible. He knew that as long as he plays the win condition, he should succeed. Naos desperately need this round. A prospect to committed, so anyone who's playing towards the south of this will have to come through and fight if they want to stop the spike from being diffused. Jay, he jumps right through. He catches Flippy off guard in the middle of a reload. The others get pinged as well with the recon, but Blur has not a care in the world. He will swing everyone and win this round. Now Skyesports stabilize themselves.
2 rounds picked up back to back. Naos will hope to double their scoreline, because remember, after an 5-0 start, 8-4 was looking decent. After an 8-0 start, 8-4 is looking fantabulous. Can they do it? That's a whole different story. Still, like you said, they've definitely stabilized themselves economically as well as mentally. They've got another key ultimate back online on that Killjoy lockdown. So the idea has to be, let's spot out the KO and then go for the lockdown. Actually, they don't care. They're just going to set up the lineups for Heaven. Use the Nano Swarm, set up the lockdown, and instruct MiTH to walk right in. He gets that first blood, though it is traded out. Naos get the sight in return, and that's all they wanted.
Spike planted.
In this 4v4, Naos once again have farmed up their lockdown. And this time as well, there's no Hunter's Fury to stop it.
You should
the only
run.
person who can actually make a difference is probably the KO with his fragment grenades. But it seems like Pro wants to take matters into his own hands. Will they wait it out? Yes, it seems like they've got no choice. 3 more seconds for the lockdown to pop, and they're just going to go towards the outskirts of its radius. And the moment they decide to go back in, NDG gives up his life down to a 2v4. The odds are looking worse for Naos Esports.
Lady remaining.
The Cloudburst keeps him alive for just a second longer, but Moir eventually falls, and Blurred has absolutely no HP to work with.
Here.
A lucky shot onto Ja as he fades away into darkness, but he cannot stop this round. He can't stop the inevitable.
I just don't understand the idea of using this lockdown.
Last
to
round
force
before
blood.
the switch.
Like, yeah, sure, you're gonna buy some time and delay and all of that, but imagine if the lockdown was instead used for the entry, where they could save the recon, the prowlers, everything they use to actually entry into sight for the post plant. That buys a lot more time, not just for the team, but for individual players to take advantageous fights, as compared to the lockdown, which just buys a small amount of space in sight, where the players are then forced to play defensive angles rather than aggressive angles, and allow South Build to bring the fight to them. That's a second lockdown now used for post plant that has failed miserably for Naos Esports, and it does mean that once again South Build have picked up a round and denied the opportunity of that 8-4. South Build now looking to secure double digits in this half and take a 10-2 lead, smack Naos out in the first half of the map of their own choice.
Yeah, that would be a statement. Not only do they win, but also win convincingly. So this just makes things so much more easier for them in Haven. Keep in mind that the last time these two teams faced on Haven, Southfield won 13-2. And I think a similar scoreline is in order in Ascent as well.
Certainly possible. NDG has to scatter like a bunny
Scanning ahead.
in fear of that Odin. The recon coming through, and the Odin strikes once again. It's Kakarot who is the prey this time, but Moir will find the trade. Moir looking to avenge his teammates, moving in oh so further. Now looking to come out of the smoke and strike from the shadows, and does exactly that. Finds Pro and opens up the sight for the side of Naos. But South Build, they will not slow down. Immediately out of the
Spike
smoke, setting up
planted.
for a fast retake in a 2v2.
Yep, and in this 2v2, the odds are as equal as they can be, but Moir tries to
play
peek
remaining.
and give up that advantage. Jay swings once more. Now Flippy knows exactly where he is, just has to play ring around the rosies, and this wall, it's not thick enough to protect him. He can easily get spammed over here. He's going to go around the other corner, and he sees his hip on the other side. Puts a bullet in there as well. and Southfield with a decisive 10-2 lead. CA. I, for one, did not see this coming.
And it's again in these 1v1, 2v2 situations, Southfield reading now is like a book. Look at this, they've got their Starbucks coming in. They're like, guys, can we get this done quick? I've got my food here, I want to eat. I wanted to eat these guys for breakfast. I want to eat my actual breakfast now.
Okay, well, the hunger just seems to be setting in for everyone over here, and the thirst as well. Keep in mind, this thirst cannot be quenched by a Starbucks drink. It can only be quenched by the blood of their enemies. Okay, that might have been a bit too grim and a bit too metal on my end, but hey, they've got
Hey,
Red
that's
Bull
the way I
Starbucks.
like it.
Yeah, that's the way everyone likes it. Southfield like it that way too. But I'm just glad to see that these guys are as relaxed as one can be. As Killjoy likes to say, cool as a cucumber.
Ah, yeah. 10-2 on board now. Amex is sure to have a few choice words to say to Naos, but I actually saw smiles in all of their camps. So I think Amex is just trying to liven up the mood, make sure that his players are not deflated, which I really appreciate. I think a coach's job, as much as it is strategic, is also mental to ensure that the players are in the right mental mood to be able to pull off a comeback. We saw that just earlier today for Made in Thailand. Leaf doing exactly that for his team and helping his team get inspired to succeed. Can Nemeth do it once again from that exact scoreline? Seems unlikely to get 2 10-2 comebacks in a day, but hey, I love the impossible.
Yeah, the odds, the harder they are, the better it is for us. Not the same for our hearts because they might, have a heart attack or anything, but hey, that's exactly the way I like it. We've been seeing some magical comebacks in this entire day. And I'm not just referring to Valorant over here. For those of you who understand what I'm talking about, the word Furia will ring a bell. Either way, that's a different team for a different game. Going into the second half, CA, the one thing that failed for Naos, at least in their attacking half, was that their defaults just got no value. Whenever they were defaulting, it seemed like they were hoping that Southfield would overextend and Naos could punish that. But Southfield never really overextended now, did they? Of course, Southfield did take the fight to Naos, but it was never out of the realms of something that they can handle. It was never a case where Southfield was biting off more than they can chew. So that's why it was always in control for them. I just hope that Southfield don't fall into the same trap that Naos did in their first half.
Trap definitely being set by Naos here, hoping Southfield do exactly that and fall prey, but Southfield, they're going to keep the tempo fast. They're going to look to finish off this map quickly and ensure that the statement they've made rings clear in the ears of Naos going into their own map. Southfield's map.
Now that
Southfield,
Southfield, yeah, after they took control of mid, look at the way Naos responded. They immediately pushed out B main and realized that there's no one here, so the possibility of a mid plus B crunch is definitely out of the books now. And with them making contact towards 3, it seems like Naos is starting to pull rotation back towards the A side, but that's exactly where it all goes wrong. Southfield, they get all the kills they require towards B main. Both the defenders who had pushed out of that region are already out of the server, and Kakarot has no idea that it goes around the corner. He still checks it and brings the odds back to a 3v3, but this is where the real fight begins. If Kakarot can stop Api Chulo from crossing over into the side, this will be a done deal. The spike will be dropped.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he
Last
crossed
player
over.
standing.
And he looks so naked for some reason, and that's his undoing.
a slightly questionable decision there over from Naos. Doesn't matter either ways. A simple enough round picked up for Southfield Esports, and they are in cruise control. 11-2 with the pistol picked up. Now it's an impossible spot. They have to go for the force, and that's exactly what they do. 2 Stingers, 2 Spectres, and a Sheriff in the hands of Jay. We'll have to see what they can achieve, because force buy on your attack is one thing, because you get to dictate the tempo of the round. You get to decide if you want to play it fast. Force buy on the defense is so hard to execute, especially when your opponents have already got better weapons than you. And that's exactly what is going on. Once again, mid default, as they mark that A push, they're going to set up the jet towards that mid area and then look for a shot. But this time, with no trap found towards mid, maybe they change their mind and instead elect for the jet to go for a lurk and give him the time to do that.
Yeah, but
Here.
the last time someone tried to lurk like this, it did not end well. And if Moe tries to do something similar, it's definitely not going to work. At the same time, the other Jet, Aziz, has reached so deep inside enemy territory. He wants to catch someone rotating off guard, but there are no rotations yet. Southbuilt have not made a single peep. They haven't given away
Oh
any sound
no.
cues which will draw rotations, and look at the position that Aziz has achieved. He's going to be so desperate to move inside right now. At the
Knife him.
same time, NDG has
Knife
no
him.
idea what's about to happen.
Knife him. No.
You gotta consider Moe's heartbreak as well, right? The moment he
Yeah.
sees NDG get shot in the back of his head,
Spike
he knows
planted.
that even if he stays over here, he's gonna die, and even if he falls back, he's gonna die. So he's basically caught in no man's land.
Most definitely, and it seems
Last
like
player
Naos
standing.
as well are in that desert, caught in no man's land with nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. The only thing they can do is lay down and die, and it seems like that's exactly what's gonna happen to them. Blurred left to save a stinger, I think. Oh, that's got a sting. No, okay, at least it's a bulldog. Fair enough. At least gets a half decent weapon.
Yeah, but even if he gets this, what is the point? He's one round away from losing his own map pick. And it's not like Bulldog is the best weapon that you can carry forward. A Phantom or a Vandal would have been better, but hey, at this point, beggars cannot be choosers.
Match point.
He's gonna have to make do with this one.
And Naos are
Unfortunately.
gonna have to as well, Crips. Once again, broken buys, 4 Spectres and that bulldog that was saved.
Yeah, because of that Bulldog, he can barely afford to reinvest in armor or get any utility either. Sure, he might be able to purchase a nanoswarm or two, but it's far from ideal. Half armor, specters, whatever money can buy now, Skyesports have purchased it. But it's not purchasing power they are lacking, it's the willpower as well.
12-2 map point for South Built Esports as they look to finish off a commanding victory in map 1 of this BO3 series. Once again, they take mid control. They this time have a trap, so at least now have an idea that Aziz has pushed in all the way. But does it matter? Because at this point, South Built are dictating everything. South Built are deciding how this map and this series goes. South Built are dictating how these fights go. Can Aziz though do it once again? Because he's pulled the rotation away from the A side of NDG, and it should give the opportunity to his team to overwhelm the other 2 players on the side.
Cover going out.
Aziz has found so much success in games like this, and he looks to replicate that once more. Moer finds himself compelled to make a move, and he loses to Jar his superior weaponry. NDG once again not aware that Aziz is over here, but this time he wins the duel, so that's good. At least he had some inkling. But at what cost? He stops
Spike
the flank
planted.
at the cost of losing the site, and Southbuild seem like they have cemented their victory in the first map, unless a miraculous 2v4 clutch.
One enemy remaining.
Certainly seems impossible. NDG though finds Flippy, keeps the hook alive, but not for long. The headhunter pops his head off, and a 13-2 victory for South Built Esports as they get off to a decisive start in this Filipino Wild Clasico. Shutting down Naos Esports and absolutely terrifying them, surely. Because that was Ascent, the map of Naos' choice. Like, a victory is one thing, a 13-2 victory?
Yeah, that's a statement. And
Yeah.
keep in mind that while Ascent went down 13-2, a similar scoreline might happen in Haven as well, because the last time these two
Boy.
teams faced each other, Haven went towards Southbuilt 13-2 once again. And this is a fresh wound. This last map, the last time these teams faced each other was on 1st October, so it's just barely a month old. Definitely Southbuilt are looking like the stronger team over here. Even though Naos had a dominant start in this tournament, they went undefeated in the first phase of the tournament in the best of 1 stages. And now it seems like we're seeing a completely different Southbuilt Esports. I don't know what they have done to find themselves so strong or what they've had for breakfast today, but it seems like they are
Starbucks.
not done yet. Yeah, I mean, they're still hungry apparently.
Hey, yo, Starbucks, sponsor our boys over there at Southfield. Maybe even a Red Bull, you know. But either ways, I definitely agree, Crips. I think this is why we continuously were calling Group A in the group stages the group of death, because you had several of these high caliber teams, and the second seed of Group A stomps out the top seed, the flawless team from Group B. And of course, there is much more context to that, given the fact that this is a rivalry that has gone on for oh so long. These are teams that know each other well enough, but it speaks to the fact that in Group A, there were several stacked high-tier teams, and now Naos, they're in a situation that they haven't at least faced recently in this tournament. They've never been at the back end of a map loss. In fact, they haven't lost the map in this tournament yet. So we don't know. Are they going to be able to push back? Are they going to be able to find their groove once again? Or are they just going to fall apart like a house of cards?
Yeah, maybe like a house of cards in a hurricane, and that might be a disastrous statement. It's not that pretty of a sight to look at, but I still feel that there is some hope for now Esports over here. Definitely, they must have learned a thing or two from their previous Haven games, and their Haven, sure, maybe on the match that took place on 1st October wasn't all that strong, but at least in this particular tournament in AMD SEA Championship, their Haven looks to be somewhat stable. So hopefully they can push us into map number 3 and maybe give us a tough fight, maybe make this Val Classico live up to its actual hype.
Well, Aziz will definitely want to do that. He showed off that jet diff against Moyer in map 1. They're both going to be moving on to that race on Haven in map 2. So we'll have to see if Moyer is able to bring himself back to life the way they did against Made in Thailand, all the way back to their first map in the group stage. I think Naos are definitely more comfortable with the playstyle that they play with their composition on Haven. But having said that, the Ascent was the map of their choice. So it's out of the question whether they were comfortable or not on Ascent, and they got a spanking no less from Southbuilt Esports. So moving on to the map of Haven, we'll have to see now is just reinvent themselves entirely and find some sort of move to really get that invigoration and move back once again. But before we do that, let's have a look at the scoreboard of this map 1. It's going to be a pretty simple picture, really, Cribs, in a 13-2 victory.
The scoreboard definitely. This scoreboard, it speaks volumes about why Southbuilt was able to win. Not a single player less than 1 KD. You have Papi Chulo at 2.63, Pro on 2.17. Keep in mind that 2 KD ratio is not something you can casually pick up in a competitive game. Sure, maybe in your ranked games, maybe, but in a tournament game like this, especially against a team that knows you so well, it is nearly impossible to do so. Muir had a quiet game, and this is 4 kills on this man. We are used to seeing this man drop 30 bombs, and now when you shut him down in a gruesome fashion, it spells doom for the rest of the team as well. With none of these people having a positive KD, it seemed like Southbuilt have just aim diffed now Esports, but there is so much more to the story than what the stats tell us.
Yeah, because if it was a pure aim diff, right, we'd see more than 80 to 90% of first bloods in the favor of Southbuilt. But you can see 9 first bloods for Southbuilt as a team, and there were 6 rounds where Naos actually got that first pick, but they're just not able to translate it going further into the round. And that's where I think the real question lies for both of them. And effectively, at that point, I think puts Naos in a very difficult spot because they're not able to necessarily troubleshoot what happened to them on this map and come back stronger. Again, these are all questions, so we'll really have to see what Amix and the squad together discuss after this map and how they look to really push back on Haven, because I won't count them out just yet, because this is the team that we saw execute an absolutely flawless run in the group stage. But all of that after a small break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD and powered by Ampverse. My name is CA and I'm joined by Crips on the desk as we return to you for map 2 of this best of 3 series in the Filipino Battle Classico between Naos Esports and Southbuilt Esports. Now, Crips, first map was a bit of a
It's
spanking,
okay. Yeah,
really.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
it. You can say the word. It's okay. No need to censor yourself over here. It was a bit of a spanking, and 13-2 is not the scoreline I expected. But that being said, even though this was the map pick of Now Esports, you can never really call Ascent as your own map pick. Ascent doesn't belong to anyone. It's a cruel mistress, and it's not even like you can tactically outsmart anyone. You have to rely on the basics. You have the fundamentals like checking your corners, trading out your frags. And in that aspect, Southfield just seemed to be better today. They seem to be on top of their trading game. It seemed like whenever now Esports wants to throw a curveball, Southfield had so many curveballs of their own. Papi Chulo's flanks went undetected. Aziz got into backlines like it's nobody's business. So Naos are making the simple mistakes of either not placing their traps or maybe not accounting for the timing of when these flanks will come through, not anticipating them. Meanwhile, Southbuilt are just playing their own game. It's not like Southbuilt did something out of the box or something super crazy that got them the win. It was the basic stuff that got them this win. And if they can just keep the fundamentals clean in Haven, then Southbuilt are looking at an easy 2-0 victory. Although now
Yeah.
Esports, now going into their enemy's map pick, have a lot of homework to do.
Totally. And I think at this point for now, esports, it's not just the idea that they need to play their game. They need to make a statement of their own by coming back on this map and winning it convincingly to really push Southbuilt down and ensure if they even win this map, they're able to go towards the third. And let's have a look at what that third map is and refresh our memory with how this veto really went about. Now, Ascent, we were wondering for the side of Naos and South Built how it would go out. Naos picking it up. Nobody was expecting a 13-2 victory. Similarly, the wonder for Haven was why is Southbuilt picking it up? Like you rightfully mentioned, historically, Southbuilt have been extensively successful on this map, but recently, Naos have looked really, really clean. Now, the question remains, will the historical rivalry between these two and the statistics we have as a result of it really come true in this matchup, or will Nao's recent resurgence on this map really shine through, and will they be able to equalize the scoreline in this series?
I hope that they can equalize this one. Keep in mind that even though the last time these two teams faced each other, Southfield won 13-2 on Haven,
Yeah.
a similarly devastating scoreline occurred on Bind, but at that moment, Naos won 13-4. So if this does go to Bind, I have a feeling that Naos have the edge. Meanwhile, if this gets buried right here and now on Haven, then Southfield would have clearly declared themselves as the king of Philippines.
Exactly. And I think at this point, for Southbuilt to be able to make that kind of statement really sets us up, if they're to win this map in Haven, for a grand affair against Made in Thailand. Where on one hand, you've got a team that fought against all odds to beat one of the tournament favorites and make it to the winners bracket. On the other hand, you've got a team that fell down to the team this team beat, that Made in Thailand beat, but stomped their opponents to make it to the winners bracket, setting us up for a beautiful showdown. But I think I might be getting a little too ahead of myself because there's still a couple more maps to go, and I'm sure Naos are not just going to lay down and take the loss like that. I'm sure they're going to give it their very best.
Definitely they'll give it their very best. And speaking of the bets, let's see what agents they've picked up to accomplish this mammoth and Herculean task.
Should be the standard lineups as we've seen before from either of these teams, and it's exactly what it is. The Fade KO Rays set up for Naos combined with the Astra and Killjoy, whereas Southbuilt elect to go for a much more old school route with the Breach and Sova coming into picture, just sticking to his comfort on the Chamber and the Astra and Rays for the Aziz to cap it off. So once again, it was the Jet v Jet anime battle on the first map, where that anime battle was a little one-sided, more like a Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan versus a human battle. Will it be any different in this map? We'll have to see.
I mean, if Moer and Aziz are really to go up against each other in this one, A lot of it will rely on what kind of support they get. Kakarot and Jay both have picked up initiators, which are perfect for gathering information, so Moer can place his utility accordingly. Meanwhile, on the other hand, that breach in the hands of Papi Chulo is the perfect setup that Aziz needs. This combination of Papi Chulo and Aziz has been devastating in the past, and it seems like their coordination just keeps on getting better every single game. There was this one match where Papi Chulo picked up the role of a sentinel instead, and that did not really go well for South Built. But every time Papi Chulo has that breach in his hands, Aziz pops the hell off, and I don't think anything different will happen in this game.
Absolutely. And that's the hope for us as neutral fans of both of these teams. We want to see an exciting close affair. Now, don't get me wrong, I like stomps as much as I like comebacks and overtimes because it really has a team showing off at their very best. And you see those show off moments almost, the way you saw from Papi Chulo in map one, where he had no fear. He was unchained. He was a beast unleashed, kept going from flank after flank after flank. Now, though, on an agent like Breach, could be much more changed. But then again, he's done this before on Breach itself, so maybe he just has that level of confidence, irrespective of which agent he's playing.
Yeah, but the quieter Papi Chulo gets, the louder and more dangerous Aziz
True.
becomes. And I don't think I would trade one for the other. Moer playing a one and an angle, hoping that Jay can trade him off, but Jay does not even peek. And there's the crossfire crumbling before it can even yield anything. Jay does get one kill onto Ja as he falls back towards the other side, but the problem over here is that Naos have already pushed up the bottom of C long, and they don't spot anyone over there. So South Built, they are kind of boxed in over here with Naos being aware of every move.
Yeah, the comms coming through that they've left this ace site and the double push towards Ceylon instantly backs up, wary of that garage entry. Instead, now they set themselves up on a crossfire with Kakarot on platform and NDG on the very brink of it with a frenzy in his hand. The push is going to come through and towards the wrong side. NDG
enemy
picks up one
remaining.
for Papi Chulo
30
with an
seconds
instant
left.
trade. It's all
Spike
capped off by
down,
Kakarot
C.
as the crossfire does
Scanning
reach
ahead.
fruition. Already, Naos off to a much better start on this map than it was on Ascent as they pick up the pistol round.
Well, at least they're off to a good start. The ghost of Ascent seems to be not haunting them all that much right now, although this is just the pistol. South Built, they have a reputation of throwing a curveball in the second round every time they lose the pistol, so I hope that now Esports are up for this one.
It's the dream. I have to see if they can live up to it. Four Spectres, though, against all classics for now, Skyesports should put them in a much more comfortable spot in this anti-eco. As the goal for South Built in this round, primarily just to focus on getting economical damage, getting as many Spectres off as they can, preventing a strong bonus in the next round for Naos, and potentially even getting a spike so they can bank some extra credits in the bag. Trying to do exactly that, slowly but surely, they've inched their way towards this B site, but Kakarot waiting in the back of sight for this exact hit, the IGL predicting and reading into what South Built are likely to do. What can he cause against South Built? We'll have to see.
It seems like a plant is definitely possible. While Kakarot is present on the B side, there's nobody really coming in from ceiling or railing to stop this plant. At least they won't be allowed to take post-plant positions towards the back. Lord is already pushing out a garage, and the amount of flash that NG has
enemy
taken kind of ruins every single person who was hiding in there. Ja has no hopes of survival. But I would still say that this is a clean round from the side of South Built Esports. A plant and 3 kills is much more than what they would have bargained for.
Yeah, planted 3 kills gets them a sufficient number of credits to be happy with the round, and more importantly, 2 Spectres taken away from the side of Naos ensures that they've done a decent chunk of damage to ensure that the next round isn't really a strong bonus where they have to be worried against the might of their Vandals. So South Built should be in a commanding position going into the next round, but Naos at this point, I think they're just happy that they're able to match the number of rounds they got in the last map in the first 2 rounds of this map.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we finally have it. South Built on the big weapons. Jay has picked up a hero vandal. Let's see how much he can pick off of it. But NDG has been having a phenomenal few rounds so far. 6 kills, 4 of which came from the last round, has already allowed him to get his cosmic divide up. Now, on the defensive side, the Cosmic Divide basically acts as a deterrent, so it buys time for them in case Southbuilt are going for something fast. That pace slowdown is going to be phenomenal because if the breach combination of Papichulo and Aziz just picks off pace, then it's so difficult to stop them. The Gravity Well doesn't hunt any person down. Moir also makes it across safely, so that combination of utility doesn't get Southbuilt what they were looking for. It doesn't get them the kill. And with so much utility already dumped and nothing coming off of it, I kind of feel like they will not have too much left for the actual execute.
There.
A lot of utility baited out, and now is happy to hold their
Shot
positions.
start.
Garage stacked up with all of that. With all the Killjoy utility, A site with the manpower, but the rotations coming through as Southbuilt turn their focus towards this B site now. They've got their way into sight, but now is already ready in the extremes for a fast retake. Especially with NDG starting to move down
30
too long,
seconds left.
coming through on the flank.
Spike
The
plant.
plant does go down clips, but the fast retake definitely on the cards. But look at the flank coming in from the A side.
Exactly. Slippy is the one who can ruin this round for Naos Esports, and Naos need to strike right now. They've already got the kills they require towards A link, and now Flippy strikes from the shadows. This area is completely out of the picture, so now Southbuilt can turn their attention towards Garage.
Player
Looking
standing.
in the right direction, and the moment he peeks out, he gets them both in one fell swoop.
An easy round picked up.
Grenade. Okay.
Another fast round between Southfield and Naos Esports. Both the sides have taken a kill each, traded away frags towards A long. But after that first fight on that area, the players of Southfield have just
destroyed.
fallen back and gone towards Garage
Bomb
instead.
grenade out.
Now what they're basically doing is trying to bait out all the utility of that Killjoy, making sure that Blood has nothing left to work with. They've already baited out his alarm
Spike
bot and
down,
Nanoswarm,
mid.
and they've taken control of the B side as well, but they haven't committed the plant just yet. Papichulo looks to get one more kill before he can commit this plant safely.
PV1,
Gravity
PV2 now. The Gravity Well trying to deny the plant, but too close to the planter.
Last player
Still,
standing.
It's Philippi once again trying again
Deleted.
to secure yet another frag, and effectively the round for Southfield Esports. His Blurred is an impossible spot. Gets shut down by Ja, and with the back-to-back 5 rounds picked up for Southbuilt, now his economy is once again in tatters. Southbuilt in a commanding position to retake the lead that they've had for most of the first map and the momentum that they've had throughout this series.
Well, at least the momentum seems to have stalled for Naos Esports as both the teams are now tied up.
Yeah.
Naos, having poured everything into the previous round, have no money left and once again find themselves in the economic trenches, having to claw their way out of a seemingly tall hill. But Southfield, they recognize this. They know that this could be a trap. Many a times, whenever a team is on intro, they will often stack aside or make a push, and that's exactly what's happening. Moir already at the bottom of mid. This could be a crucial position if he goes unchecked.
Now, look at Ja though, slowly inching towards the C-long position, using all the chaos his team is causing, but his team doesn't even need that lurk because they managed to mow down Naos before this. He even comes through a 3k picked up by different members respectively, and just like that, Southbuilt have deconstructed Naos on the Rico and made sure that there is no way a Thrifty comes through. Ja now on the lurk, ensuring the rotations from CT, but actually takes a hep from the Sheriff.
Last player standing.
Southfield just need to make sure here they don't give away any weapons, don't give away any momentum. A flawless would be the best way to ensure that it's carried over through, and they do exactly that. A flawless round picked up, 3-2, the lead for Southbuilt. But my eyes immediately on the number of crucial ultimates both of these teams have in store. Clips
the next few rounds are going to effectively decide the flow of this entire half. The team which is able to pull the value of that ultimate feels like they're going to be in the driver's seat for the rest of the half.
I just hope nobody hijacks this car of theirs that they have now taken control over. Southbuilt Esports need to not only stay in the driving seat, but also keep their foot on the gas until they reach the finish line. If they let go of even a second, then Naos Esports have the possibility of hijacking this car again and taking control of it. So many ultimates available this round. See, this round will be explosive. Hunter's Fury and the Rolling Thunder available for Southbuilt. That should clear out any site easily. And if a retake is in the works, then Naos Esports can certainly use the Null Command and the Cosmic Divide. Although, I must say that the Cosmic Divide works so much better with the lockdown online.
Most definitely. But look at this, the setup for now is entirely to play retake on this A side, like you mentioned. Will be interesting because with the Showstopper as well as the Hunter's Fury available, Southbuilt will be happy to just play on the Postman. In fact, they don't even commit any of the ultimates to take the side. They walk their way into this A side, leaving Flippy on the lurk, and now is suddenly in a precarious position because they're sure to commit their ultimates. They try and pull this off. The Null Command coming online as Southbuilt use that Cosmic Divide to deny the entry. It's Moyer picking up the first kill with the Boombot and another with the Showstopper. Now it's executing their retake to perfection.
Oh, Southbuilt. They don't want to use anything else to stop this. And even if Pro wanted to use the Hunter's Fury to deny this, he was suppressed, not able to use his abilities. Good retake from Naos Esports. They take it cleanly and methodically, but they ended up using so many ultimates for it. They ended up using almost everything. The Cosmic Divide, the Showstopper, Nightfall, Null Command. You name it, they had it. And 4 ultimates for the price of 1 round? I feel like that's a bit too steep of a price to pay. Meanwhile, Southbuilt have only used their Cosmic Divide. And let's be honest, on the attacking side, the Cosmic Divide doesn't really help you do all that much, but buy time. So Southbuilt have absolutely no regrets losing that ultimate.
I think that's why Pro making sure that he didn't necessarily give away Hunter's Fury in a desperation attempt either later into that 1v4. Southbuilt have the ultimates to be able to pull off now a successful push into the side, but once again, they just start off in an 8 default and elect to save their utility to move forward deeper into sight, and they get punished, and rightfully so, by Jay. Now marking that A-long angle effectively, but again, the lurks for Southbuilt have been so damn present every single time. Jaw has made his way all the way from B side towards A-link. He's gonna find 1, make that a 2, and this man will make himself trouble. Make that a triple. Opens up A side all by himself. That lurk coming up huge.
He cracked it open like a walnut, and trust me, even walnuts are hard. This man made it look so easy.
Spike
made it look
planted.
buttery simple. Almost every single round, there's either an alarm bot or a turret active on the B side, but because there was nothing as such present over here, now this man sneaks through like ship in the night, sailing past each other. And this is just beautiful. The lurking prowess of Southbuilt Esports is on a whole new level. And this is not just in Haven. We saw something similar in Ascent as well, where Papi Chulo was able to get 2 wonderful backstabs back to back. And once again, Southbuilt Esports using the lurks to their fullest potential. Whether it's Flippy coming in from A side to B link, or I'm sorry, from A side to A link to stop the B retake, or whether it's Ja coming in from B side towards A, completely ruining this entire hold.
This is really a fundamental flaw right now for the side of Naos, because like you mentioned, it's been happening since map 1. They leave a few too many gaps in their defense, and Southbuilt are more than aware of this given their history. Where any other team might be a little more hesitant to go for these looks, you can see Southbuilt, no hesitation. They always look for those vulnerabilities, those chinks in Naos' defense, and they find them every single time. Having said that though, this time Southbuilt once again looking to play on the go towards the side. They take the public support. Now looking to take the rod so they can execute an easy C-split.
Well, the C-split definitely hasn't come to fruit yet, but the moment I say that, just strikes. There's still too many defenses over here, so this might be a difficult side to take control of after all. But Southfield are not
One
ones to
enemy
give up.
remaining.
And while they're still having men focused towards C-side and they're winning battles over there, another backup policy was to go towards the B-side and go for the plant in that region as well. And it's so easy. It's almost like they're dictating what Naos Esports is doing. They sent 2 attackers towards C-Long, draw out 4 rotations from Naos Esports, and while they were winning duels towards the C side, the plant went down seemingly super easily towards the B side, and it's almost like Naos had no idea. This is kind of scary how effectively they're able to take control of the map like this.
You want to play? Let's play.
I think that scary factor most definitely starting to play into Naos' decisions as well. And now you can see them playing a much more passive setup towards that A side. The Killjoy shifted there, using the KO's help to anchor it down while they played the race to shut down the garage.
Oh, no.
Still, it doesn't matter as Aziz, he finds the first trade, sure, gets traded off, but the Rolling Thunder now coming in to avenge Aziz's life. Kakarot stuck in the smoke, stunned out, but the Seas buys more than enough time to ensure that Kakarot doesn't get gunned down. Instead, it's NDG able to shut down the lurk this time off Flippy, removing the smokes for South Build and putting them in an impossible spot here.
Oh, but I'm kind of nervous about this one. The plant has just gone down. The smokes have already made it, so the defenses are online. Now Esports can go for the retake before South will even have a chance to take post-plant positions. And that, I believe, was the fatal flaw in this round for Southfield Esports. The Rolling Thunder was perfect. It actually stunned quite a lot of people. And they took control of the site also pretty quickly. But the spike was just simply not present with them. And by the time they carried it over towards the site and planted it in the ground, now Esports had already positioned themselves for success. Southfield was simply caught the moment that spike was planted, and they had no chance to get into post-plant positions, or forget post-plant positions, they could not even establish decent crossfires which could hold their own.
Now it's rightfully correcting themselves, making sure they're not caught off by the lurks anymore. Cutting off Flippy there was crucial. If Flippy able to get yet another lurk through, that round might have looked very, very different. Southfield recognizing this, realized they need to switch up the tempo with which they approach these rounds, that are going for a fast hit. Oh no, Aziz gets a little too eager. The haunt as well not being broken for Naos, and suddenly Southfield, they're crumbling and falling apart.
Oh, but they're still trying to go for a plant once again. They tried to commit the plant, but NDG is just relentless. He keeps on getting all the kills, and now all success relies on this fellow Chamber. He was trying to make a move from the B side, but he got spotted by Kakarot. So now he tries again towards Garage. Moer lies in wait, but Ja, he still wins the duel. Pro's trapped over there towards C-Long Tubby. The only person who can rescue him is Ja, but he also falls now. And it's down to Pro in a 1v2. 6 HP and a dream. A turret kill. Well, at least this will definitely inspire some confidence in Naos Esports.
Absolutely, but several of these rounds in the back of mistakes from Southfield Esports. Like this round, Aziz, there was no necessary there's no necessity whatsoever to push into the garage smoke of all smokes. I understand if you clear off all the entire site and even push into the CT smoke. Again, not necessary, but at least somewhat understandable because you've done your job, cleared off the site and helped your team get the plant. But pushing into the garage smoke buys enough time for NDG not just to take down Aziz, but with the haunt revealing another player to find a double and then make it triple once the smoke fades by the time SBE actually gets into the site. So Southfield, they're going to have to really temper themselves and ensure that they don't get over-aggressive, overconfident, really, because otherwise you can see now they're ready to punish.
Well, let's see if the punish actually works or not, because this time I'm getting a feeling that Southfield can once again succeed in their lurks. All the killjoy utility has been placed towards the A side, which seems to be under lock and key, but Jay, he gets that early trap towards mid, and the numbers are already starting to thin out for Southfield Esports. They need to find another chink in the armor, which now have fixed. Oh no, Ja goes and all by himself. NDG ready for him. He did not even have any backup, no flashes or supportive utility from the breach, and they've given away the sound cues while they're approaching the A side, so Blurred has his job cut out for him.
Found them.
Backup ready for Blurred though. Coming through in the
A.
form of Kakarot, but Kakarot gets taken down early and suddenly Blurred is left exposed. The trade's going in favor of Southfield. Doesn't get them the man advantage, but buys them enough time to be able to get the plant down. And with the nightfall revealing
One enemy remaining.
Aziz
maybe has a chance to pull it off. But Flippy, a little too eager, looking for the fight, gets taken down early, and now Aziz left to mark one too many positions. Moyer moving in on his face.
enemy
Aziz, he
remaining.
still managed to get one. The second as well, has the paint shield available to buy some time for himself, and that does exactly that. Now able to try to move in towards a shot, but that was unnecessary. Falls right into the crosshairs of Jay, and despite his own heroic efforts, he spells his own doom.
I love the shot that he was able to hit onto Moer. Simply plucked him out of the sky. But that paint shell, I think he would have expected Jay to continue moving towards the left-hand side of
Yeah.
the site, because, you know, he would assume that Jay would move in that direction to dodge the paint shells, but that did not happen. Jay just moved slightly out of the way and then held his ground. And Aziz, desperately looking for shelter, seeking for a place to hide, tried to move in towards short, hoping that he would be safe over there, but he had no idea that Jay is already present, waiting for him to cross over.
Naos take the lead for the first time after the pistol and the anti-eco, and are going to look to move forward and establish themselves in a good position at the end of this half by getting a 7-5 advantage. Now they've got the lockdown as well as the null command to make look like part of the window, but in that perfect time the spidey senses of Southwell tingle. They check this window out and they manage to shut him down. Kakarot's null command shut down immediately as well, effectively ensuring that Southwell now walk away from this half with a 6-6
Switching
scoreline.
sides.
Anyone have any splints? I
to
may have
six.
jabbed my
Southwell
fingers.
definitely seemed
Multiple
like they
fingers.
were in the lead in Ascent, but now they've stabilized themselves. After falling prey to the lurks of Southwell Esports one too many times, now find the chinks in their armor and fill it. They reinforce it with iron and steel. But the question is it too little, too late? 6-6 seems like a decent score line. It seems fair, but is that going to be the case? Because Southbuilt Esports on the defensive side love to make those aggro plays which make Naos Esports uncomfortable.
Absolutely. I'm just really glad that we don't get another stomp in this second map. It's much closer affair, and whichever team does pick it up, whether it's Southbuilt to get the 2-0 victory in the series, or whether it's Naos to inspire a comeback and a possible reverse sweep taking us to map 3, one way or another it will be a deserved one, with these teams giving it their all and going neck to neck against each other. Having said that, the halftime pause as the coaches put their final words into touch, put the final plans for this half, let their team know what they want to do, and ensure that their team comes away with the victory. It's going to be Naos now moving on to the attacking side and Southbuilt on the defense. And I have to say, for Southbuilt specifically at least, Ja has always looked a lot more comfortable on the defense with his ability to continuously move forward into aggressive positions. And that's going to be an interesting affair given Naos' composition, because without the Sova, without the breach, it's going to be a lot harder to contest specific positions in defaults, giving Ja a lot of movement space to maneuver with. And we'll have to see if Kakarot specifically can deny him that, or otherwise Ja is going to have a field day, man.
Also, was revealed by the horn, so this is gonna be a field day for Naos Esports. Moy doesn't even need to pull the trigger to get the trigger to Kilo. And now it's already off to a flying start. Flippy also stunned, is able to get one before he finally falls. John looking to make a difference, and he's done so. 2 amazing kills. He might be on for a third. He is on a wrecking roll, man.
One
Finally,
enemy
Pro puts
remaining.
his killing spree to an end, but it's a bit too late. Pro has already come in from the back lines, and Southbuilt Esports, they turn this round on its head. Naos had such a great start, man. This was a phenomenal beginning for them, getting 2 kills right off the bat. But while everything was going right for them, how on earth have Southbuilt recovered from this one?
This is the issue though with that Fate KO lineup, where you have a ton of utility on the defense and for set pieces on the attack. What you don't have is specific denying utility on defaults like the Breach Fall line or the Sova Recon, which can go in a much longer distance to deny that Chamber's positioning. Ja already with a 3k on that pistol, en route to get his hands on an operator, which he can use to devastate the attack.
But right now, Southfield looking to get aggressive on their bonus. Moyer, though, with just the crossing, finds the person, shuts him down, and now is looking for much
Gun
more.
here.
It's Moyer to chime in for the trade, and he's going to be able to get his
Gun here.
team a couple weapon upgrades.
Yeah,
3v3 with Spectres, winnable clips.
Definitely winnable, but what they do not know is that Ja has already come all the way into window. Sure, the turret might act like an insurance policy, but no more, because Naos have already lost their killjoy. The spike is still hanging out towards A lobby, but I have a feeling that now Esports have seen this one coming. They know for a fact that Southbuild have boxed them inside, and now they wait. They wait for Southbuild to make a move. Hopefully, they can tear open one of these box sides, and that exactly is what happens. Ja is able to get that dink, but Flippy follows up right behind him. NDG
One
kept
enemy
his team
remaining.
safe for just a moment, but now he has to pull off the impossible. Papichulo got him detected.
One
He
enemy
can stop Jay from
remaining.
transitioning over
30
towards the other
seconds
side,
left.
but he doesn't have the spike in his hands.
Oh, and Papi Chulo with all the utility in the world. And Naos here, Moyer with 1 HP, a
Spike
dream
planted.
and the spike. He gets the spike planted, but I don't even think he's going to be able to make it to long in time. Papi Chulo finds him and takes him down, and the hopes and dreams of a Thrifty go down the drain. But damn, if that was not a close one. Naos splendid on their economy, doing a ton of damage to Southbuild's anti-eco and effectively ensuring that no bonus is guaranteed. Still, you can see disappointed that they were not able to pull off the Thrifty, because that Thrifty could have been the beginning of the comeback for now.
Definitely. Now they were off to a great start. If they were able to pull off that win, then that would have destroyed Southbuild's economy, and Naos would not have just been able to get that particular round, but also maybe string together the one after that. Southbuild now have averted crisis a bit too often. And because they lost so many players and it came down to 1v1s in the end, Southfield have a bonus round, but they barely have any weapons which can be considered bonus weapons. It's just pistols. So on paper, Naos have no trouble winning this round.
Oh, look at Ja.
Soul shots.
Ja gets punished for his aggressive tendencies without any weapon. You can see he did not stop the W. He set up his TP and just kept moving forward. NDG expecting it shuts him down, and now is happy to take their time, expecting that aggression, because like you said, even though this is supposed to be a bonus to Southbuild, it's actually basically an eco round. So like they would, expecting that aggression, shut it down, and this time Flippy spotted out as well. And look at Southbuild, man. They picked up really well right outside the B side where Naos is headed. This could set us up for a really quick retake.
Oh, I think the retake will begin before the spike even gets planted. Naos have already infiltrated the east side, and Southbuild have no place to hide.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. They try to make it work, but they just fall victim to the relentless firepower of Naos Esports. Southfield tried to make a preemptive use before the spike even gets planted, and they thought they should be able to stop them or maybe disrupt them, but Naos Esports were prepared for this one.
Yeah, the superior weapons really come into play. Those mid-range fights from the archers right outside B towards the window, going severely in favor of Naos. But now with the full buy for Southbuild, this is where it truly does go down. Southbuild, on one hand, need this round win so they can help start building up their eco to get Ja his hands on an operator ASAP. On the other hand, Naos want to get their momentum rolling, want to get their form on point. So they're going to look to pick up this buy round, build up their economy, and get themselves into the groove where they are in that prime time mood to be able to take us to map 3.
Face
That's
your
the
fear.
Nightfall as well as the Showstopper, using exactly that. They're setting themselves up for a C split, but the Hunter's Fury coming in delays them to a large extent.
Oh my god, the showstopper. It does feel dividends. Moel gets the opening frag and then some more as he sprays down Papichulo trying to come in through the smoke. And while now Esports have a decisive man advantage, Southbuild have them surrounded. It all falls onto the capable shoulders of Aziz, and he delivers. Stops the spike from being planted as he takes the kill onto Blur. That paint shell will delay them even further, but unfortunately he cannot set up Papi for success. Aziz,
Spike planted.
he finally go through. He spotted out Kakuro, takes a bullet to the head, exchanges some damage, but that's about it. That's all she wrote for him. And this 1v3 retake seems really difficult for Pro.
You just got to go for the save here. This was the buy round for Southbuild. They're
not going to be able to pick up weapons after this. Looking for exit frags, chunks out J to a large extent, but Pro still very much trying to keep his options open. Hoping Naos just falls into it because he's sure to have received the communication that the boombot is as well. Taking out J, knows that Moyer is quite low but doesn't have the time to pull it off and will rightfully back off. And it's a good save. 2900 credits on the Vandal, the entire full shield and his drone. So he effectively saves his entire kit, but Naos don't care. All Naos care is about the round win and they get that.
Yeah, more than the round win. Now Esports were able to at least bait out that Hunter's Fury from Southbuilt Esports. So that's another potential ultimate which has been taken away from Southbuilt's arsenal, which makes it so much more easier for Naos to use their own lockdown, which is just 2 points away from coming to life.
1 point for the null command, 2 points for the lockdown. Now is in a great spot to fluidly continue their fast hits on the back of their ultimates. A really nice flash lineup to get that C-long peak, and they're doing exactly that. But Jaw with the headhunter is unrelenting. He's been precise with his headhunter on this map especially, and again gets value when his team needs it the most, because remember, this is just an eco for Southbuilt Esports, the only weapon in the hands of this player. With the Vandal,
Take flight.
not able to get much.
Enemy mark.
Yeah, but Pro going for the drone while he's spotting all the players coming towards him. Southbuilt Esports have called in for the rotations, and they are in prime position to stop them. Pro finally delivers. No follow-up from Naos Esports, no trade whatsoever. Papi Chulo, having no armor, tries to recover that weapon, and he's done so. But he's given away the sound cue to NDG, and NDG responds in kind. Aziz comes through and once again slaps him in the face with a crisp, clean Sheriff shot.
Southbuilt able to maintain this man advantage on the back of Jaw's opening kill, and Pro's
find
anchor
you.
on this ace site. Now they will be able to recover more than a couple weapons. So in this 2v2 retake, Naos
30
actually
seconds
don't
left.
have anything to their advantage except the site. So they've got to play this site to perfection. It's all down to Moyer. He has a pencil in his hand. How much damage can he cause? Can he explode this round in the face of Southbuilt, or will Southbuilt pull off a thrifty?
Last play remaining.
Oh no! Southbuilt Esports, they shut down any hope before Naos can make it down the line. And I don't really blame Naos for doing what they did. They knew that they had way too much of a man disadvantage, so they needed to equalize the situation. Going for a fight in a situation like this would have definitely thrown Southbuilt off guard, so I don't really blame them for trying it rather than just holding the bottom of C long and waiting for the inevitable to happen.
Yeah, but a thrifty, effectively a thrifty for Southbuilt Esports means Naos' economy. Even though they won a couple of rounds back to back, Crips, given the fact that those rounds went down to the last man standing or two man standing, didn't really give them a chance to build up their economy. And again, they're relegated to those specters. Now they do have that null command online to once again try to force into a site. And they have pushed Jaw back from his aggressive peek down garage. Southbuilt though, switching up their setups, maybe even a read that they're expecting a garage and heavy P presence. Because you can see Pro, despite him being smoked off towards Elon, he started to push in.
Spike down
Going to
mid.
get a lot of information for his
I
team.
have the spike.
Well, at least Naos,
Right here.
they tried something towards mid, but they did not account for the firepower that Southbuilt have in their arsenal. Having lost one of their primary information gathering agents and the guy who was holding one of the most impactful ultimates, the null command
Standing ahead.
will make it that much easier for Naos Esports to go in for a push like this. But now that they don't have it, they will have to work for it. Southbuilt Esports though, they can somewhat account for Naos Esports being towards the A side. They spotted them cross earlier, and now that the recon dart didn't reveal anything either, they know that they've already crossed. They're ready to move in, but now Esports win those fights. Aziz tries to move in for a fancy maneuver, only gets one in return.
30 seconds
and now
left.
Esports, even after losing the first man, have somehow stabilized
Last
themselves.
player standing. Spike
No,
planted.
that's not how you swing through the cosmic divide. That is definitely not how you try to go in for a surprise push. I believe Southbuilt Esports were just trying to make a move before the spike goes down. Once again, hoping to catch Naos Esports off guard before they have a chance to get into post-1 positions. But nah, the crossfires were just a bit too strong.
Yeah, and it's almost like even in the site hold, right? Southbuild getting a little too over ego, almost overconfident in their approach. They had a three-man presence on the site, a man advantage as a whole, but they all end up getting isolated in their duels and now take full advantage, getting themselves the site despite losing Kakarot that early.
Bomb grenade out.
Now switching up their style, using that gravity well in combination with the Horde to take A-long control on Moyer aggressively, but it's Southbuild's aggression that is actually punished. Trying to move down Garage, Aziz gets taken down, and this time it's Naos with a man advantage.
Well, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose the man advantage, but Naos have proven that even after losing the man advantage, they can make it work. What are they going to do now that they have the advantage and two massive ultimates online? Southbuild can count on the Rolling Thunder to gather them some
There.
momentum in the retake, but keep in mind that Naos also have the lockdown, which can boil down so much time. The seaside left unguarded. There's only a trademark over there to indicate them whether Naos walk in or not. So it seems like it's gonna have to be a 4v5 retake after all.
4v5 retake, they'll try to execute on the basis of their ultimates, but with the null command coming through, that's going to delay them so much further. And the lurk, I was going to say, but Blurred gets caught with his pants down, sleeping on his crosshair and gets shut down by Papichulo. With the null command dying out soon enough, Papichulo with the Rolling Thunder will look to start off this retake. Does exactly that, the Cosmic Divide coming in as well to separate the site into two pieces, but the paint shell is absolute perfection. Denies the entry, and Moyer doubles down with his weaponry, picks up a 3k to secure the lead for Naos Esports.
Yeah, Naos' response to the Rolling Thunder is to just shut down any approaching members from the CT side. They're throwing the seeds and the paint shell along together, so that combination can definitely blow up at least one person who's trying to walk in there and delay the rest of them. All they needed to do was buy time for them to be unstunned by the Rolling Thunder, and that's exactly what happened. Any members of Naos Esports who had their eyes open and their arms flailing can defend them. And if they can't, all they needed to do was just really delay them for a couple of seconds before they come back to their senses, and Naos inevitably have the advantage again. And guess what? The silver lining over here is Naos never really need to use their lockdown in order to win that round. So this can guarantee yet another round to them if Naos Esports is able to successfully plant.
Now the timeout taken for Southbuild Esports by Pro. Need that moment to reset the tempo for the team. They've committed even those crucial ultimates in the Rolling Thunder now, Crips. So they've not really got a direct way back into this matchup with the lockdown and the showstopper once again available for Moyer. As Naos do look like they've got their groove back, do look like they're in full steam once again, looking to close off this map. And if they do, it'll be a really funny tale, honestly, because in our first matchup, we had both of the teams exchanging their map picks, as in, I pick, you win, you pick, I win, and it seems like that's exactly what's happened in our match 2 as well. Ascent picked by Naos, Stomp by Southbuild, Haven picked by Southbuild, seemingly maybe Naos in a position to close it off, but it's not over till the fat lady sings. It's not over till that 13-point mark is achieved. And now they're going to take their sweet time with it. Be cautious. Rightfully so.
Yeah, and while they're being cautious towards the approach on C, they need to be careful about any approaching flankers from the A side as well. And Ja gets got out, sees 3 people at the same time and sees his life flashing before his eyes. The reason Naos really slowed down over there is because they saw multiple pieces of utility. They saw the Astral utility as well as the Breach fault line come through to stop them. And they realized that there must be at least 3 people on this side. Now that Pro's also been spotted over here, Naos are convinced that C is stacked, but that is actually not the case. Southbuild are going in for a flank again. After Ja failed to make impact with his flank from A long, Aziz and Papichulo are going in together.
Oh, the nade towards CT to deny the exit from the side. Beautifully done from Moyer. He says either you stay on site and I'm going to come hunt you down, or you walk straight into my nade and you die irrespectively. The flank does come through, but the sheriff shot will not land, and it's Naos picking up yet another round. And Naos playing Southbuild like a fiddle. Crips, you see multiple times across these rounds, Naos they get started off very fast in their early default. They take area control, then they patiently wait. They know Southbuild has an itch
an itch to get information, an itch to look for action, for contact. And every single time Southville try to push in, they get punished. Again and again, Southville try to go for a flank. Naos are ready, waiting for them, ready to punish. Southville really need to adapt. They need to stop going in for the aggressive plans, rather play on their utility. Otherwise, Naos will take full advantage.
And this is such an ironic statement because Southville's flanks were working so beautifully
Yeah.
on the defensive side. But now that the sides have been switched, it seems like they just really can't get anything done. The Hunter's Fury committed early, hoping to do some damage, and it doesn't just do damage, it kills one of the most important players of Naos Esports. The Nightfall is now offline. Moe does get Aziz in return, but I guess that was to be expected. A 1-for-1 trade, and now Naos knocking on the doors of the B side, which is being guarded by Papi Chulo. And Papi,
Spike
he
down
does get the
mid.
first one, falls back after that so that he can, maintain the man advantage. He does give up the side to Naos Esports, but that's fine because Southbuilt have a wonderful plan of retaking.
Do they though? They've got Papichulo's breach moving away from A-Link. Bro now coming through on the flank. While Ja on his lonesome has to retake this A-Link that NDG has set himself up in. Gonna look to set up a star and Ja looking to take advantage is not able to land the shot. The showstopper now for Moyer, expecting more people to come through for A-Link, but instead, look at how built. Papichulo is joint pro on the flank and he's gonna look to come in through side. The lockdown popped all the way to Bell, making sure that the breach can't take it down. But Flippy says, I got this, guys. You go through for the retake. And it's
Last player
Papichulo trying to get the defense through, while Pro backs him up. The initiators combine, the experience between Papichulo and Pro coming up huge as Southbuilt pull off a round that they honestly had no right.
Exactly, and Southbuilt again, they play Naos like a fiddle. They make them believe they have a false sense of security. As soon as Naos Esports gets the control of A-Link, as soon as the Opper dies over there, Naos Esports, they basically dug themselves a shallow grave. Southbuilt Esports deliberately let them have A-Link control because they knew for a fact that as long as Southbuilt can take control of bottom mid and clear out any defenders over there who might be holding post-man positions, they can easily get this retake done. They had all the utility they needed to shut down that narrow chokehold of A-Link and keep Naos at bay. But all Southbuilt really needed to do was clear out bottom mid, which they did
There they
successfully.
are.
And after that, they had it in the bag.
The showstopper as well taken away from Naos in that round puts Southbuilt in a really good spot. They have a read seemingly, expecting this B hit, stacking up on this side with Aziz already there. Uses the paint shell to slow them down as well as the aftershock. A lot of utility committed as Naos are just happy to bait all of that out, take down the chamber trap and back off. But Southbuilt, they don't care. They know that they're gonna have to delay here as long as possible because if Naos back away from here and go towards that A side, they walk straight into the crosshairs of the operator.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they want. They want to push Naos Esports towards the extremities of the map, either A or towards C. Even if Naos do decide to continue venturing into the B side, there's still plenty of defenses stacked up over there. Papi Chulo now the lone defender. This is the perfect moment for Naos to strike the B side. There is Pro also available in the same region, but it might be easy to shut down Pro with a smoke. But Papi Chulo is going to be left undefended all by himself. The best that he can do is go for a 1-for-1
Spike
trade.
down
And
mid.
Pro is just to swing through the smoke, taking matters into his own hands. The
Face
spike
your
blocked.
fear!
20 seconds left on the clock. And now in desperation move, now he's to make a move through Garage. The Nightfall clears the way. But Aziz, he's trying to go for the spray. Definitely doesn't make it. And now he
10
has no
seconds
choice
left.
but to give up the C side. But Flippy, what on earth? That was a frag he had no business getting. He takes the man advantage for Southbuilt, and it's basically 1.5 men on the side of Naos Esports because the Fade has a foot in the grave already.
Yeah, but it's effectively 2.5 for Southbuilt too because retaking with an operator is
One
also
enemy
difficult.
remaining.
So it all comes down to Pro and Ja. But Ja says it's alright if I have the operator because my headhunter is one of the gods. Finds 2 crucial headshots to pull it off and says, how dare you question it? Say, man, this guy again and again, he finds these headshots on the headhunter and finds a crazy amount of value for those bullets. Happy to pay 150 credit per bullet because every single time he's like, 1 bullet is equal to 1 man of Naos.
It's all tied up, CA. What
Wow.
started off as a dominant series for Southbuilt Esports has just turned into a roller coaster where both the teams are knocking blow for blow, going head to head, matching each step along the way with each other. And when the dust settles, the two teams still stand tall, looking each other
Yeah.
in the eye, aiming for each other's throats at 11-11. None of the teams have a decent enough advantage to, really turn the tides in their favor. Economy, more or less the same. Both the economies fragile. One ultimate is available on the side of Naos Esports, but let's be honest, that Cosmic Divide really doesn't do much unless it's combined with some other ultimate like the Lockdown or maybe like the Null Command.
Yeah. He mixed with this timeout. Have to see how he's able to influence his team getting the match point over South Bear, because in terms of buys, they're effectively even across the board. Just Flippy on the light shields, albeit doesn't have to be. Can get the buy from Ja if he chooses to, but I guess happy just to play on. But for South Build, they got a read once again.
Bring them down.
4 stack towards his A site, all to set up Ja aggressively forward. Now that he's all the way in, they can just go for the heavy rotation, leave the A site on his back, and stack up B and C once again. But you can see the pings on the map. Now have an idea that Ja is exactly here. We'll have to see, can they push him off, or is he still gonna get one? The answer is the latter. He still managed to get one. He says, I don't care if you know.
Yeah,
It's in my
they
area.
they use the Dissipate, they use the Siege, hoping to throw in every piece of utility to throw him off guard. But Ja, he throws one of the Naos members into the Nether Realms and secures the man advantage. And he strikes again, this time getting kill onto Blood. And this was a crucial player.
Round slowly disappearing away from Naos' hands as they look to use the silence in the night to try and surprise Ja. But Ja is everlasting, ever standing, will not give up his angle, but overpeaks it one too much many times. Gets shut down by Jay, but the rolling thunder to delay, which Papi Chulo
Spike
holds down the
down
site
A.
and has make sure
have
he
the
buys
spike.
enough time for all of his teammates to come through on the backup. Aziz ready, so is Pro towards the opening of this site, leaving Naos in an impossible spot. The aftershock to displace them,
remaining.
online to make sure they have nowhere to go. Papi Chulo puts them between a rock and a hard place and makes sure his team can shut them down. Gets the match and series point for South Belt Esports.
My goodness, it really came down to Ja and Papi Chulo in this one. Ja with the heroic shots and Papi Chulo with the heroic utility. Basically putting all the momentum of Naos Esports down to a halt. And after you get shut down like that, it can be so difficult to get your momentum rolling, because now not only does Ja have the tour de force, but Flippy also has the Cosmic Divide, so this thing can be slowed down to a crawl. Moe looking to pick up the pace, Pro droning, and this could be bad. With him getting pinged, Pro can easily go in for the pre-fire, but he doesn't want to take any risk at all. Pro finally wins the duel, but Jay, he's now looking to make a play towards a shot. Papi Chulo touch him down. 4 stack on the A side from South
Player
Esports,
standing.
and there's absolutely no chance of them getting through this one. Ja shuts them down with a tour de force impression, and NDG left with a mammoth task on his shoulders. The way to the
want to
world
fight
upon
it?
him. It's either a 1v5 ace clutch or the lower bracket.
A flawless it's going to be for South Build as they pick up the series win. 13-2, a stomp to start us off, but they had to fight tooth and nail for this second victory. They did it. They're able to pull it off, and 13-11, they win the series 2-0, set a date with the Made in Thailand in winners brackets, and ensure that they don't go off to pick up the win. Unfortunately, our graphic seems to be slightly mistaken, but that's all right. We'll get it corrected soon enough. The key factor being that the Filipino Val Clasico winner is once again Southbuild, who have been the winner in recent times. So maintaining their run of form, at least in this particular matchup, Southbuild able to get themselves to the winners bracket, Crips.
Definitely Southbuild go ahead into the winners bracket. They knock Naos Esports down into the lower bracket, where they will be fighting Made in Thailand for their tournament lives tomorrow. But I can still say that Naos should hold their head up high, given the way the last time these two teams fought each other.
Yeah.
South Built won 13-2 on Haven in the last match, and this time Naos Esports pushed them to the edge. They pushed Haven to 13-11, even though Ascent was a stomp of 13-2.
Definitely. 13-11 though, 2-0 South Belt with a convincing victory, setting a date with Made in Thailand. And it's going to be an extremely thrilling affair to witness which team is able to find the victory over there, and more importantly so in the lower bracket, as Bleed set a date with Naos. And it's quite funny, where you've got both our second seeds from the respective groups in the winners bracket, you've got both our top seeds from the respective groups in the lowest bracket, and it tells you the parity we have between these particular teams and the level of skill really they've got between themselves, where any team on any particular day can take each other down.
Exactly. It's called the Val Classico for a reason. And the way that things are going in this Filipino giant match, it seems like South Built and Naos both are not done.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. And we'll have to hope that tomorrow we get just as great a matchup from either of these teams. But for today, we had an extremely exciting affair. I'm excited to see which player is actually picking up the MVP when we look forward to the scoreboard. But I will be very surprised if it's not Ja, Crips.
Yeah, Ja was basically shutting everybody down, whether it's with his tour de force, whether it's with his op, or whether it's with the flanks. This man was on point throughout the series.
100%. And I think in that regard, we expect this from him every single time he comes on to Haven. Really loves the ability to be able to continuously move forward, play on an aggressive note as that pseudo duelist. And it's something that Made in Thailand is going to have to account for. And we'll have to see PTC, who's really recently shifted onto that chamber role for them, if he's able to live up to that same level of that chamber that Ja has recently displayed. But I think the main reason that I really like the way Southbuild play is two particular players, which is Papi Chulo and Pro. They have the experience between them, a ton of experience between them, and every single time in these matchups they're able to show it off, not just in their reach but in their ability to pull off these crucial 1vx fights. So for both of these players to continue their run of form is what is going to get Southbuild their way to the championship.
Definitely. I mean, we say that South Built is the kind of team that relies a lot on individual heroics, but today, when every single person was stepping up, it can't exactly be called
Yeah,
individual. The whole team was basically putting on a hero performance. They do their best cosplay of Superman. They use their X-ray vision and find the chinks in the armor of Naos Esports, and then they exploit the hell out of them.
absolutely. And I think let's have a look at the scoreboard and take a look at how every single player, like you mentioned, did well with each other. Southbelt Esports working together as a team. Pro 21 kills, Ja 23, Aziz 20. Papi Cholo, of course, on the breach. More focused on the support as well was Flippy. But I can't take anything away from Naos because this was definitely not like Ascent. They put up one hell of a fight, and Moyer especially was looking much better on that race than he did on the Jet.
Well, the raise definitely paid off dividends. I think for both the teams, Moer top frag for his team, Aziz putting on a phenomenal performance. Both the races have similar kills, similar ACS as well. So I would say that that was definitely a spectacle to watch. But the way Ja stepped up in the last few rounds, he basically shut the door on Naos Esports. Once with his op, once with his to the force, absolutely no chance for Naos to get anything done. And even if they got rid of Ja, Papi Chulo picked up the pace in the penultimate round where he used his Rolling Thunder and his Aftershock to clear out every single region and throw Naos Esports into disarray.
Exactly. And really, I think Southbuilt just had a one up on Naos, like they've had for their recent past meetings. Just the reads were on point, especially on Ascent, where they were able to continuously maneuver the gaps in Naos's armor and continuously find those holes. But let's have a look at the brackets and finally understand how this day did went on going about, and how we're expecting the rest of the phase 2 of the SEA qualifier to play out. Bleed Esports fell down to Made in Thailand Esports earlier today, and after Southbuilt were able to take down Naos, they were able to set themselves a date for tomorrow in the winner bracket, with both of them an extra chance.
Either of them loses, they get to face off against the winner of Bleed and Naos, who will be fighting for their lives in the tournament, Crips. And that's going to be an exciting one because remember, these are both our group leaders.
Exactly, right? I wouldn't to see Bleed Esports and Naos Esports in the lower brackets. I thought that these two teams would face each other in the winners bracket. Well, I get to see the match, except the stakes are different. Ideally, one would have expected Bleed and Naos Esports to be fighting for a spot in the winner bracket finals, but now they're just fighting for their tournament lives. The two titans of phase one now find themselves in a desperate situation going into the next phase of the tournament. This is just the start of the brackets of playoffs. This is just the start of phase two of the tournament, and already the storylines have gone for a complete 180.
Tomorrow, we will be having the Bleed and Naos matchup to start us off at 1 p.m. So I hope every single one of you comes forward to witness, like Cribs mentioned, the flip in the tables. Also likely have the matchup being made in Thailand Esports and South Build. But more importantly, with the SA qualifier as well going on, what you really need to do is follow Sky Esports on every single one of their socials because these next few days, Cribs, are jam-packed with some amazing matches.
Yep. The schedule for tomorrow is set. We have two amazing matchups for tomorrow as well. We've got the loser bracket match between Bleed and Naos and the winners bracket between MiTH and South Built Esports. Tournament storylines, they have been tossed out of the window and new ones will be written. We came into this tournament with certain expectations, and let's just say those expectations have not only been met but also surpassed, changed, and now put on a pedestal. AMD SEA Championship has just started the phase 2 of its tournament, and we are already pumped to see what the future holds for us. Tomorrow is another day full of action-packed Valorant matches, but hey, we are not done for the day yet. The Val Classico between the two Indian teams is still going on, so go ahead and check out our boys Sparrow and Captain Price cast that game. The Filipino Val Classico was amazing, but the Indian one is still underway. It's still going on the same channel on a different stream, so go ahead and check that out. But hey, if you're a fan hailing from Southeast Asia and you want to watch your favorite teams battle it out, then tune in to this channel, same time, same place tomorrow, and we'll see you again soon. Take care and have a nice day.